So hello and welcome to the MyWhoosh Championships 2025. It is the final stage. It's time for some of our riders to consolidate their leads and to defend them into the finale, into that final finish line here on stage 7. It's time for some of our riders to go all in for the win. It's been an amazing set of stages. We've had some amazing riders competing, and in the women's and in the men's race, there's some huge numbers. We've had 294 men complete all 6 stages, and we've had 186 women complete all 6 stages so far. A brilliant thing to achieve, and I hope you're all very, very proud of where you are so far. We're very, very proud to be able to put words to the action and to have the honour of doing that. My name's Matt Payne. You can follow me at Matt Fixer Payne. I'm alongside once more Emma Martin at biking_Emma to get in touch with Emma. And Emma, your thoughts so far on where we've got to with one stage to go, and then maybe just a little thought on yesterday's stage.
Wow. Do you know what? It has been absolutely brilliant. Stage 6 was the individual time trial yesterday, and it put some real shuffle into the top 10 in each of the categories. It created gaps in places, it condensed gaps in others, and it made for a really exciting finale today. Let me give you a really quick run through in the women's race. In category 1, while it may have extended the lead between 8th and 10th place, there's still only 34 seconds. That race is on today. In category 2, there's only 46 seconds separating first and second place, and 15 seconds separating third from fifth. Category 2, keep your eyes peeled for attack today. Category 3, 46 seconds separated first from third. There could well be a battle for the podium. Category 4, well, 17 seconds separate 6th from 7th, and only 8 seconds 8th from 9th. It's all going on in the top 10s today. 46 seconds separates third from fifth in category 5, and only 6 seconds separates the top 2 in category 6. It really is going to be the final showdown.
It will indeed, and we've got to say a massive thank you. You can see on the bottom of your screen, they are going to be just I think down over there. Let me just get the right direction.
Over there.
Down there. There we go. Look at that. That's me. That's Emma. A massive thank you to Rosa Herrera, who is the absolutely crochet queen of the entire world.
I tell you, she's also an absolutely class category 4 racer.
She is indeed one of our riders and racing. And I promise you, she's not done this while she's been racing. She's been doing this when she's been doing the recovery, and what little time is in between. So a big thank you very much. We're going to leave them here with us a little bit longer.
They could take over.
Yes, it'd be a very quiet show, though, unless there's something I don't know about. There was the crochet Matt and Emma. So big thank you. Going back to the racing, Emma, the racing, we had the early stages were sprint stages. We went through our ruler stage onto the mountain stages. The time trial yesterday was really decisive in lots of ways. People changing the race lead, regaining the race lead, people losing that. Some people changing positions, jumping up into the top 10. I think the one constant across all the riders was that because the team competition was at play, because everybody wants to do the best they can, I don't think anybody came out of the day that wasn't laid over the top of the bike, feeling like they'd given everything they got to come out the other side of it. And that, for me, really, really shows just how tough a stage it was, whether you were battling for first and second or 101st and 102nd.
Yeah, it didn't matter. And, it was the shortest stage of the stage race, but one of the hardest, I think, and really, really key to see whose legs are going today and which teams are up for the battle. Because I think today, the only way some of these time gaps are going to be closed, and the only way we're going to see a switch in some of these positions, particularly in that category 6 race, 6 seconds first and second, it is all about the teams. The teams have got to come into play. If you want to break away today, it is going to have to be teamwork because there is not a lot of climb. There's a lot of short, sharp bumps, and we're going to talk about that very shortly.
Indeed, we will get into detail of each of those categories and the teams, the individual GC positions, and how that will change in a little bit more detail as we go through our 6 categories in the women's race. Don't forget the men's race is coming up after, and very similar situations in the men's race to the women's, with a lot left to play for, lots of time gaps that can be changed, some of our riders established. It's time for us to go into more detail now in on stage 7 of the MyWhoosh Championship. So it is stage 7, all in for the win. I think a number of our riders are well and truly in and done and dusted. I don't think there's a lot left in some of those sets of legs out there. Stage 7, it's what I would term normally a finale stage in terms of the course design. And in terms of the parkour, the profile, the fact that we've got sprints on the way in, but because there's so much at stake, I don't think this is going to be particularly an easy stage on our laps in and around Colombia.
Well, that's it, isn't it? You could think, looking at the road book, when you got to stage 7 in Colombia, oh, it's a sprinter's finale. It is a traditional final stage, 55.6 kilometers of racing, 195 meters of climbing, 2 laps here in Colombia for the women. 6 sprint checkpoints along the way to finish that sprint competition, but 18 bumps. I have counted every single one of them. I'm going to call them bumps. They're actually majoritively bridges, but they are indeed in Colombia, and they will indeed influence the fatigue in the legs, particularly on stage 7. The checkpoints at 2.3, 10.4, 18.3, 30.1, 38.2 and 44.1 scattered right the way across the course today. And then there's of course, the additional element of a short climb and descent before the finish line. I am looking for breakaways.
Will you be looking in vain?
Well, there's a good question. Will I be looking in vain?
I think the biggest challenge for me here, and I think you summed it up very much earlier on, is that you're going to need to go clear with some strength, with some power, and with potentially a number of teammates to break clear, because the bridges, we've used this course, or parts of this course, very, very regularly on the Sunday Race Club. And where we see the bridges, we usually see attrition rather than necessarily a long breakaway. Where the bigger bumps are, when that can be the case that things start to move a little bit more. But it's going to need decisive moves. You can't be hesitant at all if you're going to go on the attack on this course, because you have to power away and not take the bunch. And if your teammates are coming, they've got to not bring the bunch with them. And that is the big challenge here today. We are talking matters of 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds between riders in positions inside the top 10, and indeed 4 race leads. And that, we've seen this on our early stages, that can change as we go into the last kilometre, as people put in those last breakaways, the last bits of performance. Remember, this is on the end of 7 days. This will be the very end. The final line here is the very end of 7 days of racing. It is stage 7. Let's just give you a quick summary for stage 6. In category 6, our first set of riders away. Hannah Hermansen regaining the race lead with a win and a breakaway. It was a monumental battle between Stevenson and Hermansen. Bridget Broner, the rider, in 3rd place overall, right up there at the start of the climb, but Agudelo climbing well, and that has propelled her over her teammate from 7th into 6th place. Your top 3 on the stage there. No sprint winner, no KOM or QOM winners yesterday in the men's or the women's competition, because it was just a straight time trial. Of course, the QOM competition already decided.
Well, Manson, she's got 6 seconds on Trudy Stevenson in 2nd place, and all she's got to do today is sit on Stevenson's wheel to defend it.
All is a very big word, even though it is only 3 letters long. Teams, well, you can see them on your screen there. That's the order that they're in. They've retained their positions. 38 minutes between Tour de France and Phoenix. The team from Kitty Hawk Racing, the Skyclaw team, at 1 hour 35 back. The 2 hours 7 for Royal Ascent back on our race leaders, and 4 hours 37 for the Kitty Hawk Racing Moonpaw squad. Unless something disastrous happens, our teams should stay the same.
Can I just put a big call out? The Kitty Hawk Racing Moonpaw squad, completely made up of Masters category riders. Those are the riders 45 and over. Phenomenal work being done there by Weber, Scriven, Voos and Mitchells.
And Level Phoenix, another of our Masters teams. Great to see that they've been doing the business, and they're sitting in 2nd place overall as well.
They are. 3 out of 5 of their riders are indeed part and parcel of that Masters category. And of course, we've also got a young rider category as well, 23 under.
Indeed. Well, there is time for all of our riders, whatever age, to enjoy this stage at some point, I hope today. But I suspect it may well be as they go across the finishing line to complete stage 7. The race is underway. We are off and racing on the final stage of the MyWhoosh Championship. So our riders up and away. The riders in category 6 have been racing some time now. Our leader in the GC overall has raced for over 10 hours of racing. And that is Hannah Hermansen. Her time of racing at the end of stage 6, 10 hours, 15 minutes, 30.150 seconds. And as Emma has said, 6 seconds separate Hermansen from Stevenson. That is not insurmountable at all. And the place is exchanging between Hermansen and Stevenson in the top 2. They are clear, though, by some 5 minutes, 20 plus seconds to Bridget Bremner. 4 minutes. So that is a big old gap. Back at 10 minutes is Hadjuk, but Hadjuk did a great job of defending her position, as did Sarasu, and she was really under pressure from Agadello yesterday. As Agadello pushed on. Agadello jumping ahead of Solzano. You can see that we've got Botero just moving ahead of Londano. The top 10 riders separated by 7 minutes, but the top 9 riders by 37. I think, well, for me, here the gaps in between, the big battle, first and second place for Manson to Stevenson, and the battle between Sarasu in 5th place, 24 seconds ahead of Agadello.
Well, the sprint competition, 76 points at the moment to Hannah Hermansen. Bridget Bremner, 52 points in 2nd. Trudy Stevenson, 28 points in 3rd. There are 6 sprint checkpoints today, 30 points available in total. Well, a maximum of 30 points available if somebody goes out and cleans up in that sprint competition. And Hermansen, well, is going to be interesting to watch, because could this be a battle for Hannah Hermansen? It's the battle of, do I go for the sprint competition and risk the overall stage win?
The chance of taking the chance of taking all 3 jerseys, the polka dot jersey for the climb, the green jersey for the sprint, and the yellow jersey has got to be tempting. And I think that's the calculation.
Wow.
Is where do you balance that sprint versus the overall? Stevenson is going to have one rider that she's going to be looking out for, and that is Hermansen and Stevenson, that battle. I think both riders looking out for each other. They're going to be looking to see where they are.
But Stevenson's got one agenda today. Hermansen has 2 agendas today. And how well can she balance those 2 agendas alongside that Level Phoenix team? And, well, it's going to be really interesting to see. Well, Melissa Scriven on our screen. She's been on our screen every single day. Fabulous to see her. Oh, here's communication. We love you guys too.
Oh,
all
are
of
you ready?
You.
Hold on. I can only do so much in mime. This is very Bob Dylan-esque. I'm loving it. I can hear Bob Dylan in my ears. So fantastic. So I love actually excellently. I love this.
Absolutely brilliant.
So very much love actually.
Thanks, MyWhoosh.
That is brilliant. Thank you very much, Mel Scriven. The other way, other direction. So thanks, MyWhoosh. Indeed, thanks, MyWhoosh, for getting us in touch with so many people. We're into the first sprint, and this may well answer Emma's question. Hannah Hermansen has gone for the sprint here. She's gone over the top, and now what happens will be critical. And we could well see Hermansen in the later stages choosing offence rather than defence. Go on the attack and put the pressure on everybody else. Hannah Hermansen on our screens, the rider of yesterday who took that race lead back. The rider who has got the climbs jersey, got the sprint jersey, and now battling for the yellow overall.
Well, Hannah Hermansen started her riding career, and I mean, yes, riding career, this year in 2025. She was convinced by her sister-in-law to take up bike riding and bike racing, and she jumped on MyWhoosh and she started racing, and this is what is happening. It's amazing. You didn't know you had such talent, and I tell you something, there's a lot of you out there who could have the talent of Hannah Hermansen. Get on board, come and join MyWhoosh. We would love to see you here.
Now, the scores you just saw coming up on your screens there show Hannah Hermansen with 5 points. That puts her now on 5th on 81 points. There are 25 points left. 81 minus 25, sadly, for Bridget Brumley is more than 52. Because she's in second place in that sprint competition and cannot now touch Hermansen. So with that move, Hermansen now has polka dot skin suit of the climbers competition, the winner of the climb competition, and the win in the sprint competition as well.
And you know what it now means she can do?
Focus
on the overall.
And indeed, that's exactly what I would be aiming to do. I think now, if I was Hermansen, put everything else aside, time to go for this.
Well, 16 riders in the leading group, and Melissa Scriven right on the back here. So just pushing.
Oh, well, so there was one more card, and we just thank you very much to the production team for keeping an eye on that. Mel has it. I hope you didn't throw it too far.
It's been a blast.
Yeah, thanks very much. It's been a blast. So a massive thank you, and the team at MyWhoosh Productions say thank you very much for keeping us all entertained, as well as us here, Melissa. So one more day to go. Are you sad that it's ended, Mel? I bet you are, because we're going to be sad when it ends. We've really enjoyed being here, putting words to the action. Myself, Matt Payne, and Emma Martin.
She'll be looking forward to the next one.
I'm sure she will. So are we. Who knows when that will be? I think all the team behind the scenes will need a big rest, along with the riders, before that happens. Now, Jessica Hamilton just on the front here, 2 seconds clear at the moment in Category 6. A quick reminder, the first of our segments, which we've seen, coming in at 2.3k. The second segment, well, that comes at 10.4k into this race. So we've got some bridges to go over. Now, we're in with Monica Hadjuk. Great riding by Hadjuk yesterday, I thought, to defend her 4th place in the overall competition, holding the top 5. Good job. There's plenty of people who dropped out from the top 5. So good to see Monica here giving us a wave. We are giving you a wave back in the studio. One day they will show us waving like lunatics in the studio at people, so they can't see us. But, you know, it's only polite at the end of the day.
Now, this is a key interesting part of the Columbia course. And one of the, you know, if you want to go and ride in Columbia and you can free ride on this course, these bridges, I love this course for a free ride because you can take a steady ride and you can attack each of these bridges, and it makes a great fun ride. It also makes a really interesting race, and the riders in this Category 6 race pushing on here: Agadello, Driscoll, Quapp, Londorno, Bremner, Hadjuk, Hermansen, all in this leading group. Now, multiple bridges today, and they come in sets of 6.
They do indeed. Giuliano Agadello, we saw giving it absolutely everything in her hunt to try and break into the top 5 yesterday. On that climb up, she time tried away and climbed up. Not to be the case, but she did move up from 7th to 6th place. So a result yesterday for her. We'll see her, I'm sure, on the way in through the racing as we make our way in towards the finish. But it's time for us to dive down across from Category 6 to Category 5, our second category off. The first step up from Category 6, because Category 5, fantastic racing. Now, yesterday's race winner, Justina Jarzak, had one mission, and that was to gain time. She did that. She moved from 6th to 2nd place, 155 down on the overall leader, Megan Albin, who put in a storming ride to defend that. She was the only rider to survive the attentions of Jarzak on that climb. Shiki Fu started the climb and the whole time trial really with a mission to move right the way up as well. Fu moving up from 7th into 5th place overall with that 2nd place. And Maria Velholm just knocking on the door of the top 10 as well. She's 1 minute 30 outside of the top 10 place, and not impossible, but difficult on the course here today. In terms of the team competition, the teams in order, as you can see, all the teams in the same order. Pedal Dancers in 1, What Queens in 2, Full Gas Femmes in 3, Velocity Vipers in 4, Phoenix in 5, Cycling District 5 in 6, and the Level Cycling Warriors in 7th. But the closest gap, 35 minutes 11 back from the leaders, Velocity Vipers, 38 minutes 46 back of Phoenix. That's the closest gap between the riders, and that's a 3-minute gap. For 3 riders, 3 minutes, depends on how people go. It's day 7 or stage 7 over 8 days, and it's going to take its toll. Our riders in the pens, Category 5 waiting to go. We are in with Justina Jarzak, the young rider who's leading that young rider competition in second place overall, doing an amazing job climbing right the way up, pushing Natalia Becker, who had a great time trial, but not as great as Yazok, down into third place in the overall. They're up, they are away. The clock is ticking. As you can see from the green numbers on there, the draft has been switched back on, thank goodness, so the riders somewhere to hide and stay out of the wind. But remember, of course, as these riders go out and race, they have got 55.6K. It's quite a long stage.
It is, but the yellow jersey is leading them out. And Megan Albon, all credit to her. She has defended that jersey in absolute style all the way through the competition. She's been right at the front of the race regularly. She's only taken the win once, but she has been consistent and she has been right on the wheel, exactly where she needs to be.
She took the win in stage one.
She did.
And it's been incredibly close. It has to be said on all of these stages. She's not managed to necessarily repeat that win, but she's been very smart in that riding. Yesterday's movements, well, Yazok 6th to 2nd, as we said, Fu 7th to 5th. Ermolova moving up from 10th to 8th position inside that top 10. The rest of the riders just dropping down with the exception of Albin, who held her position. The top 10 riders, well, they're covered by 10 minutes. Real battles in here.
Yeah, there
8th
are.
and 9th separated by 12 seconds.
Yeah, 3rd to 5th, 46 seconds.
Yep. And 3rd to 4th, 25, 4th to 5th, the breakdown of that, 25 and 21 seconds respectively. In terms of the sprint points, we know there are 30 points on offer, and even with my appalling maths, if Yazok is on a flyer of a day, she would be able to go over the top of Natalia Izik to take away top spot. I suspect, though, that she will need to defend that second place from Daria Ermolova, whilst Natalia Izik resumes battle. Izik maybe not having the time trial that she maybe would have wanted, but I'll tell you something very, very interesting to see, that she's absolutely nailing the sprints all the way through, and she's shown that with that power. We're in with our yellow jersey wearer and Megan Albin, full power. Every day that she's been in yellow, we've seen a different yellow outfit. Fantastic to see the yellow headband is there as well. Congratulations so far to Megan. One more stage to go. She's done 1.4 kilometers. So by my appalling maths, that means there are 54.2K left to go. And then you've got to the finish line in yellow.
Well, that is the only challenge left in front of her to cross the finish line today. Stage 7 of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. Megan Albin is all in for the win today.
Well, she just does not want to let that go. She's had a firm grip since she got that yellow jersey, and she doesn't want to let it go, and quite rightly so. We're in with Natalia Izik, our sprint leader, and we've seen Hannah Hermansen in category 6 go out, nail the first sprint, and make that gap insurmountable. In terms of category 5, the sprint at the moment, the difference 48 points to 73. If Yazok was to take 30 points, that would take her to 78 if Izik wasn't to scores. But if Izik scores 5 points here, that will take her to 78. And with 25 points, it all depends on what Yazok does as to whether it's all over now. Big kick down the road. Elzak Go starts to wind this up already. Remember, it's at the 2.3 banner. This is the run for the line. Is it going to maximize her score? She is. She's going for this. She's going to go underneath. And Natalia Izik can celebrate, because at the moment I'm not seeing the second place rider come in through scoring points. Just going to get a double check. The scores are live. Natalia Izik now takes the win in the sprint. And if she makes it to the finish line today, will take the win in the sprint competition. She can exchange the Polish red and white for a green jersey as winner of that sprint competition, because she's 78 points to her, 48 to Yazok, and there are only 25 points left. which means that Idzik wraps it up behind. Yazak and Ermolova not scoring points, and they are still at 48 and 45 points respectively.
Well, everything to play for now in terms of the finale. Albin, well, she's 155 clear of Yazuk. That should be a wheel to follow today to ensure she stays in yellow. I'm sure the full gas femmes will help her out should there be attack. But further down, there could well be some movement. Becerra has to defend that bronze medal from Alzat and Fu. That is one of the closest races in this Category 5 competition. Brooke Samuel on our screens at the moment, and fabulous to see her too. Now, let's just remember it is evening in some parts of the world where our riders are. It's early morning in others. It's lunchtime and afternoon around the world as well. And we have riders from everywhere, from New Zealand and Australia to Finland and Denmark to the USA and Canada.
And our Australian rider, Brooke Samuel, inside the top 20. So she was doing a fantastic job yesterday in that time trial to defend her position. And you got to say, what a fantastic ride by her. She's been really, really strong all race. Now, in with Annalyn Tejeros, different shot for Tejeros today. Normally see face on of the rider. Now we're taking a little look at Tejeros. Tejeros keeping on, battling all the way into the line. You can see her looking focused on that screen in front. And you can see the riders see basically what you're seeing on your main screen at the moment. You get that view of the riders of the pack, and it takes a very smart rider to be able to juggle camera views to see what's happening around them. But I do know riders that do, and set up a little numbered keypad, maybe to put a shortcut in to get a different camera view, maybe use a little bit of a remote to do that on the way through racing. If you've got that composure to do that, well done. Because it's very difficult to do. Not impossible, but very difficult to do. And that is where a DS comes in quite often, doesn't it?
A director sportif.
A director sportif, basically.
Someone
a team
in your
manager.
ears.
Somebody who's there, who can move, can be watching a second screen, viewing and looking at where everything is, seeing how the racing takes place and who is where. Now, coming into the bridge, coming on to this little bit of a rise. This is the attack point. This is where you can break it up if you so choose. If you've got the power and the pace, we are seeing riders being distanced off the back. If you get distance today, try and find a group. Get in the draft, share the work, and get to the end of stage 7 to complete the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. There's an amazing goodie bag. There's some fantastic prizes. All the riders getting the goodie bag, and it's not a goodie bag full of Habibi or Haribo. It is a goodie bag with race jerseys and shorts and all sorts of fantastic MyWhoosh things in there. A brilliant reward for those people who've worked so hard over the stages here. Daria Ermolova doing that for certain. Ermolova having a good day yesterday, moving up from 10th to 8th. She steadily moved her way up through the race field, got herself inside the top 10, and it was only really once we'd got into stage 3 where the hill started coming, she accelerated up. So a fantastic race for her.
Well, Category 4 down in the pen. The seconds are now ticking. The warm-up is done for the final stage of the MyWhoosh Championships.
And coming into the stage, we wondered who would decide that they were going to be able to time trial as well as climb up that final ascent at the end. Well, the answer was very, very obvious. Pretty much everybody, because it was a very tightly fought race. But the rider who came out on top, we've seen her resurgent every time the road goes skywards. Valentina Peretti time trialed across the flat section onto the climb and then really did show what she's made of. She came through her winning time at 1 hour, 12 minutes, 30 seconds to take the race win. Peretti managing to move herself up to 11th place overall with that. So got herself up into the top 15 and into the top 11. Can she break the top 10 today? Difficult to do. Nina Dowling moved from 4th to 2nd place to take 2nd place in on the stage as well. So a great result for her. Number of riders coming up through the standings. In terms of the team competition, well, it was a case of Ali Ejecta S. The die is cast because the Rebel riders in 1, Unshakable in 2, Pedal Queens in 3, Women's Sprint Team in 4, Never Give Up in 5. That's a great motto for the whole of the MyWhoosh Championship. Cycling District 4 in 6th place. The gaps, well, we've got 8 minutes between the Rebel Riders and the Unshakable squad. In the early stages, they were switching about between the two. Unshakable, though, once deposed from the Rebel Riders, it has finally become more of a case that is set. And with time gaps more about the individuals closer down the pack, particularly for that Unshakable squad, they will need to employ some team tactics if they want to move around. Category 4 down on the start line. We're in with Seba Arai, one of our fantastic riders that we've seen regularly in the Pain Cave. If you are waiting to go, don't forget, get that camera on, get in the Zoom room. We want to see you going through. And don't forget, get in touch at Matt Fixer Paint, at Biking_Emma, at MyWhoosh to let us know how you celebrate your finishing the 7 stages.
I've already had some people get in contact with me saying, I'm celebrating, I'm going back to work.
Whoa.
Well, whether you've taken some annual leave from work to join us on the MyWhoosh Championships, or whether it's been really early in the morning or late at night, thank you so much for being here and entertaining us. Stenman holding her lead in Category 4 yesterday.
A brilliant ride by her. She knew she was going to be put under pressure by Dowling. And we had Atahualpa as well, pushing hard on the way through. At the end, though, there was 1 minute 36 between Stemman and Dowling on the overall, with Dowling going over the top of Atahualpa. Atahualpa taking third place at the moment. She's 1 minute 7 behind Dowling, but she's 4 minutes 7 seconds clear of Claudia Hyde. Hyde moved up from 7th to 4th place. Collins defended her 5th position. Louisa Schultz, 9th to 8th place, and Peretti moving just outside in 11th. Kawasuska defending her top 10 really well as well, but there's some incredibly close time gaps down
there
to,
are.
Am I right in thinking, and you'll have to check my maths here, Professor, that between 8th and 9th, we're into single digits in terms of seconds?
We are 8 seconds between 8th and 9th. Kath Tompkinson and Louisa Schultz can have a battle out there and switch places today. There's only 17 seconds between 6th and 7th. Now, Catherine Montoya, 60 points at the moment in that sprint competition to Nina Dowling's 37. There's 23 points separating those two riders. Montoya took the win in the first 3 stages and was in yellow going into stage 4. We hit Zurich, we hit the climbs, and Montoya dropped out of that top spot. I think she's going to want to keep that green skin suit.
Well, I think I certainly wouldn't think there's much chance at all of Montoya not scoring points in one of the sprints and pushing herself beyond distance, which is all it's going to take is a win in one. But I think Montoya is going to be looking for the overall win in terms of a stage win today, even though she can't challenge on GC. Nina Dowling, what a ride yesterday. 4th to 2nd. We saw her absolutely nailing the climb. She really, really put in a gutsy performance yesterday. I was so impressed because it would have been easy to just go, do you know what? I'm in the top 5. I've got a final stage to go tomorrow. I'm not going to go that hard. She didn't do that. She went for it and she pushed and she got herself up inside the top 3 into 2nd place. Brilliant riding. And that's something that, she can be proud of.
Absolutely.
So we're just in with Catherine Montoya, our green jersey leader. In fact, we had our Masters leader, our young rider, our sprint and yellow jersey leader all together actually on the road there for a brief second. Stemmen in yellow as the overall leader. We've got Atahualpa, the young riders competition leader, in 3rd place overall as well. Catherine Montoya in that, and Kathy Collins. Collins holding her 4th place. Holding a 5th place, but what she also has done is held the Masters jersey as well. So congratulations on that so far. Catherine Montoya on favourite turf here. Now,
look at that. That's one look of determination.
Now, we've talked about riders, Emma, on home turf. On home turf. This is a rider on home turf.
And away she goes. She's launching.
Look at the smile. The smile is there. She knows she's got the legs today. This could be to take it away. How many in 60? How many in 5? Look at Montoya.
14 watts per kilo from Montoya. Out of the gun, out of the pack, straight underneath the checkpoint. Add 5 points to that total. Come on. She's staying in green.
She is staying in green, just waiting for those points to do a final calculation here. Is it enough to make it secure for the overall? Oh, not yet. Montoya takes 5. Corrales takes 4. Nina Dowling, the rider, in second place, takes 3. Kathy Collins takes 2. She's in there as well, as is Hyde. She's taking 1. Corrales is 4. Dowling's 3. The points on the
Can
doors.
I just tell you, Dowling would have to win every sprint now, and Montoya would have to not place for Montoya to lose that green skin suit.
It's hers to take. I thought she might have had a chance there. It depended on what happened behind. It wasn't to be. Catherine, next sprint, no pressure. How soon can you wrap it up?
Is all she needs.
And the thing is, once she's got those points and she's securing green, she doesn't need to sprint again until the end of the stage, and that is going to be good for the legs. That's good for that explosive sprint. She might open them up a bit to just keep them moving, to keep those muscles going, but she doesn't need to do that. She doesn't need to contest. If in sprint 2 she gets enough to wrap up the overall, she can rest for sprints 3, 4, 5, and 6, and then go for the last one.
Well, could you imagine winning the first 3 sprints on stage 1, 2, and 3, and then finishing off the MyWhoosh Championships by winning the 4th sprint on stage 7? That would be some achievement, topping and tailing the championships.
Yeah, she could wrap up every single sprint today. I mean, that's 6 sprints. That would be something amazing.
Can I tell you one rider who I've really, really enjoyed racing in category 4 and watching her this week is Valentina Peretti. She came to the fore in Zurich as soon as we hit the big mountains. She rode brilliantly in Japan as well, and she put in a strong time trial too. I have so enjoyed watching this rider race.
I have, and I think it's, when she hit Zurich, she was just like, boom, come on, let's go. And you saw her time after time after time giving it everything to get as much time as she could to move herself up. She's in 11th place at the moment. I'm sure she would dearly love to get a top 10, but it's not, I think, going to happen. The gap just too big. Moving up, it's 3 minutes. 23 seconds she'd need to get on Kawasuska, and Kawasuska has been flying all the way through. Now, one rider who we've seen battling away around the entire race. Good morning, Seba. No, you're not. You never say that. Seba's there going, oh, I've got nothing left. It's me. I'm done. Absolutely not.
Sometimes you find something somewhere.
This rider has got so much character, so much soul. She's going to be in there. She's not going to give it. She's going to be right on those wheels. Seba, come on. We've got you down for a top 5 today. Well, I have in the studio here. No pressure, but Seba, top 5 on that final sprint. Round out the championship in style. Get to that finishing line and celebrate when you get there. And let us know how you celebrate as well. Don't forget, you can get in touch with Emma. It's @biking_Emma. You can get in touch with me, Matt Fixpain. Make sure you tag in @MyWhoosh on all of your social media posts. And of course, don't forget, you can get in touch on the live chat on the YouTube channel if you are watching live in the Adnock Arena. If you are watching us on the big screen there, being inspired in the MyWhoosh. If you're out and about at any of the MyWhoosh events that are going on live at the moment to celebrate sport and racing, MyWhoosh, of course, supporting sport across the whole of the region. And of course, if you're watching maybe a little bit later, maybe you've had a watch party like Emma suggested yesterday, don't forget, whatever you're watching on, if you're on YouTube, you can actually get in touch, get on the keyboard, give us tell us what you've enjoyed, what's been the best bit of the championship. We're on a positive day today, so if you're one of those things that live under a bridge in the old mythology, don't bother coming. We're having a positive day today. We are all about making sure we celebrate the great racing, the great riders, and the great performances that they've put in today.
Well, here's a few
great
more.
Performance. Anna-Marie Lip, flying on that stage in category 3, moving herself from 6th to 3rd overall. Julia Montgomery, a brilliant time trial, 9th to 5th place, broke into the top 5 with her performance, only 5 seconds down. And Gemma Daniels, Daniels yet again, she's been nudging on the top 5 every time it goes uphill. Oh my goodness, she goes into the top 10, straight in at 9. Great racing from those riders. Not the only ones with great rides yesterday, but they are your top 3 on stage 6, the penultimate stage. That was indeed yesterday. We can say that word today in category 3. Anyone who's watching yesterday will know that we got confused on our days on a regular basis.
Well, let me tell you, this is just so close, this category. Category 2 and category 3 for me have the most to win today.
In terms of our team competition, Riot 3, are very, very close to the yellow squad.
Yeah.
The time gap, 3 minutes between them. The right three in one, yellow in two. The attack pack moved from 4th to 3rd place, with the Shambullis dropping from 3rd to 4th. 4th to 3rd and 3rd to 4th, switching places. 21 minutes back on the race lead for Attack Pack, 23 minutes back for the Shambullis, only 2 minutes between those teams. Gritter in 5th place, Fight Talk in 6th, the Champignon in 7th, and Cycling District 3, they are our 8th team. They've got to get 3 riders to the finish today. We've got our fingers and toes crossed in the studios that all our riders make it, of the 186 riders who've already completed all 6 stages in our women's competition. And we've got our the final stage of the MyWhoosh Championships. Category 3 are away for the last time on the championships.
Well, they are indeed away, and we're in with Amy Bradley. Helen McKay is there, Julia Montgomery, Kimberly Miller, Patty Kindberger, Barbara Balawa in the mix. They are all coming out of the start pen up to speed really quickly. Now, for me, as I say, Category 2 and Category 3, I think these are the 2 races today where there could be a lot of action. Sitting in, following a wheel, and making sure you're there at the finish line is not going to close some of these gaps that are still available to close. Balawa is leading in yellow, but just 46 seconds ahead of Lucy Young. You may think that is close after 6 days of racing, but between Lip, Nyquist and Montgomery, there is just 15 seconds. There is a race to be had here still for the podium. Sopers, McAlpine, Kasani, Daniels and Real round out to the top 10, but it is still, it's 3 minutes separating first from 10th in this category. This category has been such close and tight racing. It has been absolutely brilliant.
It has indeed. I just, for me, the further we go, the closer we go, almost until we get to Category 1. Our sprints today are going to be even better, I think.
Just 11 points.
11 points separates first to second, and technically, Grassie's not out of it. If Grassie's fighting for that second place, that may well score points or take points away from Lucy Young or Helen McKay. But Helen McKay has been super strong in that competition. She really has been a rider who has targeted that and gone for that. One rider who yesterday did the business defending, and it wasn't easy yesterday to defend your lead. Barbara Balawa, we saw her come in to the stage yesterday. She had what was a 4-second lead from anybody else. Yesterday, with that time trial, she took that out to 40 seconds. It doesn't sound a lot, but this is a category. I've got a little colour coding on here and on my notes here. And basically, I colour in with a little red star, depending on the time gap, how many stars. Every single rider in the top 10 is separated by a red star or 4, because it is so close. It is literally, there is not a minute gap between any of the riders in the top 10. Barbara Balawa pulled 36 seconds out and took her lead to 40 seconds in the race lead. And given how close this racing is, I think she's now going to take that to that finishing line. That is my bold prediction for the morning. Don't ask me to do any more. I'm not doing it.
Well, Emily Nyquist from the Riot team, I tell you, it has been absolutely brilliant to watch her this week, managing the racing and life, and showing me that she really should be a cyclocross racer. It's been absolutely brilliant to watch her, and she's, currently lying in 4th place, 1 minute 6 seconds back on GC. She's had a storming MyWhoosh Championships.
Yes.
In fact, the whole squad have. Her teammate Lip is just 20 seconds ahead of her in 3rd. That team have been dialing it because, Balawa, their team leader, is in yellow. So 3 riders from Riot 3 in the top 4 going into stage 7.
And I think if a rider was ever summed up by what was in the background, Emily Nyquist, keep calm and carry on, is exactly what she's been doing, no matter what's been going on around her. Right, sprint and run for the line. This is for the sprint. Will we see McKay hit that line in first place? She's leading this out. She's gone for this. I think McKay's going to take that as she goes in underneath the banner. Sprint number 1 in. It's tight at the top of the standings between McKay, Young and Grassi. We're going to have to get those positions confirmed.
Yeah.
So here are the points. It is going to be 5 points for McKay. Then Vojakova taking 4. Balawa taking 3. Desegna taking 2. Desegna's had a good MyWhoosh Championships as well. And Gemril taking 1 point as well.
But Lucy
another
Young
of our riders for the squad. Lucy Young not scoring points
Well, can I just say, Lucy Young is on the same team. It's the Fight Talk squad as Helen McKay. So she's not going to contend with McKay for those sprints. Grassi, also on the Fight Talk squad in 3rd in terms of points, will not contend today. The team will support McKay in the win. So, well, for me, it is a big, big doubt whether McKay is going to be beaten in that competition. I don't think she is.
She's currently 16 points clear at the front of that, but it is Young and Grassi, and that's a great point, Emma. Fight Talk immediately behind. Now we are just in with Julia Montgomery, and I said earlier as we opened up with category 3. This is an amazing result for her. She came from 9th to 5th yesterday, and I saw a copy of somebody who was borrowing her notes in terms of pacing yesterday. I won't give details away who it was, but I saw a copy of her pacing strategy. Oh my goodness, did it work? It certainly did. It was so successful. I mean, that is a climb. The yellow squad's rider, and she's riding there in that yellow jersey at the moment. Montgomery, 9th to 5th. She's pulled herself up inside the top 5. And you were talking about right three's Emily Nyquist just earlier there. She's only 7 seconds clear of Montgomery. And in a sprint finish, or on a finish which gets fast and furious,
you've got to be careful.
You've got to be so careful. And for me, that's one of the things. I mean, it's not the closest gap. The closest gap is 6 seconds between Lucy Young of Fight Talk and Anne-Marie Lipp. And I think Lucy Young is going to need squad support there, because if this race is fast and furious, then we're going to be seeing some real problems. But, you know, Fight Talk have also got McKay.
They have indeed. And Fight Talk, well, I have to say, Helen McKay has been in touch, and Fight Talk, she did mention that they were one of the teams who'll be going straight back to work. But I'm just going to give Fight Talk a little bit of advice. Just sit for 15 minutes, if you can only find 15 minutes before you head back to work today, and just reflect on what you have done, because it has been phenomenal racing over the last 8 days. And what a team, what a group of riders, and to come together and do this, absolutely brilliant. Now, McKay says to me, it has been a very, very, very long time since she has done a stage race. She loves a stage race, but the last one she did was out on the road in the Netherlands. And let's put it this way, some of the TV cycling pundits were still racing then. That gives you an indication of how long ago it was.
Ooh, that's a long time.
Yeah, but welcome back to stage racing, Helen McKay, because I can tell you we have loved watching you this week.
We certainly have, and very, very impressed by her and all the Fight Talk team. And I've got to say, if you are juggling, I know some people have taken the week off work. Some people are in a position where they can move their work about. Some people are dedicated athletes like Kim Vanilla, Angelica Altamirano and Germaine Prado, who we just saw on our screen, that whole room there. Very, very dedicated riders. But everybody's juggling real life as well. If you've been juggling a full-time job, simultaneously is riding the stage race. Amazing stuff. Kim Vanilla, great race for me. The young rider leading in that young riders competition. Vanilla and Altamirano were battling for that early on. Vanilla as well truly seized it, and it should be hers to take home now. So Vanilla and Altamirano, 2 amazingly talented riders for the future. The future is very, very bright if you're the Philippines road coach, because you've got some amazing talent joining Germaine Prado on that squad.
Yeah, absolutely. Top class. With the seconds ticking down to category 2, this was stage 6.
Stage 6, and the time trial specialist, Hayley Simmons, showed us all how it was done. Of all of our riders in all of the categories in the men's and women's race, Hayley Simmons' ride for me really showed what happened when you get a specialist in gear on the race route. Behind her, phenomenal performance from Amanda Poulsen, who is battling for the overall positions. Paulson was in third place. She wanted the win. She put in a time trial that took her to second place, and she put in time to Mina Koivunen. But look at that time gap. It was not anything more than 400ths of a second. Nothing to choose between them. And Koivunen defended in style. Both of them, though, giving over a minute away to Hayley Simmons. Great ride by Simmons. And
she moved up 7 places.
Yeah, she dives straight on in there. You know, she's got herself straight into 7th place overall. Brilliant ride. And we'll talk a little bit more about that, I think. I'm sure a little bit later on. In terms of the team competition, Cadence Esport, ABC Sports and Core holding 1, 2, and 3 as they had before. In fact, all of our teams behind managing to hold shift holding. So were Rosa Blanca. Riot Squad, Riot 2, up from 6th to 5th. Swedish Fika Mafia battling away. 2 minutes separate them. Fika Mafia in 6th place, Rosa Blanca in 7th. But close time gaps. In fact, the closest time gap is between the Core Squad and the Continental Shift Squad, 3rd to 4th places. It's time to go racing in Category 2, another of our incredibly close race categories. Paulson, along with Koivunen, clear by some 3 minutes from the nearest rider. However, there are lots of single-digit gaps. There are lots of gaps. This is another one where my star system has basically exhausted the red pen.
Well, Koivunen and Paulson, 46 seconds separate the top 2 riders in Category 2, but 15 seconds separate Ortiz, Roach, and Gothlander.
6 seconds between Ortiz and Roach. 9 seconds between Roach and Gothlander. Gothlander dropping down to 5th place, but as you've just heard, not all that far off the points above. And given Gothlander's sprint, I would not be surprised to see her move up. Katarzyna Wellner, the polka dot mountain climbers jersey in the mix inside that top 10. You can see the points on your screen. 47 points for Truding today, 40 for Svarström, but 71 for Jennifer Gothlander. And Gothlander, I think, yesterday potentially saved just that little bit realistically for today. She knows that she needs to get some early points in, and she can do this. It's not going to be the case if she scores 5 points here and Truding doesn't score any in the first sprint. It's all over it, but it will leave her then with a gap of 1 to go. So it is, she's got to get a couple of good scores in here at least. But Kate Truding, she's been sprinting really strong. Will she be able to do that today?
Well, she'll definitely be in the mix. But the thing is, I think, is that Anna Svarström will be helping her teammate, Jennifer Gothlander, take that sprint competition because Svarström's lying 3rd, but she will be working and potentially leading out Gothlander. They're both part and parcel of that Swedish Fika Mafia squad. Mina Koivunen, well, her job today, defend yellow.
And I'm going to put this out there now. Mina Koivunen, unable to go to the World Championships in 2024 for a great reason, because of a new addition to the family and being told that she couldn't fly, basically couldn't get on that airplane, couldn't go out and race. What a way to come back from that disappointment of not racing there, and then having the change in your life of having a new addition to the family, and then coming back and racing, taking the race lead, holding the race lead, and then putting in a time trial on stage 6 like she did.
Can I just say, the new addition to the family member is still only weeks old.
Yes.
And Mina Koivunen returning to riding, returning to racing. If you want to follow Koivunen on social media, she has absolutely diarised her journey as an elite athlete through her pregnancy and her return. Very shortly, I think she's going to be returning to top class form. Whether she makes the World Championships this year or next, she will be back.
She's certainly well one rider who we see racing regularly on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club is Dana Davidson. Dana, no pressure, but we would quite like this camera shot coming through each and every week on the Sunday Race Club, if that's all right, please.
You love it, don't you?
I do. It's kind of like, it's a little bit discombobulating, but it's pretty cool. You can see them coming over and round. Dana Davison are very much on the move here, but they're coming into towards the sprint here. And Anna Svarström is leading this out with Jennifer Goslander. So Svarström, Goslander, Bergin. But look at this. Svarström goes. She leads out Goslander. Goslander goes over the top. Totally pure road sprint tactics, track sprint tactics there. Goslander goes through. She takes 5. Svarström does the lead out job to perfection by then taking 4 points. Dividing and conquering the rest of everybody else. In fact, nobody could get near them. Bergin, great ride by her to get up there. Koivunen in the mix. So Goslander and Svarström, they snaffle up 9 of the available points here. Bergin with 3, Ortiz with 2, and Dijkstra with 1.
Well, I can tell you that makes Jennifer Goslander clear and safe in that sprinter's jersey now, because the points differential to Kate Tridden not closable.
25 points left, 25 points needed. No, it's more than that. And that means, as Emma just said, Jennifer Goslander, congratulations. You are our sprint winner
in category 2.
Category 2 on the MyWhoosh Championships.
She's just got to get that bike over the line.
She has indeed. So, Jennifer, congratulations. You've done the job. You're going to keep that green jersey. No matter what happens now, you can be focusing on that stage win and celebrating as you come over the line. Chapeau, well done. I don't know what well done is in Swedish. I probably should learn
I'm
it.
sure someone will let you know.
Yeah, somebody please get in touch on the live chat with what is well done or congratulations in Swedish. Or don't forget, of course, you can get in touch at Matt Fixer-Bain on Instagram. We are monitoring that as the way through. Ivan Yuki, if you're watching, go to your Instagram story, please, sir. That is a admin message coming to you, courtesy of the MyWhoosh live feed. So we've got one more stage to go for our riders sat in the pens. They're category 1. Everybody else in the women's race, well, they're already into that final stage. Now, Amanda Paulson's ride yesterday, that was a brilliant time trial from her. You know, we know that she can ride well on the road, but my goodness me, she showed some great pacing yesterday. She couldn't take the win from Koivunen. She couldn't open up enough of a gap to bring the gap down. But my goodness me, she reinforced that second place yesterday. 3:24 back now behind is Ortiz, the rider in third place. So Amanda Paulson now, barring a major problem, is going to ride herself into either first or second place, dependent on what happens between here at 3.9k in and the finish when we get to 55.6. Now, Henrik Oya, I'm going to take this as read, and I'm going to say it to one of our Scottish riders who probably won't understand it, but it is Gratis och bra jobbats, which is apparently, and if this is something terrible, Henrik, I'll go after you. Don't worry, I'll find you wherever you are. I'm sure it isn't. Gratis och bra jobbats is congratulations. Congratulations to Heather Shanks.
And thank you also, Heather, for popping out onto social media and letting Matt know which Scottish jersey that was.
Yes, thank you very much. I've got to say, the team jerseys are there.
Look at that.
Yeah,
Scottish cycling rules.
Yeah, Scottish cycling, a brilliant job done. And I'm loving the way that that you've got the bottles racked on the side and the headphones on the side there in the construction.
Neat.
It's a super neat pain cave. It's right up there. But Heather's done a brilliant job during the course of this week. I'm sure Heather's going to be very proud of that top 20 position, 18th position coming into today's stage.
Yeah, she has done a great race and a great ride. Part and parcel of that Continental Shift team. They're going to be pleased with that team competition as well. Currently lying in 4th place there.
So we can just see category 6 at the moment into the subterranean elevated wooden roadway. This is, if it goes through a tunnel and it's elevated, is it technically a bridge inside a tunnel? The bridge conversation and debate continues.
It's a boardwalk through a cave.
But it's crossing from one side to another, and you said that was the definition of a bridge, and so did the dictionary when I looked it up, sadly. So I did. Jessica Hamilton leading in category 6, Bridget Bremner, Trudy Stevenson, and Hermanson all in that category 6 leading group as we drop in with category 1, our last wave of riders to set off. They will be very shortly. let's give you a quick summary of the stage. If we said it was interstellar, that would be probably an accurate description, because we saw an absolutely rocket-fueled ride by McCarthy coming in and 57 minutes 36 seconds. Brilliant ride by her. She went clear, she rode, she time trialed away, she gave everything. We saw her coming up to the summit of that time trial. She opened up the gap and showed just why she is the champion of this MyWhoosh Championships in the women's competition. The fastest time overall of anybody. Behind her, Gabby Guerra. She dug in, she went for that second, but she didn't give up. She was putting herself in a position. Anything had happened to McCarthy, she was in a position to profit from it. She came in 53 seconds down. Another great result for her.
Camilla Arberg in third. That was the ride of the day for me.
Yes, and I think we should talk a little bit more about that when we go into the overalls, because it's affected the overall as well. In terms of team times, the teams in order: Ablock International in 1, Sweat Sensations in 2, the Breakaways in 3, Supernova in 4, Purebred Daisies in 5, What Team in 6, and the Underdogs in 7th. The closest time gap is close, because the Purebred Daisies are behind 47 minutes 28 seconds. The What Team are behind 48 minutes 13 seconds.
Oh.
There is not a lot to choose. It is seconds between the Daisies and the What squad. It's time to see what they can do. Can they overturn that? What will it take? Well, we will soon find out. The very final riders are away on the final stage of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. Category 1 riders leave the pens in Colombia with 55.6 kilometers of racing in front. They're going to ascend 195 meters, travel across 6 sprint checkpoints before they get to our finale at the final checkered flag at that final finish arch after completing 2 laps of the circuit here in Colombia. The front of the race may be done and dusted, but further back.
It is not over yet. Let me just say, Kate McCarthy in 1. She is now 3 minutes 36 clear of Guerra, who is clear of Alberg. Alberg moved herself up into that position yesterday in that individual time trial. She climbed 2 places to 3rd place, going past Holdcroft, Tomasi and Kolczynski. Holdcroft sits in 4th. It is not far back. Tomasi sits in 5th. Kolczynski sits in 6th. A little bit further back, Catherine Fuhr, then Amelia Van Hove. Between Van Hove, Gallegos and Meyer, well, there's 8 seconds between Van Hove and Gallegos, and there's 26 seconds between Gallegos and Meyer. It is really, really close. And, well, depending upon what happens today, and if we see groups go away, there could be some shuffling of the pack. Shuffling of the pack is not going to happen in the sprint competition.
No, it's highly unlikely, although 30 points on offer. It basically means that Otto and Hermansen really is the battle that's there. It's not about Soderstrom because she has done such an astounding job. She's clear with a commanding lead as Gabby Guerra sets off on the final stage here today. Let's talk about Gabby Guerra before we go on to Camilla Alberg, maybe in a bit more detail. Gabby Guerra has shown just why she is one of the real stars of cycling esports for me. She has every single day shared her journey and that battle and that fight on social media. Every time we go into that pain cave, she's there giving it absolutely everything. I think there is nowhere she hasn't searched to try and find everything out of herself to give it and to try and challenge McCarthy.
Can I say, she sent me a very lovely message at the end of day 1 saying that I put a little picture of some ice cream on social media, and she sent me a very lovely message saying, you absolutely deserve that after talking all the way through stage 1. Well, I think she absolutely deserves a bowl of ice cream now too.
All our riders deserve ice cream, and to be honest, much as I like ice cream and I'm addicted to this stuff, I would happily hand over a ball to any one of our riders who finish all 7 stages, and that is a sacrifice that I don't make often, believe me.
Well, Mika Soderstrom is in the green jersey, and you can see her on the screen at the moment.
Yes.
She's been so dominant, and we knew she would be from day one in the sprint competition. And she's highly unlikely to let it go without just showing what she's capable of, and Soderstrom doing what Soderstrom does. Tennille Otto, the other rider in the yellow jersey, who has been competitive in the sprint competition as well. It's like Tennille Otto woke up on day 2 and went, fancy a sprint, and she's currently lying second in that competition. And it looks like we're going to see Otto and Soderstrom battle it out today, even though Soderstrom can't be touched in terms of the points. Do you know what? Sometimes our racers just like racing.
And Mika Soderstrom has a team job to do here, actually,
Yeah,
because
she does.
Tennille Otto is ahead of Lisa Hermansen. And I think Soderstrom would want to deny points to Tennille Otto on a team basis, even if she doesn't want to do that on the basis of this is, this has been a great race and a great championship and a great battle between us.
Well, why I don't disagree with you, I also think there's an element here, particularly maybe for Ablock International and some of the other teams, is to keep their powder dry earlier on today, just in case moves go later and those riders are needed to do teamwork.
Yep.
It's a long stage. It's 55.6 kilometres. There is Camilla Ahlberg. Fabulous time trial yesterday from this racer. And it was an absolute joy to watch. Over the last few months, if you've been following the Sunday Race Club, I have been watching this racer get stronger and stronger and stronger. And yesterday, she just showed us what she is capable of.
Well, she's part of that really strong Swedish squad. Gratis Algebra job indeed to Camilla Ahlberg, who has done a fantastic job. And moving from 5th to 3rd under pressure, moving yourself up in a time trial when you know that you've got the chance to move on, it really has shown that she has had the presence of mind to do that. The breakaways are being led by her. She's their leading rider. They're sitting in 3rd position in the team series overall. I mean, they're 7 minutes clear of Supernova, but that's not insurmountable. And I think she really has shown day after day after day that she can be in the mix, and now has taken 3rd. And I think that should be confidence inspiring as she continues on in the cycling esports discipline, as well as her very strong rise elsewhere.
Well, Category 1 rolling and rolling strongly. And Camilla Miros in the young riders jersey. She's in the pack. She's in white. She's taking that jersey to the line today. Great to have the under-23 competition as well as the Masters competition. Amelia van Hove, she is in the Masters leaders competition. And great ride from her as well.
And just a quick reminder, we've got the GCC, so the local rider competition within the Gulf Cooperation Council. MyWhoosh based down in Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates. And of course, MyWhoosh and the entire nation very much getting on board with riding, with cycling, whether that's with the big demonstrations indoors for lots of people to jump on board MyWhoosh, whether that is funding this championship and making this happen, and so many local riders being involved in this as well, whether that is looking after riders at places like the Hoderiya Island. The infrastructure there is absolutely phenomenal. I know Catherine Fua was there when she was racing to her medal at the World Championships in 2024, and I'm sure we'll see her back in going over to Abu Dhabi and defending that in 2025. She'll be looking to take away victory. Good to see Catherine Furr smiling. On to the last stage of the day. And I think Catherine Furr, for me, has been super smart. She's ridden strongly, but she's also used this, as I'm sure all of our top riders have, as a training block as well. And she's scheduled that in. She's been programmed in what she's going to do here as well, and taken that into account in that big run for the World Championships, which is back in Abu Dhabi in November.
Well, the Sweat Sensations, Maya, Guerra and Fua have had a phenomenal race. They were joined by Merle Bruni on stage 1. But Bruni got in contact with me because she raced a triathlon in France this week as well.
Oh, wow.
And unfortunately, she said that she'd entered the triathlon and booked a small family holiday around it before the dates of the MyWhoosh Championships were announced. So she raced on day 1 as part and parcel of that team, but has then handed the mantle over.
Well, she's certainly it's in safe hands, I think. But it'll be great to have Mel Bruni back. Another great rider from those World Championships, Maria Holcroft, the rider who took 4th place there. In 4th place here as well. And got to say, Holcroft defended 4th position. She didn't move up or down. She's got to have Alberg in her sights. 39 seconds today. Difficult to do, but not impossible. And for me, Holcroft, I would imagine, is going to be looking not only to be working with McCarthy, but potentially looking to McCarthy to assist her to move up through the field.
Yeah, well, do you know, Holdcroft has been so consistent throughout this championship. She's finished 5th on day 1, 3rd on day 2, 5th on day 3, 6th on day 4, 4th on day 5, and 4th on day 6. That is absolute consistency from Holdcroft, and that's why she's in 4th place overall.
So all of our riders out on the road here in Colombia. Now, this is a 2-lap race. So basically, we will see the category 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. going over the top and potentially catching riders, not necessarily on the same lap, but on different laps as they go out and round. One rider who has impressed yet again, the youngster Francesca Tomasi. Time trial yesterday. Did we think time trialing would be her ultimate strength on this? Well, it's certainly not a chink in her armour because she moved from 6th to 5th in the race yesterday. She progressed up on those big climbing stages. Yesterday, Tomasi moved into the top 5, and Tomasi's move to 5th place in that time trial showed, and she set out early. It wasn't all done on the climb. There was a lot of that work was done on the flat, and watching those her times on the way through, she hardly lost any time. If not, she was making up time on the early section.
Well, she's part and parcel of that Supernova squad with Van Hove, that teammate or her teammate Van Hove, part and parcel of the top 10 as well. They've had a great race in Category 1. Well, interesting to see Category 6 are at the 34.4 kilometre marker, and it's a pack of Category 1 riders at 6.7. Really interesting to see. And there you go, big groups. Category 1 up and over the bridges. There's a fair few more bridges in those legs of those Category 6 riders by now.
Now, you can see on the left-hand side of your screen that that was the Category 6 chasers. By my reckoning, in this group is the Category 6 leader, because the Category 6 leader, Jessica Hamilton, has ridden a superbly smart move.
Look.
Because Hamilton saw the category, she'd broken clear. She had a gap, not a lot of one, but she saw them coming, and Hamilton can sprint. Now, what she's done, she's sprinted, she's gone with this group, she's stayed with them as long as she can, and she's now introduced a gap between herself and the riders behind. She was time trialing yesterday. She needs to now time trial again.
She's used them as a carrot, hasn't she?
Well, she's used them. She's taken the draft as they came in. It would have been very easy to sit there and let it just go past. You know, if you stood on the platform of a train station, the train comes in and it just goes rocketing past. You can feel that draft coming past you. Or if you're out on the road and a big truck comes past, you get the same thing, or a bus comes past. Well, that would have been very easy to sit there and let that happen. But she didn't do that. She kicked on, she jumped in, and she used them to maximum effect. And that is a sign of a very, very experienced rider.
Yeah, it is. Now, Meyer, Bauer, Soderstrom, Leninin, Otto, Hakkinen, Fua, Guerra, all in the group. And I hope no one's frightened of heights at the moment, because that bridge, well, it's over the gorge, and they are dropping down and through past the waterfalls here in Colombia. Have I already said I really like this route to ride in Colombia?
Almost as much as you said you love a stage race.
Well, Nicole Mayer, I hope she loves a stage race, because it is stage 7 over 8 days. She's had a brilliant ride over this MyWhoosh Championships. Mayer is currently lying in 10th position. It is close between her and Elise Gallegos, the rider in front. And in fact,
seconds.
It is close to Amelia Van Hove in 8th. It's going to be really interesting to see what these teams, if they have planned today.
Or are they just going to be answering things as they happen? And there is a degree that no there's a famous saying that is basically no plan survives the first engagement with the enemy. And basically, whatever your battle plan is, you take that into battle, and guess what happens? It changes, because the first time you meet the enemy, something different will happen than you were necessarily planning. One rider who I think has had a battle plan for everything that happens is this rider. It is Kate McCarthy. You can see the Irish flag, I think it is in the background, along with a fantastic dog portrait to the side. If you've been watching all the way through the championship, you will know that we have had a different pain cave every day.
Well, the picture is Kate's favourite picture of her dog Ricky in his Napoleonic military uniform. You can see she's had different pictures of her dogs in the background every day.
Ricky!
The Irish flag,
yes.
Go Ricky! The Irish flag is apparently her dad's Irish flag, but he left Ireland 30 years ago for New Zealand. But I do have a little inside. Apparently, her dad is not very happy that her uncle had the Liverpool jersey being up in the studio the other day, because her dad's cousin, Dennis Irwin, played for Manchester United.
Is that his cousin?
Yes.
Wow.
So there is serious sporting prowess in the family. Well, we knew that because McCarthy, well, she's world class.
Yeah, never mind that. Just loving the fact that Ricky's on the picture in a Napoleonic outfit.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
It's just genius. I feel very much like I've let my dog down. I think my dog has got portrait envy at the moment.
Well, Kristen Kolchinsky is one rider who's ridden really strongly this week, and the rider from the USA currently lying in 6th position overall. She's had some phenomenal rides and some phenomenal races. She took 3rd place on the Mount Fuji stage in Japan, just showing us the hill climbing prowess that she has. Part and parcel of that Adblock International squad. She's currently their 3rd rider in 4, Kolchinsky in 6, 3 riders in the top 10 for Adblock International. Brilliant teamwork, brilliant racing. And Kolchinsky, yet again during the MyWhoosh Championships, just showing us exactly what her skill set is. When the gradient gets steep, Kolchinsky gets climbing.
Well, we'll see if that's going to come to any useful skill set. There's not a lot of climbing today. She's going to be able to enjoy this. Meanwhile, up the road, Mika Soderstrom and Tennille Otto are doing battle once again as they go for the sprint. Now, Soderstrom on the front here. Otto challenging on the side. Otto's going to time this to perfection. Did she just come past on the line? That was incredibly tight as they went in through there in the Category 1 sprint. Just waiting for those results to come up. Soderstrom secure, I think, in the with the win there in terms of the overall. But the question is, did she take the win in the sprint? She did. So the battle continues onwards. Soderstrom v Otto at the moment. 5 points to Soderstrom, 4 to Otto. Then Shadik, Meyer, and Guerra. So those are your points. The counter-attack has just gone. I've just seen a move off the front here. I think we've just suddenly seen everybody go, look, we've just come through the sprint. It's time to throw something at us. Come on, Gabby Guerra. Guerra has gone hard on the front of this group as a counter-attack to the sprint at 10 kilometres in Category 1. This is a counter move. Now, McCarthy has got to respond to this. Guerra had limited options. She's gone hard. And look at this. McCarthy is having to answer. She's answering it at the moment. But this has thrown the cat in amongst the pigeons because, oh my goodness, Guerra, it's not done and dusted yet.
Well, it's great to see the firelight on the final stage of the MyWhoosh Championships. We're here in Colombia. We could have sat and sipped champagne all the way around and had a friendly pat on the back, but no, these are the Category 1 women, and the fire was lit by Gabby Guerra at the 11-kilometre marker. The push first came, and 1 or 2 riders going out the back of the group at the moment. I think, well, this could be a cracker of a finale today.
So the riders are making the way in and through to Tennille Otto. Brilliant riding by Otto. as she goes down the road. She's been sprinting with Soderstrom each and every time. She's making that second place hers. Shattuck is at 25 on the way through there. So just looking at the moment, those scores, Soderstrom 77 points. Otto 45. Soderstrom's got the overall win. Otto, though, second place. Hermansen has dropped down to 23 points with Shattuck up into third.
Well, I'm loving the fact that Tania Lotto goes, I might not be in with it for the win, but I'm going to give it all on the final stage today here on the MyWhoosh Championships. This is stage 7. This is the women's race. We are all in for the win today in category 2. Yes, Svardström, Bergin, Gothlander, Ortiz, everybody is in the mix today. Tridden is there as well. That was the sprint at 18.5. Well, it was 18.3. We're at 18.5 now. We've rolled through and gone over the top, but the pack is rolling here today. Phenomenal racing, absolutely brilliant in this women's race. We might be on the final stage, but we are not sat still at all. We are continuing to work and work strongly. Gothlander took the 5 points from Bergin, from Svardström, from Dijkstra and Ortiz. That's how that one rolled. Ho, ho, ho. Light my fire. Absolutely brilliant work going on across all of our race fields today here in Colombia. Well, we drop in with Sophie Giovanni. She is tightly in that pack. The riders pushing on here at the 19-kilometre marker. Let's just do a check. We've got 55.6 kilometres of racing today, 195 metres of climbing. 2 laps here in Colombia. At the 19.1 kilometre marker, the riders now rolling towards the end of lap 1. 3 sprints done, 3 more sprints to go. And what I'm loving here is you can see Giovanni clearly talking to someone whilst on the bike. Plans maybe being discussed for execution on the final lap here today in category 2. Now, we said category 2 had some really, really close racing on the top 10 on GC. Just 46 seconds separate the first 2 riders in category 2. And Koinsinen and Paulsen. We've then got 15 seconds separating Ortiz, Roach and Gothlander in 3rd, 4th and 5th. It is really, really up, well, for anybody. Giovanni currently sat in 11th place, just off of GC. We're in with Ruti Reis. Reis has indeed achieved the qualification from Brazil for the World Championship semi-final. So she will be representing her country later on. We've talked about Brazil this competition being a really strong presence on MyWhoosh Racing, and both the women's and the men's, and it's good to see Reese part and parcel of the pack. Gabby Nordin in here as well. She's riding and racing strongly. Jenny Eck, Vellner, Shanks. Schneider is in here as well. Katarina Karamani, Sarah Lundin, Mina Koinsinen in yellow, the yellow jersey, tightly in the pack, in the draft, exactly where she needs to be. Well, Jenny Eck with the national champions jersey in the background, plus the flag. The Finnish rider riding strongly here this week in category 2. She's currently lying in 8th on GC. She's done an absolutely brilliant job. It's close. Well, it's close all around her at the moment on GC. Just 1 minute separating 7th from 9th, and then a further 4 seconds back 10th. So that competition, well, I would say you could throw a blanket over them in this category, but not quite. It's slightly, well, maybe a long rug. But Jenny Eck part and parcel of that, and this category 2 race. It has been a cracking competition in this women's category 2 race. The level of racing, the level of strategy, tactics, power, planning and execution has been absolutely brilliant. Well, Maria Thompson on our screens at the moment, and you can see her there riding on your screen and in avatar form. She's sat right behind Koinsinen and Giovanni and Vellner on your screen, and Sophie Giovanni wearing the leader of the Masters competition as well. So a little bit of a push coming now on this Category 2 pack at the 21-kilometre marker. They are all rolling together and rolling strongly at the moment. Just at a check as to how many are in that group. Well, everybody is in that group. I tell you, 32 riders in that group in Category 2. The pack are rolling. I like to think there's a little bit of chatter amongst the avatars that they're all saying well done on getting to stage 7, and let's get racing on this final lap. Well, Category 3 a little bit further up the road. They're at the 27-kilometre marker. They are coming towards the end of lap number 1. So we were about to see Category 3 go out onto the second lap today here in Colombia. And early on the second lap, they'll go through the Amazonian sprint. That is the lake sprint that they went through at the 2.3 kilometre marker. They're going to go through it as a 30.1 kilometre marker. That's the next sprint checkpoint on the road. Simkin, Bradley, Desenia, Kasani, Young, Miller, Nielsen, Bennett, all in this group. The pack rolling strongly at the moment as they are in these underground caverns here in Colombia. Or Bulwara, the yellow jersey, on the front of the pack, alongside the green jersey and the polka dots. The white jersey is in there as well as the Masters jersey as well. Great to see everybody here enjoying the final stage of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. There we go. Category 3 out on to the final lap. Ding, ding. One more lap to go. Category 3 run out on 2. The final lap here in Colombia on stage 7 of the MyWhoosh Championships. We're in with Valentina Desenia on your screens at the moment. She is part and parcel of that pack. Now, Desenia has had a good race. It's been really great to watch her here. Part and parcel of the Grit squad, and she has indeed been really strong when the gradient has gone up. She came into her own during the Zurich stage, the Mount Fuji stage, and indeed on the time trial. She put in a great performance there too. So the latter stages here have really been played to Valentina Desenia's strengths. It's very flat today, pretty much like our first few stages. She needs to sit on the wheels and be there at the finish. Angelica Altamirano will want to be there at the finish early on in the race on stages 1, 2 and 3. In fact, she took second place on stages 1, 2 and 3. It was absolutely brilliant racing from her. She took first place on stage number 4 in Zurich. It was Mount Fuji that was her downfall. She fell 11 places on GC on the Mount Fuji stage today. I don't think today she's going to be able to bring that time gap down now because she's at 7 minutes 55 seconds on GC in 13th place. But that not discount her from taking another stage win here on the MyWhoosh Championship. She should definitely be one to watch should this Category 3 pack come in for a bunch finish. Altamirano and Bonilla, for me, would be the 2 riders to be watching in terms of that bunch finish. Should there be a sprint today in Category 3? Well, her teammate Kim Bonilla is wearing the leaders jersey in the Young Riders competition, the competition for riders 23 and under. And great to see her. She is also, while she's just lying outside of the top 10 in 11th place, she is around 30 seconds back on the top 10. In Category 4, they're at the 34.4 kilometre marker. They have indeed been through the first sprint on lap number 2. And it was indeed Peretti picking up the points there. She picked up 5 points from Catherine Montoya. Dominique Charlebois picked up 3. Gina de Grazia picked up 2. And Kathy Collins, the rider from the USA, picked up the final point in that sprint competition. Collins wearing the jersey of the leader in the Masters competition in Category 4. As we just see a push up and onto the bridge here. Tanya Holweiler is in the mix here. And going through that section, there were 21 riders in the leading group. that you are seeing on your screen in category 4. Tompkinson is there, Dowling is there, Holweiler is there. Absolutely brilliant to see these riders. Just taking a little look, Tanya Holweiler sat in 17th place overall. And it is indeed great to see her in the mix. She had a strong time trial yesterday and consistent in her racing. Absolutely brilliant. Kath Tompkinson, there she is on our screen. Kath Tompkinson has had a great ride and a great race. She's had some great finishes as well. She took 3rd place on stage number 3 here on the MyWhoosh Championships, and that pushed her up a couple of places. She also finished strongly in Japan. She's currently lying 9th on GC. She's in the top 10. She's only 8 seconds back from Schultz, who sits in 8th place. It could be very, very close between those two, and Tompkinson could take the opportunity today to see if she can get 1 place better on GC. Angel Hadlock, well, she sewed up that polka dot skin suit competition in Japan. That's where the competition finished. Yesterday, having a much steadier day in that individual time trial. She dropped 4 places on GC there, down to where she sits now in 6th overall. And pushing on here, she's going to she's going to hold. She has held that polka dot skin suit for some time, and she'll be one very happy rider about that, and continuing to push and drive on these small climbs. Hadlock on your screen at the moment. The fan is blowing. We know she's such a strong climber. She climbs to perfection on the Sunday Race Club when she takes part there, and she's done exactly the same during the MyWhoosh Championships this week. So absolutely fabulous to see Hadlock smiling on our screens, turning those legs at the 36.1 kilometre marker. She's resplendent in that polka dot skin suit. Just dropping back in with category 1. They're coming up to the 20 kilometre marker. They've been through the final sprint of the day. Now, just take a little look at this. There seems to be a UAE rider on the background. So the Irish flag is now only 1/3 showing. Ha ha ha. Interesting move. I wonder whether that is a prediction. I wonder whether there is a prediction here as to who McCarthy thinks might win the men's competition. But I think you may find that Dylan Kennett put that up. I think Vink may be his hero, but I also think he's got something in terms of Ollie Jones as well. Happily supporting the New Zealand riders and racers in the Category 1 men's race, as well as happily supporting the riders in the Category 1's women's race as well. I think you'll find Dylan Kennett may well be in the ears of some of the Category 1 racers, de-essing and discussing tactics and strategy. But McCarthy, well, it's interesting to see the supporters and friends and family of our riders also decorating the pain caves whilst the riders are racing. And they are indeed racing, because take a look at this. At the 20.7 kilometre marker, there's a push on at the front in this Category 1 pack. We knew it wouldn't be a quiet day today. Riders defending jerseys, riders defending GC, riders defending sprint competitions, and riders trying to change it all about. Well, fortune favours the brave, and Kalman on our screen at the moment having to respond to this move. The move at the front, well, Field is there, Falensky is there, Gallegos is there. Oh, it's going to be an interesting race today because we have just gone through the first sprint. Well, we haven't actually. We're just coming up towards the end of lap 1. We're going out onto lap 2. Oh, the riding today, the racing today could well get exciting here. We are going to see Category 1 women go out onto lap 2. Someone's lit the touch paper now, and the ride is pushing and the race is going at the front, and Gallegos and Ulberg are right up there. McCarthy's having to defend this. She's sitting right at the front of the pack and watching the wheels. But Category 1, well, they are about to go out on to lap 2 here today. And it looks as though it's game on.
It certainly does. Brilliant to see that the riders are not making this a case of job is done for anybody here today. Category 1 light, Category 6 the furthest riders down the road, 46.9k. They're eating up the kilometres here. I think there's a few people eager to get to the end, sad as it may be. I have seen a fantastic post on social media from Vodicek Sebsa, who's put down a post and it says, are we able to talk about post MyWhoosh Championship syndrome, where you don't have a reason to get out of bed and go race in the morning? Because I think it's very, very true. There's going to be a lot of people missing the racing. This is your last chance. If you're out there racing in the women's race, last chance to go racing on the MyWhoosh Championship for 2025. Let's get it done. Get out there, hit those rows, and make sure that you give everything. You don't need to ride anywhere tomorrow. Get to the finishing line. That's it.
Yeah, well, true. But at the moment, we've got Category 6 on the right-hand side of your screen at the 47.4 kilometre marker. They're going to be the first pack coming towards the finish line today. And the push is on the front at the moment, and a bit of a move, but the pack rolling strongly together. And Bridget Bremner leading the charge at the moment. Great move from Bremner. On the left-hand side of your screen at 44 kilometres, it's a Category 5 pack. They seem content now to be rolling towards the finish line. They are past the final sprint of the day. Category 5, well, coming to that mark.
So they're coming in to that point at the moment. Remember, that sprint going to be kicking off as they make the way over the bump and drop down. It's going to be very shortly indeed. Are we going to see an early wind-up in that run? So a quick reminder, Hannah Hermansen, the winner in Category 6 in those points overall. With her last point scored, it takes her over the 100-point marking. That is 103-point mark. She's now at 103 points. The century has been achieved in sprint points by Hannah Hermansen overall, 103. Second place, Bridget Bremner, 57 as they came through. And Jessica Hamilton taking third with 43 points. Brilliant. Okay, just taking a run in with Category 6 at the moment. These are the leaders on the road. They are up the road. Category 6, the start of today. Overall, it was Hermansen. It was then Stevenson, Bremner, Hadjuk, Sarasu. They were the main protagonists. They're all in this group at the moment. You've got Agadello just outside the top 10 with Solazano, then Botero, Lodano, and then Kirchner. They were the top 10 riders. Hermansen at the moment, the rider who took that yellow jersey back yesterday from Trudy Stevenson, doing plenty of work here today. Time now starting to get towards the end of the stage, because the riders at the moment at 48.8k, they've got to get themselves to the 55.6. Can Stevenson do anything about this without jeopardizing that second place overall?
Wow, there is a good question, and I imagine we're going to have some good questions right the way through all 6 race fields as they come on the run to the finish line. But at the moment, at 49 kilometres into the race, they've got 6.6k to go, the Category 6 pack. At a 45.7k, the Category 5 pack are running towards the final sprint of the day.
So on our screens, Natalia Idzik in Category 5. Can she round this off with a sprint win? Here we go. We're in with the final time with Natalia Idzik on the run in. I think she's going to just get this wind up right here. She's on the wheels of Alza. Is she going to come over the top here? Here we go. Final sprint, Santa Fe sprint done. Natalia Idzik shows just why she is our sprint winner on Category 5. Amazing
She looks really pleased with that as well.
Natalia, we've enjoyed watching you sprint time and time again, and to finish it off with a win, a brilliant job. Well done to all of our point scorers on that sprint, to Isabel Azet, Annalena Tijeras, to Rhoda May Joymet and Claudia Gentili. in the Category 5 race. Idzik taking the overall, and Idzik matching the points. A Centurion as well, 103 points for Idzik overall.
Brilliant.
Yarzok in second with 48, and Ermolova in third with 45 points. Brilliantly done to all those riders getting over the 100.
Yeah, absolutely fabulous. And Idzik, with a very clear plan on day one, that sprint competition was a target, and she has absolutely delivered. Well, Category 6 now coming to the 50-kilometre marker, 5.6k to go, not just on the stage today, but to complete the MyWhoosh Championships. Navarez, Hermansen, Londono, Hadjuk, Bremner, Solorzano, Agudelo, all lined up and driving towards the finish line. Well, Category 5 are around 3 kilometres back at the 47-kilometre marker. A little bit further back down the road in Category 4, they are at the 41.4k marker, and Category 3 36.7. They are out on to that second lap and riding strongly.
So going out onto lap number 2, a 2-lap race here today. Riders coming in and through that move in Category 6 by Hamilton, not paying off and not able to stay clear of the chase group behind. This is a real battle as they come in and through. Category 4, 3, 2 and 1 still to make their way through those final sprint checkpoints. Emma, as we move in towards these final few kilometres, let's talk just briefly about Category 6, Category 5. In terms of that overall race, both races have kept us really entertained with riders defending, battling, racing against each other. In Category 6, Hermansen versus Stevenson has been a real battle. We've seen that lead switch backwards and forwards time and time again. Hermansen took stage 1. She was our leader on 1. Stevenson leading after stage 2 and 3 and 4. But then we saw that comeback from Hannah Hermansen as well. This is very, very telling, the way that these two have battled. They've raced against each other and they're still only 6 seconds apart. And that just shows how tight it's been. We've seen riders like Hadjuk moving up through, real talisman riders like Bridget Bremner in Category 6 racing, and all the way through that race field, we've seen them in action. And you mentioned earlier the Kitty Hawk Racing Moonpaw, that team that's going back to basically all going back to work shortly after. I think if there's been one thing from this, I think what's really, really impressed me is the way that it's united people in riding from around the globe. It's not one region, one area. It's all about the whole of the global esports community.
Oh, completely and utterly. And Jessica Hamilton, whilst we're talking about global esports communities, puts a push on and a drive in at the 51.4 kilometre marker. Trudy Stevenson and Hannah Hermansen, 1 and 2 overall, picking up and dropping in. And they're the riders doing the chasing, and they need to be the riders doing the chasing. They are the ones with the things to lose today. And Hamilton, part and parcel of that Kitty Racing Sky Claw squad. She's part and parcel of Bridget Bremner's team. Bremner lying in 3rd overall. I don't think they're going to close the gap down between Bremner and 1st and 2nd, but they could be trying to ensure Bremner gets a great position to follow and to finish. And, this could all be about lining up for the finish line today. Well, Hermansen, Hadjuk and Agudelo on your screens at the moment. They are all part and parcel of that Category 6 race on our screen now.
And Monica Hadjuk will, as well as working for herself, be looking after Hannah Hermansen. Trudy Stevenson's ready for the Tour de France. They're leading the team competition. They've got a 38-minute gap, so that is secure. But for me, Agudelo has got to, I think, realistically try and help herself and to try and help Stevenson take that jersey back. As we come into the finale, 6 seconds on overall separates Hermansen from Stevenson. Would you just be throwing everything down the road now? Would you just go? We're so close now. What have you got to lose? There's a 5-minute gap back from Stevenson to Bremner.
I think
they're separated by 5:27. If you're Stevenson,
you're going for the stage win, aren't you? You're going right now. You're going for the stage win on stage 7, the final stage of the MyWhoosh Championships. You want to be over the line. You want to take the win. This is the finale, and you've got to know your time gaps, and you've got to know who's in the group before you make that decision. And that, is what a DS is for, or what a leader on the road of the team is for, making that decision. But you know what? Sometimes, why not? If you are safe on GC, let's go. Well, Category 5 at the moment at the 49.7 kilometre marker. They're the second group of riders who are going to see the finish line today, and Giles Cook and Vinc Quintero. Quintero pushing on here. Big drive.
It is a big drive here, and Yazok went on the front there at over 4 watts per kilo. Quick reminder, Yazok moving up into second place overall, 1 minute 55 down on Albin. I don't think that is a surmountable distance or time gap, should I say, to go over the top of.
And she's an individual rider, Yarskok, so she's not got to worry about a team. She's not playing the team game. She is an individual rider. She's currently leading the young riders competition as an under 23. She's in that white jersey. She's got nobody to worry about other than herself. Why not go for a stage win?
Why not, indeed? And when we talk about those stage wins, we've got to mention our first stage winner, and that was Megan Albin. And we were discussing a little bit earlier about the time gaps between Albin and the rest of this race field. It has yo-yoed up and down and up and down and up and down a little as we've gone through, but she's been very, very strong. We've seen her time after time riding strongly. Got to say, all power to her. But Yarzok's moving up. Becca doing a great job in Category 5. Really coming through and showing just how strong she is. And Becca are taking that climate competition as well. The polka dot jersey competition being wrapped up on the stage top of the Mount Fuji. Let's go across to Category 4, because Category 4 at the moment, the runners on our screens. In that Category 4, Barabalawa, who we've seen on our screen, that shot into the pain cave, leading. Lucy Young moving up through, Lips in here. We're at the 44.8k. They're going to be the next riders hitting that final sprint. Behind them at 40.6, it is Category 3. Both these are big bunches. Is this the last gasp? Take this stage. It's my last chance to grab some prize money, big prize fund, $1 million US. No,
I think this is a celebration of what we have done as a race group and as a ride group, and we're all together. We're rolling towards the finish line here. There's got to be there's a sense of pride, there's a sense of achievement. Everybody is sharing it, which I think is fabulous. I'm sure the teams are all chatting on Discord together, and you're chatting to your teammates and lining up. If we're going to see fireworks, it's going to be towards the end of this stage. Well, our riders at the moment, you can see the closest 4 categories to that finish line all on our screen, and Category 6 are pushing now. Sarasu, Londano, Solizano, Hermansen, Hadja, Cagadello, they're into the final set of caves. They're coming up to the final 1,300 meters to go, and this is a bit of a push on the front.
It is a little bit of a rise as you come on to this elevated walkway. Little bit of a gradient change to come up on the top. They've squeezed on here. Solizano and Lodano are going here. They've got Sarasu behind. Stevenson is potentially looking to use this, but very quickly being answered here by Hermansen. The questions, though, being asked by Solizano. So Solizano at the moment, the rider who is looking to gain some time back. She dropped from 6th to 7th behind Agadello, but she's looking now for that race victory. Here we go. Angie Solizano out of the saddle here, going for a long one on the very final stage of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. And it's Angie Solizano who's got the gap. It's 2 seconds. The rest of the riders, well, they're fractured at the moment. You can see the leading chasers are one group, but behind there are ones and twos. Behind it's a number of riders who cannot stay with this pace as they keep on pushing, and Hermansen now decides to stamp her authority on the chase. She comes to the front and puts them in place.
Well, Solazano pushing on, Hermansen watching the moves, Agudelo, Londano, Hadjuk, Stevenson, Sarasu all in there, and so is Bremner. Bremner's now at 6 seconds. So 7 riders now driving towards the finish line. Hermansen defending that yellow jersey. She's doing a great job. Monica Hadjuk on our screens at the moment has also been getting stronger and stronger. She's been doing a phenomenal championships, but Solazano at the moment pushing on.
So the riders are making the way up here as they go through. Solazano leading with 3 seconds the gap. Here she goes.
Well, Solazano, that's the banner. That's the final banner on the MyWhoosh Championships. Angie Solazano takes the win in Category 6. The rider from Tour de France. Congratulations. Hannah Hermansen defends that yellow jersey in style. Monica Hadjuk comes through as well. Absolutely brilliant racing here on the MyWhoosh Championships. Category 6 over the line. Let's just confirm. Solazano in 1, Hermansen in 2, Londano takes 3, Hadjuk takes 4, and Agudelo takes 5th.
Brilliant, brilliant riding, I have to say. So impressed time and time again by our riders as they put everything in there, and you saw that on the faces of the riders as they came in and over the line. Congratulations to our stage winner Angie Solazano. Hannah Hermansen taking 2nd on the day and confirming herself as the winner of the race overall on a general classification. We will be bringing you the tables, the provisional tables, because of course all the results yet to be verified as we come to the end of the show to try and give you a good wrap up of who has got what. A big congratulations to everybody who's been racing in Category 6. If you're still out there, keep on going. That banner is not too far away. And remember, when you hit these caves, it's just the other side. You come out of the darkness and into the light, into the finish of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. We're in with Category 5. We're in with our yellow jersey wearer. Megan Albin is here. She is stuck right in the middle of this group. They're coming up towards this rise. You can see the boardwalk raising up in front of the riders, curving to the right. And we see our young rider going up on to the front. So the push comes from Yazok at the moment on the front of this group. Meanwhile, Itzik is responding. So is Ermolova. So is Albin in that yellow jersey. The polka dot jersey now comes up to the wheels. Becker, who's pushed herself right up and held that top 3 position, no matter what people have thrown at her. They all want to have a part of the action here. Kennedy leading them at the moment. Gentili comes up over the top now. It's a real washing machine effect at the front of this group. Nobody is backing off. Nobody is backing down. And they are going to come onto this leveled off section. And I think everybody is going to be sucking in the oxygen, wondering how they're going to manage another kick as they come into the finish.
Well, Alza on the front, mare into Kennedy is there. And interesting moves from Rachel Kennedy. Full gas Fems. Well, they are going full gas today. Full gas towards the finish line here on the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. Megan Albin just surfing the wheels there in that yellow jersey.
So what can they do? Can anybody sneak away for an early move? I think now it's about that final rundown, and it's a fast sprint. Remember, they're going to pick up speed as they come out from the caverns. You get that slight little downhill run at the finishing line at the gantry that marks the end of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. On the front, another big squeeze here. Justina Yazov wanting to take away a win here today, and look at Albin here. Albin is responding. The yellow jersey's been thrown off in the pain cave. It's just the yellow headband. It's the yellow skin suit who comes to the front here. Albin is trying to take this all the way to the line. Can she round off her week in yellow with a win in yellow for the final stage? Is it's going to have something to say about that? She comes up onto the wheels. We're at 55.2 kilometers so far. We've still got 350 meters. You can see the sunshine. You can see the banner just on the outside of the cave. Here they go.
It's the yellow jersey versus the green jersey. The sprint winner versus the yellow jersey who's looking to take the stage and the championships. But it's going to be Natalia Idzik. She's won the sprint competition, and she's proving why on the final day. Natalia Idzik takes the win on stage 7 of the MyWhoosh Championships, and I am almost in tears.
Emma can feel that emotion coming through the screen from Idzik. That is an amazing result for all of our riders who've been in over the top. The riders coming in through the finish. The riders are starting to make the way in behind. It really is critical that you get yourself to that finishing line. We want to see you come over the line. I think at the moment, Emma just so impressed by that finishing
I love
sprint.
the emotion here. You know, the emotion in the pain caves, the work from the riders, the work from the support crew. How much this means to people is absolutely phenomenal. And to see the yellow jersey and the green jersey go head to head in the sprint in the finale in Category 5, what a roundup to the MyWhoosh Championships and Category 5 superb racing. And guess what? We've got 4 more categories to finish yet today in this women's race.
So Hannah Hermanson confirming herself as our overall winner in Category 6. In Category 5, Megan Albin doing the business. Meanwhile, the sprint still continues to unfold in Category 3. This is the run for the sprint. This is going to be absolutely critical here as they go in through Category 3. Go for the sprint here on the section. This is to see who can be realistically grabbing those points. They'll want to take the most points on the stage, take away that title here today. And there are prizes at stake here. So that sprint really critical. McKay leading overall from Young, from Desegna, from Real, from Grassi. They're the top 5 riders. Real and Grassi tied on points in terms of the overall sprint competition in Category 3. They're through the final sprint, and it means it is confirmed. Helen McKay, who we saw take that title, put the early sprint in, making it work, then that is absolutely critical.
Yeah, it is indeed, and fabulous to see. Category 3 settling back down. Kim Benilla just making sure she's in the group because Benilla will want to be there at the end. The white jersey of Benilla. She's got a turn of speed and she's got great timing in the finale to a race as well. Just making sure she's back in the wheels in the pack and doesn't want to get dropped at this stage. She's around 8 kilometres away from the finish line, and that Category 3 pack will continue to roll. And 4.5 kilometres away from the finish line, it's the Category 4 pack. A little bit further down the road, 41.4k, big group of Category 2 riders. They've just gone through the second jungle sprint, and Holly Bergin picking up 5 points from Gothlander, Ortiz, Vellner and Paulson. So continuing to pick up points along the way. And in Category 1, they are not yet at that 4th sprint of the day, or should I say 5th sprint of the day. There are 6 sprints in total, and the pack rolling strongly at 30.8. They're 2k away from the jungle sprint. They've been up and over the bridges.
They certainly have. Now, Category 2 group is looking huge there, Emma. Do we know how many's in that group? I might leave you just having a little scroll through the results grid to try and find
32.
That data. 32 riders in the Category 2 group as they make their way in through Category 1. Just starting to get frisky again as the gradient goes up on this little bit of a rise on the left-hand side of your screen. We're running in with the world champion, with the MyWhoosh champion elect. That is Kate McCarthy. At the moment, just taking that left turn nicely in that group. They can't break clear there. Meanwhile, in Category 2, we're in with our yellow jersey, Mina Koinstonen, in the middle of that group. 32 riders making their way in towards the next sprint. The riders coming in through. Remember, the final sprint today comes at 46.1 kilometres, so just under 4k for Category 2 to that final sprint of the day. Just that little bit further because Category 1, well, they're going to be the next riders hitting a sprint marker, a sprint checkpoint. And are we going to see Mika Soderstrom take away the penultimate sprint here? Will she take away that penultimate sprint win? Otto versus Soderstrom has been the order of the day. They've been fighting it out all the way through. But it's all about getting those points, being the winner on the day, getting as many points as you can, all the way to our very last stage, our very last checkpoint It is today. It is stage 7. Time flies when you're having fun. Oh my goodness, we have had some fun so far. As we take a look at these riders on the way in, Emma, let's just take a little focus on category 1 as they go for this sprint. We've seen Soderstrom be so strong in those sprints. We had a peg maybe for an overall. It's not going to be the case today. Soderstrom not going to be contesting this at the front. Interestingly, as they go through, Tanil Otto is going to take those points. Is Soderstrom now at this point? She's secure in the overall. She knows she's got that. Time to wait and see if she can take the end of the stage.
Yeah.
You know, if it comes to a sprint, she's going to be difficult to beat.
Yeah, we've just seen Natalia Idzik, the sprint winner in Category 5, take the final stage, and I think maybe Soderstrom has plans. It would be expected, wouldn't it? You know, we're on the sprinters stage, we're on the final stage of the championships. You imagine the final stage of the Tour de France if the sprinters weren't lining up, and lining up today are our yellow jerseys with our green jerseys, and we saw Albin and Idzik go head to head, but the sprint winner was the rider who took the stage in Category 5. Mika Soderstrom pushing on here at the moment. Kristen Kulczynski in the mix as well. And this is a big drive from these two riders. They are indeed two teammates, Holdcroft and Kulczynski. Big push coming on now. And you can see the damage being done to the group.
It's doing damage. Is it doing enough? It's tricky to tell. We'll soon find out. Category 4 into the final tunnel here as they make their way towards our finish. Category 4 racing, Emma. Let's talk very quickly before we see them come in over the line. Category 4, Steadman taking that lead and moving herself up into top spot on Mount Fuji with that fantastic ascent, then put in a great time trial as well. Nina Downing's done an amazing job of moving up in and through. Got to say a big up to Angel Hadlock. She takes away the climber's jersey. She was superb on those climbs and made it work by getting those points, making sure she was super smart in those. Really has been a strong ride. I'm really impressed by Hadlock going out with that target. Target done, job done. Brilliant job done by her. Peretti moving up into the top of the standings, really pushing and taking those stage wins when we got to anything that really went uphill. And she would have been a challenger for Hadlock had Hadlock not been so smart on those early points.
Absolutely. And for me, Catherine Montoya, you can see the look of concentration on her face. She's watching that group. She's surfing that pack. She's making sure she's in the right position. Because for me, Montoya will want the win today. But Peretti has gone out onto the final climb of the day. And Valentina Peretti absolutely dialing this at the moment here in Category 4. She's part and parcel of the Rebel Riders. She's part and parcel of Stenman's team. This could be a long run for the finish to protect that yellow jersey and give the team some extra points on the final day, but Peretti is leading the charge here. Kawasuska now closes down, so does De Gracia. Montoya is coming as well. So Catherine Montoya closing that gap down now. She is on the wheel. She's closed it down. She's sat on Steadman at the moment. Steadman on the front of the group as the group continue to push and drive here. Steadman at 5 watts per kilo. She wants to get to the finish line.
She certainly does. Montoya very, very focused here. Hadlock tried to keep the grin from her face here. She's loving this sprint run in here. Big smiles on the face as she comes into the finish. Peretti works hard, goes. Again, you can see she's out of the saddle here, pushing Kawasuska, holding it. The Rebel Riders leading this team competition are leaving nothing to chance. They've got so many of the riders in this group. You've got Kawasuska, you've got Peretti in here. You've got the overall leader, Steadman. They're doing a brilliant job of holding this race together to come into that finish. The big problem you've got a certain unshakable Catherine Montoya, and that is the teammate of Hadlock. So Hadlock got working well here, and they've done a brilliant job of cleaning up in these competitions. These riders, these are the cream of the crop at the end of the day of Category 4. They're going to make the way out. I can just see the light at the end of the tunnel for Category 4 in this MyWhoosh Championship for 2025. Who's it going to be? Hadlock's on the front here, winding it up, leading it out. She's got the casket on. She's got the race focus on. Behind her comes Gina De Gracia. They've raced each other time and time again. Can De Gracia snaffle a stage on the very last stage?
Well,
the last time of asking.
Polka dot skin suit leading out teammate here because Montoya in that green jersey is going to want the finale here today. De Gracia, well, she's getting in the way at the moment from the team plans, but Hyde now comes over the top as Montoya launches. The green jersey launches inches towards the finale of the MyWhoosh Championships in Category 4. But Hyde is there. Can Montoya get this? Claudia Hyde versus Catherine Montoya. I think Hyde got that. Well, it was her birthday this week, Claudia Hyde. Oh, do you have the results?
Well, what a race as they came over the line there. Brilliant to see that unfold in Category 4. Emma, run us through the
that was so close
of the run for the finish line there.
So Claudia Hyde for the Rebel Riders takes the win on the final stage in Category 4 by 0.05 of a second from Catherine Montoya. Nina Dowling comes through in third. Isabella Kawazuska comes through in fourth. And Angel Hadlock rounds out the top five.
Yeah, but Hadlock and DeGrazia trying to lead out Montoya there for the win. Claudia Hyde, a just reward for a rider who's got better and better and better as the week has progressed. We've got to say well done to her for taking the stage. She moved from 7th to 4th yesterday in the time trial. Today she takes top spot. Big congratulations to Suzanne Stemmen. She'll take away that yellow jersey from Nina Dowling to Alta Welper in that white jersey competition. Angel Hadlock in the polka dot jersey competition, and to Catherine Montoya, who should be taken away that green jersey. Don't forget, all the results at the moment are provisional. They are live, coming to you here on the MyWhoosh YouTube channel. You can subscribe to MyWhoosh if you want to catch up with more racing. Maybe a shorter, more compact show that's really easy to watch instead of 6 hours of show. Well, guess what? On Sundays, we're here each and every Sunday. That's myself, Matt Payne, with Emma Martin, all the team behind the scenes the same. We bring you the Sunday Race Club each and every week. MyWhoosh supporting cycling, esports, racing across all 6 categories. All the riders verified top to bottom with the world-class blue ribbon verification process. The checks, the broadcast, everything the same. We get the pleasure of putting words to the action each and every week, and you could jump on board and ride. Get yourself onto that start line. Download the app on iOS, on Android, and on Windows. You could be in with Category 2, Category 1 as they come in and through the finish. Our next finishers, though, well, we've got Category 3 on the way to the line. Category 2 and Category 1 at the moment, not in there. Now, a really interesting point, and I'm going to just bring this up quickly. Just because a category is normally, in theory, the quicker category, they're not always. And that is shown because on today's stage, Natalia Idzik's time, 1 hour 31 for the stage. That's a 1 hour 31 time. For Claudia Hyde, 1 hour 31, and it came down to seconds. In fact, Category 5 racing the leader, racing 2 seconds quicker than the winner of the Category 4 race. It shows you just how tactical Category 4 had become, because it wasn't flat out all the way through. It was short bursts of fast, intense action.
Well, 32 riders in the group in Category 2 on the right-hand side of your screen. And I can tell you there are... Oh, she says 24 riders in the leading group in Category 1 at the moment as well.
Wow. Wow. Right, let's jump in. We are in the tunnels. We are in the torch-lit procession of riders making the way up here, albeit a very high-speed procession. You're not going to be able to see much from the sidelines, watching in as these riders accelerate on to the rise here. 37 kilometres an hour they're travelling at. They've already done 54K so far. Category 3 leader had got a phenomenal 8 hours in the bank already. Over 8.5 hours of racing over the stages so far. More time added in today. Your overall leader in the centre of our 3 riders on the left-hand side of your screen, that is Barra Balala. We've got also in here the leader of the Masters competition, the climate competition on the bottom left-hand side. That is Emily Nyquist. And on the top, it's our under 23 winner, Kim Bonilla. So all of the jerseys, all on the left-hand side of your screen. The exception to that in terms of competition is our local rider competition. But my goodness me, what a threesome of riders, taking away 4 jerseys between them.
Well, and the sprint leader, Helen McKay, is surfing the wheels at the moment. She will be eyeing up the finish here today in Category 3 alongside a number of other riders, because we've got a lot of great sprinters in this group. They are coming up to 500 metres to go very, very shortly. 1 or 2 riders already being dropped off the back of this Category 3 pack because the pace on the front has started to pick up.
It's starting to wind. Balawa there sitting comfortably. She knows she needs to just get to that finishing line. Talking briefly in terms of the overall, Anne-Marie Lipp in 3rd place, Lucy Young into 2nd. Both riders who improved massively yesterday. Young going on to the front here, starting to wind this up. 7 watts per kilo. The Bandon and the Gantry are in sight.
Oh, Nyquist covers the move. Jen Reel is there as well as Kim Bonilla. Bonilla now starts to launch at 11 watts per kilo. Sopers has gone at 10. This is Bonilla versus Sopers at the moment. Is anybody coming from behind? Nyquist is coming really fast from behind, but Sopers is going to take it. Emily Sopers takes the final stage in Category 5. Emily Nyquist looks like she's going to put in another strong performance today here. Yep, Sopers in 1, Nyquist in 2, Bennett in 3, Bonilla in 4, and Lipp in 5.
6th place, Jen Reel. 7th, Lam Kong. 8th place, Melissa Simkin. And 9th place on the stage, Patty Keinberger, with a top 10 on the stage, rounded out by Gemma Daniels. Congratulations to our riders coming through. Congratulations to Barbara Balawa, taking away the yellow jersey in Category 3 for the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025.
Oh, just 2 races to finish.
No, don't let it stop. I want to keep
going. But it can't
going.
go on forever.
Can it just not keep going? Can we just not have like a 365-day stage race?
No.
Well, okay.
We'd have some very tired legs, but at the moment the push is on at the 46-kilometre marker. They're going for this sprint checkpoint. It is the last checkpoint of the day here, and it's looking like Gallegos has gone through there with a strong move, but it's Soderstrom, Van Shaw, Tomasi. No. It's all changed. Gallegos, Holdcroft, Caramello, Lethbridge, Van der Vliet. The computer had to catch up. Soderstrom towards the back. So at least Gallegos picks up the final 5 points in the sprint competition here on the MyWhoosh Championships in Category 1.
And I think this is a surefire indicator that Tennille Otto, along with Soderstrom here, are both thinking about that sprint to the finish and that run to the line. Now, another move on the front here, going clear. Another big kick. This time it's Marlin Bjarhed who has decided it's time to make sure nobody gets an easy run into the finish. Well, a big push going here from Bjarhed on the front. Can she break away at this stage? Surely that is just impossible.
Well, I don't know about impossible at all. She's putting in a big dig at the moment. Caramello sat on the front of the group, so is Olberg. Gallegos is there as well, but Bjarhed now sits up, goes back into the fold.
And those little trigger points on the way through, there's not too many. They're not that far from coming into the tunnels themselves. They're on that run pass to go past the pens, and then they'll make their way down in towards the cave entrance at the end of the valley where the river flows out from the cave and out onto the Amazonian basin, where the course has been for the vast majority of the time. They're going to make the way in after doing those laps and coming into the last leg. But what they've got to do here, I think they've got to be super smart. You want to take the final stage win. It's always the one everybody remembers almost. That last stage win is the one that will be remembered as we move forward with so many great stages on the way through. But Category 2, Category 1, we've got 2 great sets of races in there. We've got the world champion leading Category 1. We've got Mina Koinstonen leading Category 2, both inspirational riders.
Yeah, they are indeed. And I think, whether teams had plans coming in to light this up a little bit, whether they didn't, whether they've just settled into racing, who knows? But we've got around 5 kilometres to go in the Category 1 and Category 2 race. And it's going to be interesting to see how we roll towards the finish line. Will we indeed replicate what has happened in the other categories where we have come in for a big pack sprint? Charlotte Lucas, Goth Lander, McLeod, Svardstrom, Giovanni, Anna Russell, all in the group. Holly Bergin doing a sterling job today, picking up points in that sprint competition. She's stretching her legs. Is she stretching them for the finale as well? Who
Well,
knows?
we will have to find out. The last run in. We're in with Anna Sparström here, the Swedish rider from that amazingly strong nation. Great to get some final views into that pain cave on the run in. Anna's been doing a brilliant job in category 2 all the way through the week, and will be rewarded with a 17th place, a top 20 in the overall when she makes her way in and through that finishing line. And as was said in the briefing, we wanted to see as many people over that finishing line as possible. And I don't think, I'm hoping, keeping my fingers and toes crossed, that nobody fails at the final hurdle here today on stage 7. A final stage of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. 2/3 of the race field leaders are in and through category 6, 5, 4, and 3. Category 2 and 1 are on the way in. I'm going to take this opportunity to just say, if you have enjoyed this, don't be reticent in sending the team at MyWhoosh a message to say how much you've enjoyed it. They've worked their socks off behind the scenes to make this happen each and every day, from verification to the broadcast. It's been really, really critical. Have they kept you entertained? I'm sure they have. Don't forget, drop me a line, say thank you. It is always appreciated. We're all quick to criticise and very quick to say thanks. I'm going to say thanks to our riders, and it looks like the action still is going to continue all the way to the finish line.
Well, it is 2.5 kilometres from the finish line, and Kate McLeod just putting in a bit of a dig. Gothlanda responding, and so is Gonzalez Rua. Now, Dorothy Gonzalez Rua held the yellow jersey for some time during this stage race. Early on, phenomenal sprinting, her timing to perfection. Gothlanda in that sprint competition. Gonzalez Rua could be a good lineup for the finale today for stage 7 in this category 2 race. Hayley Simmons is here, Dijkstra is here, Mondero is here, Yaramillo is here, Vellner is here. They are all in the mix. And this big group.
It's a big group. One of my highlights, seeing Hayley Simmons show what a phenomenal time trial rider she is. Really a masterclass from her in category 2. Seeing Gonzalez Rua time and time again just digging in deep, pulling something extra out on those sprints and the running on those early stages. Watching the battles over the top of the climb, seeing riders move up the Battle of Denton to get herself up inside that top 10. Watching those riders battling Paulson's time trial and her defence. Gothlanda sprinting on the way through. The rise of Madonna Degma Shadi as we got in those hills. Katazuna's Wellness. Smart riding to take the points in the Queen of the Mountains competition. Without that smart riding, I think she might have struggled. Marisol Ortiz, a big shout out to her. She moved from 6th to 3rd in category 2 on the last but one stage. She took herself to be the closest rider to Paulson and the top 2. A brilliant ride by her on that time trial. And I've got to say, all the riders in category 2, you're in a really tough category. There's no two ways about this.
The strength and depth
Thank
of the race
you very,
field.
very much for keeping us entertained and riding as strong as you have. 3 very class riders here. Jennifer Gothlander, who's the rider who's taking away the green sprint jersey. Got to be a favourite today. Dorothy Gonzalez Rua with the ice vest on, our early race leader, the victor in the race, and a rider who really has shown yet again she's such a class. Amina Coyston, what can we say about the rider who is leading in category 2 and our winner of the stage race in theory to be, if she makes it over these final few hundred meters, and we've got no reason to doubt that. She's just done an amazing job here today. A fantastic rider, phenomenal athlete, and a rider who has shown that when she needed to dig, she did. She's had to defend. She's been on the defensive. She's done that. She's been on the offensive. She's gone out and attacked. She's shown all of the skills across what is a wide variety of parkour, climbs, sprints, ruler stages, time trials, the lot, mountaintop finishes.
Yeah.
Koistonen has come out on top.
Yeah, she has, and it's been a fabulous ride and a fabulous run. But the push is now on from the front at the moment, and it is Anna Svalström. Who is she leading this out for? Is she leading this out, or is she going for the win herself? But this is a long run, 200 meters out. That's the finish line. You can see it. Svalström, Lundin, Denton, Wagner. Poulsen is coming. Poulsen is coming fast. Amanda Poulsen is coming, but so is Denton. Poulsen gets there. Does she go over the top? Yes, she does. Amanda Poulsen is going to take the win today in category 2. It's gone to Katarzyna Wellner for second, Gonzalez Ruhr in third, Lundin in fourth, and Wagner in fifth.
So Paulson shows she can't just time trial and climb mountains for mountain top finishes to move herself right up there. Paulson taking away the stage win, the final stage winner of the day. Wellner, the mountain climb winner, taking away second place. Gonzalez Ruhr, London in there, Wagner in there, Svalström in there, Denton in there, Roach in there, Nordin, Koistinen coming over the line inside the top 10. Shanks behind her, the Shanks coming through for 11th place. The rider we just saw there, Marisol Ortiz coming through for 12th. Elisa Haag, who's been riding fantastically all week, in 13th place. Every single one of the riders coming in and through, doing an amazing job, and that huge bunch in and through the line.
2 seconds separating the top 26 riders in the final stage of the MyWhoosh Championships in Category 2. And for me, that sums up the Category 2 women's stage race. Well, Category 1 on our screens at the moment at the 52.4 kilometre marker. The last race to finish here on stage 7 of the MyWhoosh Championships. We're in with Mika Soderstrom at the moment. She's in the green skin suit. She's won the sprint competition. How are those sprint legs for Mika Soderstrom for this final run to the line?
And what a week it's been, and how sore are all the riders in category 1's legs going to feel, whether you're at the very front of that race category like Kate McCarthy, or you've been battling to get into the finish for your team, whatever that time is. It really has been a tough week's racing on MyWhoosh. Ablock International taking home the team win from Sweat Sensations, the Breakaway, Supernova, Purebred Daisies, the Watt team, and the Underdogs. A move goes on the front, though, as we go into the caves. So many riders to talk about. I'm sure we'll do that as we come in towards the end of the show. But our riders are not going to give us much chance, I think, on the run to the finish, because this is the first salvo in the race for the line. It's been fired off the front, but it is instantly being answered. Nicole Mayer being pulled back here. Alice Lethbridge and Camilla Alberg, along with Elise Gallegos. The riders doing the work to pull this gap back as Gallegos comes through. Will she continue? She's gone over the top at 7 watts per kilo. She's still holding 6.8, 6.6, but the group are on her heels, and the draft, I think, is going to put pay to this on this flat section. They need that hill. They need this rise. They need that little bit of change as we go in where the draft is less effective and the gravity starts to bite. Camilla Alberg on your screens, an amazing rider, fantastic ride by her to move herself up into third place in that time trial. Can she finish it off with a win here today? She's on the front. She needs to do a good sprint here today. I think it'll be sprint legs, not time trial legs, that see the win today.
Well, can the breakaway team make a breakaway out of this finale today on stage 7 of the MyWhoosh Championships? Alberg, Lethbridge, Fua, Holdcroft, Gallegos is in there as well. Now, Elise Gallegos told me this was just like one huge Ironman triathlon, but spread out a little bit, and that's why she was loving it. McCarthy, Guerra, Alberg, Holdcroft, Tomasi, Kolczynski, Fua, Van Hove, Gallegos and Mayer, your top 10 on GC in category 1. They are around 1,500 metres from the finish line today, and now the drive is on. We're in with Catherine Fua at the moment. Mika Soderstrom on her wheel. Alberg, McCarthy is there as well. Lethbridge is moving up the road, but we've got a 2-up push from the front, and Tomasi and Guerra are the 2 riders dialing it on the front at the moment. Holdcroft is trying to close this down, but Tomasi is driving on the front.
Well, Tomasi and Guerra going for that on the front there. Tomasi went, Guerra answered. It's a long way for either of these 2 riders, but they're not known to have the big power sprint that we see from riders like Soderstrom, but Guerra's got a great kick on her, and Tomasi is no slouch either. Soderstrom, well, she's shed the ice vest. She's there. She's waiting to go. Kate McCarthy is looking for the win as well. Do not discount Kate McCarthy when it comes to a sprint. She would love to round off her week of winning in winning ways here today, as we see another kick go on the front here, and Guerra's gone again. She's putting the second kick early. Is this going to be enough? McCarthy's on her way, though.
McCarthy is pushing and driving because Guerra is the rider who's launched down the road. Can Gabby Guerra stay clear of Kate McCarthy? Kate McCarthy has put in a massive kick at 14 watts per kilo, but she's still 400 metres away from the line. Mika Soderstrom now is running into McCarthy's slipstream, and this may be why McCarthy's gone long, because Soderstrom is coming. Can Soderstrom catch McCarthy? Will McCarthy go over the line in front of her teammate? I think she's going to. Mika Soderstrom backs off. Catherine Fua launches from behind, but McCarthy is driving towards the line here. I think McCarthy's going to make it, but Fua is coming. McCarthy takes one, Fua takes two. Soderstrom will have to be happy with third place today. What a finish. The world champion, the yellow jersey, comes over the line in first place to take the win on the final stage of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025.
So in category 1, Kate McCarthy taking the win from Catherine Fua, from Mika Soderstrom, then Holcroft, Alberg, Hermansen, Kolczynski, Guerra, Leinonen, and Gallegos on the last stage. We're going to dive into our overall. Congratulations to Hannah Hermansen. These are the provisional overall standings. All the results have yet to be verified, so don't go quoting the screen that you've seen if it changes and you get upset by that because you moved a place.
Wait for the blue tick.
You have to wait for the blue tick. So these are provisional overall standings at the moment. That has been your big warning for that.
Category 6, Hannah Hermansen taking the top spot from Trudy Stevenson.
These two riders have been clear of Bridget Bremner. It was a breakaway of 3 that made that stick. Meanwhile, in category 5, a brilliant race by all of our riders. Alzate unable to break the top 3. Becca climbing into that mountain leaders competition, taking away top spot in that, and third place overall. The youngster Justina Yarzok climbing through that time trial, overtaking everybody but the race leader, and takes second place and the white jersey, with Albin resplendent in yellow yet again. In yellow in category 4, Susanna Stemmen absolutely flying through, ahead of Downing, who came at Altawopa, came in the white jersey, and then Angel Hadlock taking away the polka dot competition in category 4. So that's category 6, 5, and 4. Let's go for category 3.
Well, Barbara Balawa taking the top spot in category 3 for the Riot 3 squad, ahead of Lucy Young, and Anne-Marie Lipp taking third. Emily Nyquist coming through for 4th overall on GC and taking that polka dot skin suit. Well, in category 2, Mina Koivunen did the business in the end and took the win on GC for the Continental Shift team. Great racing from her and Amanda Poulsen, who comes through for second place. Marisol Ortiz takes third on GC. Sarah Roach takes fourth. Katarzyna Velner finishing in 9th for La Rosa Blanca, picking up that polka dot skin suit and winning the mountains competition. And in category 1, we've just seen Kate McCarthy take the finals of the championships. She takes top spot on GC in category 1, the world champion, winning the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. Gabby Guerra taking second place for the Sweat Sensation squad, and Camilla Ulberg, her time trial moved her up yesterday into the top 3, and that is where she will finish. Holdcroft taking 4th, Tomasi taking 5th, Kolczynski in 6th, Catherine Fua taking 7th place, Van Hove winning the Masters competition and taking 8th place on GC, Elise Gallegos in 9th, and Nicole Mayer rounds out the top 10 on GC in category 1.
So well done to our riders who have been racing. If you're still out there racing, keep on going. That line is on its way. We want to see how you celebrate an amazing stage 7 here today. And got to say an amazingly big well done. Congratulations to our MyWhoosh champions in category 6 to 1. In category 6, Hannah Hermansen, the My champion for 2025 in 6. Megan Albin, the MyWhoosh champion in category 5. Suzanne Stedman, the MyWhoosh champion in category 4. Barbara Balawa, the MyWhoosh champion in category 3. Minna Koisonen, our MyWhoosh champion in category 2. And the world champion and now MyWhoosh champion for 2025. It is Kate McCarthy. Congratulations to all of our riders, whether you finished at the top of the standings or whether you are down at the bottom. It makes no difference to us. We are proud of each and every one of you who has raced their way through all 7 stages of the competition. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch you race and to put words to the action in our women's race all the way through the championship. Emma, I know you got emotional during the course of this race, and we're both guilty. If it were a crime, we'd both be found guilty of caring about the racing. For me, it's shown the strength. 186 women at the end of stage 6. Hopefully, all those making it to the end. It's been, I think, the biggest and best women's race on cycling esports to date.
It has been absolutely brilliant, and I have enjoyed absolutely every moment of it. Congratulations to everybody. Everybody was all in for the win. Everybody was all in for the ride, to be really honest. And 7 stages over 8 days. It has been fantastic.
Well, I hope you're going to join us for the very final race of the whole of the championships. That's our men's stage 7. My name's Matt Payne. Please do get in touch with me at Matt Fix of Payne. Please do get in touch with Emma Martin at biking_Emma. If you've been running, let us know how you've celebrated finishing the stage win and which bits were your favourite parts. Thank you very much for watching. Please do remember, you can join us on the MyWhoosh YouTube channel and on Twitch TV for all of the Sunday Race Club. Lots of great racing, all coming to you, all riders verified, all 6 categories taken to the racing on MyWhoosh, the Sunday Race Club, each and every Sunday. I hope you will join us then. But from myself, from Emma, and from all of the team, time to refresh, refuel for the final push to that finishing line here on the MyWhoosh Championships. Our men's race is coming shortly. Goodbye. So hello and welcome back. If you've been watching, whether that is the women's race on stage 5 or whether that is the entire MyWhoosh Championships for 2025, it's great to have you for stage 7. So welcome back. It is the very last, I can't believe this is the very last set of races, our 6 men's race categories to leave the start pace. They're going to go out very shortly, Emma, and hit Colombia. Before we talk about Colombia, let's just talk a little bit about the men's race so far. The women's has been brilliant, and I'm just going to say, watch it back.
Yes.
That's my summary. Watch it back for now. You'll have to get to the end of the show if you want to something a little bit more in depth for that. But for the men's race so far, 6 race categories, brilliant racing across all 6, and still plenty left to play for because there's some very, very close race categories out there.
Oh, for me, the men's competition, I'm going to give you a little stat, and I'm not sure I could even believe it when I wrote this down earlier on today. The biggest gap between first and second is actually in Cat 1, between Michael Vink and Jason Osborne at 53 seconds. Yes, that is the biggest gap between first and second in all 6 of the men's categories. It's 20 seconds in category 2. It's 12 seconds in category 3, 46 seconds in category 4, 47 seconds in category 5, and 41 seconds in category 6. That just tells you how close this racing has been. We are on stage 7. 6 stages complete. We've had 1 rest day, and it is down, well, in category 3 to 12 seconds. Can't believe it.
It's amazing, isn't it? And despite the sprinter stages, those fast stages where we saw little breakaways going into the finishes, where people then went into the ruler stages, the vessel rock climb, the first of the big climbs, starting to break people away. Then we went on from that stage into Zurich, where we saw the bigger climbs, that 2 lap of the Zurich road race circuit there. Then going on to our mountaintop finish at the top of Mount Fuji, followed by a rest day and then the time trial. And to still be talking about seconds in race leads and seconds across between all these positions really, really does say so much. It's been brilliant 6 stages so far. We've got stage 7 ahead of us. I think really we ought to take a bit more of an in-depth look at stage 7 here of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025.
Well, I can tell you, it is just a little pause there, a little pause and a break, and 83.4 kilometres of racing today.
How many? Say that again.
83.4.
Yeah,
whoever designed,
it's not me who just read that and went.
No.
I looked at it when the road book first came out. I went, no, they haven't put that at the end, have they?
Yes,
it must
they
be
have.
an error. It must be a typo.
And
but
I think there's a few people looking at it today going, who designed this with an 83 kilometre stage at the end? But that is where the men head today to Colombia, 83.4 kilometres. And I think the thing for me, if you have ever been on MyWhoosh and raced or ridden in the Colombian world, you will know about the bridges. There are lots of bridges. They come in quick succession. And I can tell you that whilst there may be sprints on the route today, the riders, it'll be the bridges, 27 bridges the riders face on the course today in Colombia. And I'll tell you something, once upon a time on the Sunday Race Club when we were in Colombia, I spoke to a rider called Ian Lloyd. In fact, he's racing in one of the categories on the MyWhoosh Championships. And I was talking about what is your favourite Sunday Race Club route? And his response was the first 22 kilometres of the Colombian route, which is the Paso Alto, if you've ever raced on the Sunday Race Club. The first 22 kilometres flat, other than the famous Colombian bridges. And that's where we're going today. It's flat, other than the famous Colombian bridges.
It's one of my favourite places to go ride, actually, on MyWhoosh. And perversely, I actually do quite like riding up the Paso Alto, which is just crazy. But there you go. We will see who today is going to favour the flat, who today can make time, their friend, who can gain time. Can anybody break clear and challenge our race leaders? It's time to take a look at our mouse, our course profiles, and really get into stage 7, the final stage of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. So we're going to dive in here. It is about being all in for the win. I think the riders have been all in since race start here, Emma. Stage 7, it's all about the sprints. We've wrapped up the Klein competition. We did think potentially we could have wrapped up the overall competition here. Well, that hasn't kind of worked, but the sprints also are going to be what it's all about here in Colombia.
Well, it is indeed. And you can see that we are heading to Colombia onto this course today. And we'll have a quick run around the map before we see the profile. But for me, today, bearing in mind the time gaps we've got in these competitions, this for me is all about what the teams have planned and what the teams can execute on the day. We could see a progression, a sprinter's paradise, 9 sprints on this course. There you go. You can see those 9 sprint checkpoints, 3 per lap. The sprint competition is not over yet, and we will talk about that as each category starts, and we'll give you a clear rundown about what is happening in those sprint competitions. But for me, this is also about GC, because there could be moves in GC today. It just depends about how the teams want to play this, and about whether those teams are going to go out for hard strategic plans to change and overhaul GC, or whether they're going to let the GC stand and have a more celebratory race.
I just don't think. I think this, because this, you've got to remember, there's a prize for being the sprint winner on the day. There's prizes for being our sprint winners and taking those segments, taking those prizes, taking the checkpoint, getting through those. And it's so close. I mean, Category 6 is going to open up the racing. It's not just close, it's ridiculously close, because in terms of the overall points, you've got Junior Silver on 27, then behind, tied for second place, you've got 3 riders.
Oh, you're talking about the sprint competition.
Tiger, Sponsor and Escobar. In the sprint competition overall, it's still up for grabs, and it's been unbelievably close in
but
there.
Can I say?
But that I think for me doesn't detract from the overall. It just gives added opportunities for that counter attack to go, because if everybody's giving everything for a sprint, they can counter attack and go.
Well, and it also lends itself to a breakaway. And if the right group of riders get in the breakaway, they can sweep up the sprint points and juggle the GC.
Well, can our riders juggle? If you can juggle, you're part of the peloton on the MyWhoosh Championships. So if you're one of the 294 men who've completed all of stage 6 so far, when you finish racing, as well as telling us what you are celebrating with or how you're celebrating finishing, do let us know if you can juggle at the same time. And if you're celebrating by juggling at the same time, that's an extra bonus marks. It won't get you any further on the GC, but it will keep us happy here. Get in touch with Emma. It's at biking_Emma with myself, Matt Payne, Matt Fixer Payne on Instagram. Make sure you tag in MyWhoosh at MyWhoosh on social media. A quick blast back 24 hours, go back to stage 6 on our time trial. Category 6, David Milano snatching that stage of victory. He did an amazing job, as we saw Michael Rademacher defending his overall lead in the competition. From Riley Malostic, you can see Rademacher just opening up more time between himself and the rider in second place. Great riding by Milano, moved from 8th to 5th overall. No sprints yesterday, no King of the Mountains, Queen of the Mountains competitions, as you would expect on a time trial stage. So Milano, great ride by him. I mean, 8th to 5th, it's pushed him right up there. He's now 13 seconds ahead of the man behind him. That's Brian Allen Jose.
Yeah.
Jose, I think, will want to get those. But in 13 seconds can be lost in the blink of an eye. Milano knows that. He knows how close it can be.
Well, can I just say, between Jose and Putzel behind, it's only another, 19 seconds, and then it's only another 29 seconds back. There are seconds across GC that will really be instrumental today.
And it may affect the team competition, depending if somebody's socks really fall off, the wheels fall off the wagon, as the saying goes, then they could be in trouble. The team competition, the BMC 6s, have been at the top of the standings and hold that. They are 10 minutes clear of Level Carbon in second place. BMC 6 at 24 minutes. ZTBR e-cycling 6 at 32 minutes. That one of the closest gaps is between Le Petit Cannibals 5th place and BMC Spinage's 6th place. They're separated by 5 minutes. On the team competition. Cycling District 6 are in 7th place, Wheelies in 8th, BMC 6 is in 9th, and Team 71 in 10th place. 44 hours of riding, over 44 and a half hours of riding in the bank for Team 71 so far. It's time to add the final few hours into that team time, the final few kilometres under the wheels of the bikes on MyWhoosh here on the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. The final stage, stage 7. This is the run to the ultimate finish line in cycling esports in terms of stage racing. It is the MyWhoosh Championships. It's the final day of the stage, and already, well, so much for it being an easy day. They've gone from the gun.
Well, they have indeed, and a big push on the front at the start, and the pack all strung out behind. Well, there's one thing to get the pack rolling to start with. There's another thing to push on, and Al Dahiri is the rider on the front at the moment, and he's just being brought back into the pack.
Well, you can see the overall classification at the end of stage 6 after that time trial, with Milano moving up into that 5th place. Top 4 places staying the same. 41 seconds between Rademacher and Milostic, 44 between Milostic and Cadabona. Then a gap back because it's a further 5 minutes 16 to the rider Maxime Fabre. Fabre 6:41 down on the race leader. He's got a good time gap of another further 2 minutes 54 to David Milano, but then it's seconds between Milano, Jose and Pazel, 13, 29 and 26. It's only another 1 minute 13 back to Montoya, to Diaz, and then Diaz to Xavier Mayab, the rider in 10th place as well. In terms of sprint competition, as we've already said, super close. There's actually 3 riders tied on points in 26 points in second place, basically.
And actually, do you know what? We've got 45 points maximum up for grabs today across these 9 sprints. 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1 for the top 5. Silva on 27, Tiger on 26, Sponsel on 26, Escobar on 26, Kozol on 22. And I wouldn't discount Fabra on 14 or Mamba on 13 or Milostic on 13. There's a lot of people with some points. It's not a small number of people with lots of points in category 6. This sprint competition is still in play all the way today through this race.
And a quick reminder, in case with all of the kilometres and all of the competition, or maybe with the rest that you've forgotten, it is 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1 points for the riders coming through the checkpoints in 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th places respectively. Riley Milostic, let's pick on the youngster first.
Okay.
Let's pick on the youngster first. He's done an amazing job in 2nd place. He has defended that. He's seen Cadabona and Rademacher sort of yo-yo around him. We've seen Fabro chasing him in that overall competition. You saw our early leader, Marius Fossier, and we've got to say this was a stage that would have suited Fossier until he had to do the Alton thing and look after the kids. Milostic has answered everything, and he's already going up the road, answering the push there by Julian Sponsel and Sebastian Escobar. First checkpoint, first sprint, and you can see Escobar, I think, just going to take it from Sponsel, then Milostic, then Kozol, followed by, I think it's going to be Silva who takes those points. First of our points scored here already on the final stage. The youngster not only battling it out for the overall race, he's got the lead, but he was also fighting for points there in the sprints, and he takes 3 points.
Well, he does indeed, but Escobar takes 5, Sponsel takes 4, Milostic takes 3, Kozol takes 2, and Mamba takes 1. Well, we said it was everything and all in today.
So at the moment, the riders on their way through, the sprint winner there, 31 points in the bag overall for Escobar. Sponsel, though, because of that sprint, has taken himself to within 1 point. He now takes 30 points in the competition. And Junior Silva, you saw him on your screen, so giving it absolutely everything, 27 points. Kozol now 24. Riley Milostic's moving his way up as well, 16th place. So Escobar, the man who took the sprint win there. Congratulations, sir. Indeed, fantastic riding. You take the lead. You've got the lead at the moment in that sprint competition, but it's very, very close indeed across all of the categories.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to put this out there, and this might be confusing, but bear with me on this one. I was just checking how many points our riders have. Bearing in mind that there are more sprints in the men's race than the women's. In the women's competition, we saw riders go over the 100-point marker.
Yes, we did.
And they started and remembering they've had less chances to
I can
score
tell you
points on the
exactly
way
how
through.
many.
I'll do the points, you do the adding up.
I don't need to add up, it's already done.
Oh, go on then.
So the women had 22 sprint points across the 7 stages. The men have 25 sprint segments across the 7 stages.
Well, so far, Christopher Morgan is the highest point scorer with 64 points. And he's pretty much one of only 2 riders, the other being Michael Vink, that could go over the century. Whereas in the women's competition, we saw a number of riders go over the century, get over 100 points. Now, in with Michael Rademacher, the leader in the overall competition. Rademacher, we saw his move up through the standings coming. He steadily made his way up through, but his real big breakthrough came when he moved up into the top 10. He did that on the mountain climbing stage, moving up into 4th place, and then we saw him take the victory. So the mountains really have moved him right the way through, haven't they? He's put him in there and he's stayed in command.
Stage 1, he finished 14th. Stage 2, he finished 18th. Stage 3, he finished 10th. Then on stage 4, he finished 2nd.
Yep.
Stage 5, he finished 1st. And stage 6, he finished 2nd. He has really come into his own in the climbing stages.
Well, one of the most sartorially elegant men in cycling was Jack Sebster on the way down the road at the moment. He just sprinted over the top of the bridge. Sebster's been riding well as well. Not necessarily the rider at the very front of the standings, but he's definitely been contributing not just to the riding, but also to social media. Been a great account to follow. One man who we have been following, Orlando Montoya. Great ride by him in that Masters competition.
Yeah, and he's currently sat in 8th on GC, not far back from 7th, and less than a minute down on 6th. So really interesting position and great racing from him. Part and parcel of that BMC 6E squad who are leading the team competition.
And he's got a chance today. It is seconds, as we said, between himself and those riders above him, as you say there. And I think that is really, really key. One man who's definitely kept us entertained across all 7 days, Jeff Rooney, the rider that we're in with at the moment. Onto these bridges, he knows them well. He rides these regularly on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Maybe it's time we went back to Colombia. I feel like it's been a long time since we've been in Colombia on the Sunday Race Club. Maybe we should be back there fairly soon. I have actually got the maps at the side of the studio. Jeff Rooney, though, on our screens.
All his maps are gone.
All the maps that were on the side there. You can see that expanse of wood to his side, looking all bare and all lonely and somewhat Spartan. Guess what? They were full of maps. They were full of course profiles. He's ticked them off one after the other. Jeff Rooney, if there was, I don't think anybody's had any doubt. If there was anybody who were doubting to get to the end of stage 7, it wasn't Jeff Rooney. He's got the internet connection. He's got the kit. He's got himself into place, and he's got the strength of personality to drive himself through no matter what into that race finish. Well, Category 5 are our next riders away. The riders on stage 6 on the way up. So the riders are going to be making their way out. It is Martin Wang. So Wang, the rider who took the race victory in the stage 6 in that time trial from Philippe Reinheimer. Reinheimer working hard to stay in contention and to try and take away the jersey of yellow leader on the road. That is Jussi Palaka. Luke Kendall did a great ride, putting 3rd place in there.
Yeah.
Kendall defending his 6th place overall with that 12-second deficit. But Martin Wang really did. I mean, he went off the front and really pushed on there.
Yeah, he did. And great to see Palaka defending that jersey from Reinheimer. 47 seconds it is between 1 and 2. 53 seconds between 1 and 3.
So let's talk very quickly about the teams. Basically, all the teams stayed in the same place as you see them on the screen. The changes are Level Warriors moving up from 6th to 5th. BMC Get Racing moving from fifth down to sixth. The closest team gap, well, that is between the Cycling District squads and that's Cycling District 5.1 and level up. The gap between those two teams, 55 seconds, but they are then minutes clear of everybody else.
Let's just put it into context. 55 seconds between the first and second team in the competition. So it's close, and away go Category 5. We're in with Nicholas Hagland, pushing on here out of the start pen. Tapia, the rider in the young riders jersey, the under-23 competition. In fact, the other competitor in the under-23 competition who's doing really well, Joel Warren, currently leading the sprints competition in Category 5.
So the riders are on the way out, making the way on to the race route. So this is the start of the racing. Let's see what they can do here today. The riders heading on the course.
Well, they are indeed in the overall standings on your screen at the moment. Pulaka, Reinheimer, Hagland, Lenador, Mukhtari, Kendall, Mountier, Neville, Ross, Brambatti and Roy. The overall standings coming into today in Category 5. 5 minutes 41 separating the top 10. But, well, as we said, just 53 seconds separating the top 3.
So this is Category 5. Jussi Pulaka defending that lead in style on the climb, 47 seconds clear. The 6 seconds, Emma, between Reinheimer and Hagland, very, very close indeed, and I agree that's going to be a real battle. We're going to have a fantastic battle today in the sprints. Reinheimer up there in the overall. We've got him in second place, tied with Nicholas Hagland in the sprint competition. Joel Warren leading at the moment, and we have seen him being pushed out and out by the teamwork by Ola Warren and co. So for me, really, really interesting to see how that sprint competition unfolds today. We're in with Jussi Pulaka. An amazing ride by Jussi, the Finnish rider who took victory to take away the top of the standings at the top there. And I have to say, the way that Jussi Pulaka rode to take that win when he took his stage and took the yellow jersey, that really was important how he rode. And just giving us a wave there, Jussi. He then defended that yesterday, and Jussi Pulaka was on the defensive, but very much for me, he has come right, come good, and been smart about his strategy to focus at the right time on the right thing. So, as they make their way out, Jussi Pulaka riding, leading that Masters competition as well. Brilliant to see he's holding that jersey. He's got the yellow jersey. He is nicely in command of that. It's not a day to play, though, with only 47 seconds to Reinheimer. Reinheimer's got the advantage of potentially going for those sprints and then maybe following that up with a counter move or a push off the front. Joel Warren, the rider that we're in with at the moment, he's going to be looking forward to the sprints. He's already on the attack. He's on the move. He knows exactly where this finish is. So Joel Warren moving with Ola Warren. Ola leading out. Then Michael Painter going over the top here. Joel Warren is on his way in that green jersey. Can he get over the top? He comes around this right-hand turn. And look at that for timing. So Warren went first. Ola Warren, then Painter. Now Joel Warren, who's followed that up, goes over the top, timing it to perfection. 5 points in the bank there. In that points competition, a great job done by him here in Category 5. It's more points in the bank, close behind, but the points scorers there. Joel Warren with 5, Michael Brinter in 4. We got Ola Warren with 3, Jakob Scala with 2, and James Mountier with 1. The real big thing for me there, a push from Painter to move himself up. He's actually ahead of Warren now on the overall in 4th and 5th places. Hagland and Reinheimer not scoring points. Warren did.
Yeah, it's an interesting move in terms of the sprint competition, and it's going to go down to the wire in, I think, all of our categories today, with very different strategies playing out. But Joel Warren coming out with his traditional lead-out man, Ola Warren, leading the charge. They really have focused on this competition, the Level Avengers, in terms of pushing Warren through to that. It's going to be interesting to see where they finish at the end of today. But, well, I think Joel Warren could well be in green. Now, ducks a double today. Cosimo Mangino. Look at that. The other day we had one rubber duck. Today we've got two.
Oh, yes. Yes. Two rubber ducks, Cosimo, Mangino. Yes. What a ride. It's always good to say ciao to Cosimo down in the pain cave there, but I have to say
cheering us up.
That has made my day, and I think we've had some great contenders for the best pain cave.
We've had some great contenders for the best hat.
We've had some, which is in that pain cave. That might have come to mind as well, but that I think is the shot of the championships.
Double ducks.
Fun, but competitive, and still great exercise all at the same time. That's the championships.
Well, I'm not sure I've ever seen a duck ride a bike, but definitely swim. And Kendall, Kendall in the mix here with Dotto. Pence Loxley is in here as well. So is Pulaka. Zimael is in here. Buama is here. They're all in the mix. The Category 5 pack rolling tight. Just one rider off the back of the group at the moment as they're about to come up to the famous Colombian bridges.
It's time for a bridge. You love a bridge. You love a stage race as well.
I do love a stage race. I'm not so sure about bridge. Bridge is a card game, isn't it?
No, bridge is something that spans from one side of something to another, as you educated me on multiple occasions during the course of the stage race. So I think for me, we are on a bridge. A bridge spans something, whether that is water, river, lake, roadway, or railway.
You did look at a dictionary, didn't you?
Too right, I did, because I'm not having it that it's a bridge in the caves. This is one man who did a great ride. Now, Luke Kendall, defending that sixth place. He has done some great riding all the way through here. He's almost snuck up. He's always been stealth. There's no stealth about that jersey, don't get me wrong.
It's a fabulous jersey.
It is a great jersey, but he has stealthily come up and through. He's really been a rider who has been there. He's been holding station in and around the top of the standings, basically all the way through. He was up in third place, in sixth place, in fifth place. He has defended that so well to say he came in on stage one in sixth place. He's going to come out of the racing in sixth place. Now, let's jump in with Mohamed Mukhtari. Mukhtari, another of our great riders in with us. It's good to see Mohamed with us. He is, he's pain cave, and he looked the same from stage one to stage 7. We see, I'm sure he doesn't look any different to when we first went into his pain cave on the Sunday race.
Calm, considered.
Yeah, and look at him on the climb.
Focused on the racing.
We're going over the climb. Hey, I can do this all day long, guys. You think you're good? I can ride on this. It's stage 7. I think
he's just got a great presence. And, it doesn't look like he's hanging over the front of the bars. He just looks like he's tapping along. Well, Category 5 out of the pen and rolling. Category 4, well, they are the next riders away.
So our next riders are up and away very shortly. Now, stage 6 overall, first of all. Stage winner, Jakub Wojciech. Great rider by him. 53 minutes, 1 hour, 53 seconds, 0.24. I do need to try and read. It's always good. So 1 hour in, just outside that hour marker. Frank Flores, a great ride by Frank. That really pushed him up into the standings, into 7th place overall, with my son Perdancini. Perdancini's ride, great ride by him. 3rd place on the stage. That's pushed him up into 3rd place overall. And the gaps are quite close at the top of the standings.
They are.
in the top of those standings as well. No sprint winner, no KOM winner. It was all about the time. And Jakub Wojciech, he will have had the stats, the data, the detail that he needed to make sure that he delivered on that stage by going on to MyWhooshInfo.com. Might have a slightly inside view of everything because he is the man behind the amazing site. So a massive, I'm going to say a massive thank you. It's invaluable to us in the commentary box. And Jakub, great to see that you've used those skills to, as well as your amazing riding skills, to get to the top of the stage. Now, the teams. Peak Power Racing moving up, BMC Racing moving up, On the Rivet Racing moving up, Level Champions moving up, Cycling District 4.1 moving up, Lorem Ipsum moving up, Anzacs moving up, the Ducks moving up. It was a day of moving up for lots of people.
Somebody must have moved down for everybody to move up.
Indeed, they have. The Anunnakian Cycling District 4 went down because of changes that we'll come to very, very shortly as they set off from the start line. Category 4, it's your final stage. It's time to go racing. Let's make the most of this. Let's make sure we get to that finishing line. And you never know. Let's get to that finishing line first because the key thing when you're racing to finish first you've got to finish and you've got to get to the end of stage 7. It's not my line. It's a very old saying around the UK. We're in with Torsten Holtz at the moment chasing Juan Quiros and Joao Machado. If there was a prize for doing an all port at the start of a race, i.e. attacking from the gun, going out hard from the gun, these two riders would have it. Juan Quiros and Joao Machado.
Wow.
Always, day after day after day. They just can't wait to get racing. I love their enthusiasm.
Yep, they do like to come out of the pen, and Quiros and Machado are absolutely dialing.
They certainly are. Now, I said we would come to why there was so much change in everybody moving up. Everyone on the top 10 has moved up, and that is because our long-time riders in the top of the standings, Ibrahim and Ramirez, and in fact our King of the Mountain leader, Mohammed El Alami, unfortunately have reached the stage in the championship where they have been disqualified. Now, that isn't necessarily for anything untoward, but unfortunately, if you have an issue, say, with your heart rate monitor, or if your internet connection goes out in a stage, you can find yourself annulled from the stage. 2 times annulled equals a disqualification. And that takes you out. Now, we don't know why precisely Ramirez, Ibrahim, and El Alami are out. That would be wrong of us to speculate on any of that. We don't know what that reason is. It is in the rule book, and all the rules are on the MyWhoosh.com website. The race control and committee have double-checked it on the way through. The result is Jakub Wojciech, with that ride yesterday, takes the overall stage lead. The other things that have happened in the competition, it does mean now that Nicholas Spratt, as well as being our sprint leader, he's also our KOM leader as well because of that disqualification of the top 2 riders overall, as well as Mohammed El Alami. Part of the rules and racing. And if you are doing a road racing, it could be that your team bike's got stolen. It could be that you have an issue out on the course. It's the same thing here on Cycling Esports. Let's go back to the racing though, Emma, and our riders who are out there.
Well, we're coming up to the first sprint checkpoint of the day at the 2.3 kilometre marker. We're 400 metres out, and the race, well, there's a huge push off the front at the moment. Machado, Robinson, Kirchner, Moreno, all in the mix here. They're 4 seconds up on Roca et al. There's a 36-point gap between Nicholas Spratt, who's currently in the green skin suit, and Villarda Moreno, Moscard. But this is the push for the front, and at the moment, these 5 riders are clear of the entire group behind. It's going to be Cadiz, I think, who goes through in one. Machado, Moreno, Kirchner, all picking up points, and so will Robinson. That will really put the cat amongst the pigeons.
That's a great phrase, isn't it? Cat amongst the pigeons. We've got Joao Machado going through with those 5 points, as Emma said. Moreno, interestingly, up there as well. Machado coming through. He has come in with some more points to add into his points. He takes away the 5 there. They're going to be added in. A little bit of a reshuffle. A quick reminder that Nicholas Spratt leading that sprint competition. Interestingly, Wilson coming through, picking up points there. He's in second place now. Johan in third, Marcel in fourth, and Henrik van der Zandt currently in fifth. Machado in sixth position. We're in with Johan Moreno, currently lying in third place in the sprints competition.
Nice jersey
with the MyWhoosh jersey with the bands on there, with the logo on there. UAE on one arm, the flag that is the Home Nation on there, and Colombia on the other is Home Nation, and the Colombian flag behind him. That is what you call coordinated. If he's riding a Colnago as well, flies Emirates Airlines, then do you know what? I think he's probably sums up that he's probably as on brand as you can get, pretty much. Maybe an elite water bottle might add to that, but we will see. So, great riding.
MyWhoosh water bottle must be in the goodie bag.
Oh, I would think so. Johan Moreno, I have to say, has been riding this platform as long as I've been putting words to the action, and that is a long time now. Long may it continue, seeing him riding. Hopefully, you never know, might be putting words to the action as well. Brilliant riding by all of our riders. Joao Machado, one of those who goes on the attack early. Let's just talk overalls here.
Okay.
For our riders in. Jakub Wojciech putting in some great riding. Yesterday, Frank Flores, all the way from outside top 10, right the way into 7th place.
Yep.
Courtesy of his time trial. The Anunnaki, though, not able to profit from that maybe as much as he would have hoped. The Peak Power Racing definitely benefiting from Wojciech's move up. He moved up 4 places overnight. Gomez moved up 1. Pedancini, he moved up 1. It's those big jumps. Nicholas Spratt moving up from 7th to 3rd. He put a great time trial in. A bit further down, got to say, Jean Janicki has been a rider who we've known in.
Hey!
Now, the man with the hammer is back. Thor's hammer on his way. Do give him a follow, Joao Machado. I have to say, Emma told me the detail of the unicorn hat. I've also seen this man riding his bike with a motorcycling helmet on for the aero. Today, he's the man with the big hammer. He's going to be looking to strike.
Lightning.
His kids must be so proud of him, or very, very embarrassed, one or the other. I know if it was me, they'd be embarrassed, but you're probably too cool for cats. So therefore, they are very, very proud. And we are very proud of all of our riders. And Joao Machado, thank you very much for getting in the spirit of the MyWhoosh Championships. It's not just about taking away wins, being at the top of the standing, earning your prize money in part of that $1 million prize fund. But it's about having fun, keeping everybody entertained, and getting fitter and faster on the way. Or maybe a week after the championship has finished, you might be feeling a bit faster. You might be feeling...
give yourself a week's recovery first.
Yeah, everybody who has been racing, whether you've done 1 day or 7, I have to say, it's been tough for everybody. I'm hoping that you have enjoyed it as much as we have here in the commentary box.
Can I just say,
on the way through,
one of the things we do need to watch here, and I do need every eagle-eyed viewer to keep a watch on this. Gomez and Perdicini, 2nd and 3rd currently overall in Category 4 on GC, separated by 2 seconds. If you are on the wrong side of a gap, if you are coming in to the sprint, being at the front of the pack to the back of the pack can be more than 2 seconds. This is going to be so close, even if it is a big group sprint finish.
They've got to go right at the front of that sprint. They've almost got to take that sprint out and win the stage to be sure. It's not equally. It's almost as close between Flores and Yannicki, because that is a 3-second gap between those as they started the day. Meanwhile, Junior Silva on the move in Category 6, looking to score some more points. Top left-hand side of your screen, he goes through once again ahead of Escobar.
Well, and Escobar's green skin suit was lost on the 2nd sprint and has swapped shoulders to Sponsel. I think it might be back now to Escobar. So it is a big sprint battle going on in Category 6 at the moment. And while the sprint sprint battle in Category 3. We'll talk about that shortly.
We will indeed. You were indeed correct, Emma, by 1 point. Escobar from Sponsor, leading by and 4 points back to silver. So that battle continues in Category 6. In Category 3, as with all of our categories, no sprint winner or KOM winner on the time trial stage, but our big winner, Rafael Amaro, he went clear. He rode a phenomenal time trial. We've seen him in breakaway action earlier in the week. We've seen him climbing mountains well in Zurich. He was in a breakaway of 4 there. He took away the win inside the hour marker as well. 59 minutes, 9.434 seconds for winner Amaro. Stan van Vellegem, what a ride by him. That was phenomenal, and that was very, very crucial in terms of the overall classification as well.
Can I tell you, Van Vellegem has had a phenomenal championships. He finished 20th on stage 1, 20th on stage 2, 27 on stage 3. Then he went 16, 3 and 2. Japan, Zurich and the time trial, well, they have put him where he is.
Indeed they have, and Take This have been taking every opportunity to go clear of all the rest of the teams, including the Take That Mafia, because all the team standings have stayed the same. It's still close between Take This and Gold Grabbers, 1 minute 17 seconds between those teams. There's only 3 minutes between Level Golden in 4th place and Guardians of the Peloton in 5th, and between Take That Mafia and the Cycling District 3 in 6th and 7th place, there's only a couple of minutes in that as well. So any big disasters today, it could be disastrous for the team as well as for the individual. It's time to go racing with Category 3 here on the very last stage, Stage 7 of the MyWhoosh Championships. On MyWhoosh, the riders away from the pens. They turn away from the cave and the tunnel and the elevated roadway that will see them come in and through the finish. They're going to go out on the roads of Amazonia here. This is going to be an interesting day for everybody if Nicholas Fournier, along with Christopher Morgan, Carol Slader, and co, decide they're going from the gun.
Well, Fournier putting a massive dig in. Morgan, Oyer, Schledeck, Andrada, Brignall, Bakken all pushing on the front here. Fournier, what a drive out of the pen. Fournier, part and parcel of the Take That Mafia, well, leading the charge.
Leading the charge overall on the GC, Christian Montoya defending his lead. He's only 12 seconds. 12 seconds, I'm going to repeat that, from Stan Vellegem of the Gold Grabber squad. Montoya riding for the What's Up squad. The gap back, 42 seconds from Van Vellegem to Ridley. 39 seconds from Ridley to Guarin. 24 seconds from Guarin to Bakker. 30 seconds from Bakker to Squillari, 9 seconds from Squillari to Kalman, 37 from Kalman to Morgan, 11 from Morgan to Brignall, 24 from Brignall to Oyer, and they are all inside of 1 minute of each other, relative on position. This is unbelievably close.
I tell you what will be happening in Category 3. They will be sticking to each other like glue.
That was glue sticking.
Was it? Well, they're not going to let anybody go down the road. And I'll tell you something, there's probably going to be some breakaway attempts. But in the sprint competition, Christopher Morgan has 64 points to Nicholas Fournier's 47. Pavel Gonda has 40 points. Interestingly, this gap in Category 3, 17 points in the sprint competition. And we know 45 points maximum up today available. Will Christian Montoya be part and parcel of that? Well, he's resplendent in yellow. And I'll tell you something, he's going to want to stay that 12 seconds clear of Stan van Vellegem. He is one rider who is going to be sticking like glue. And the What's Up squad are going to be helping him.
Indeed, he's got 11 seconds to defend from himself and Benjamin Brignall. So we're going to see if that's going to be the case. Meanwhile, we're in with Niall Batty. Batty, the leader of the King of the Mountains. He took that on the slopes of Mount Fuji at the very last points available. The last day's stage, he took that away as we run into our sprint with Category 3. And already a long-range attack has gone from the front. There's no waiting for the last 50 metres here. Pavel Gonda Nicolas Fournier have gone, and Fournier goes over the top of Gonda as they approach the line. He's going to take it. Nicolas Fournier takes that from Gonda, and will he keep on going? I think he's got to ease off because that was a flat-out sprint. Morgan, the sprint leader, taking away 3 points to Fournier's 5. Gonda sandwiched in the middle with 4 points behind Andrade and Sully, taking 2 and 1 points respectively. And when those points are added together, it's close. 67 points at the moment on the books for Morgan, 52 on the books for Fournier, 44 for Gonda, Amaro at 11, and Oya at 10.
Wow,
so our top 3 leaders
down.
clear, but yep, that gap coming down point by point. Is going to need to keep on repeating that time and time again as we see Benjamin Brignall having a riposte for the sprinters' foray on forward, and that is because he's gone over the top.
He has indeed, and on the boardwalk by the waterfall, stunning world here in Colombia. I absolutely love it. We're in with Henry Yeast. He's in that MyWhoosh jersey, brilliant in orange.
2023, that jersey, Henry Yeast. I am now going to become an. Yeah, it's
Was it?
Yeah, it's 2023 jersey. That one, I think that is a jersey from the championships in 2023. I could be wrong on that though. I wasn't wrong so much on the jersey, the skin suit that you have for the time trial.
I just have jersey envy.
Well, you would. Hang on, says the rider with like a kit for every day of the week.
I have a MyWhoosh water bottle.
Yes, you do.
I don't have a MyWhoosh jersey. I need to do a MyWhoosh Championship race. Don't
do.
get your violin out.
Oh, okay. Right. Well, yeah, no, because I can't play the violin. I'm about as musical as
Benjamin
rock.
Brignall on our screen at the moment, leading the charge at the moment. But there's no charge coming out of the Category 3 pack. They are back into the mix, wide across the road, steady state. Loving the number of screens in front of Brignall.
Yeah, Benjamin Brignall, that's a nice number of screens there, sir. I'm liking the nice mic placement. I like a good mic. I'm a bit of a mic geek. I actually subscribe to a number of microphone podcasts about microphones.
Seriously? They have podcasts about microphones?
Oh, yeah, they do. Oh, and how they sound with different testing, different levels, how it responds. You can look at the frequency curve. You can look at the background noise, the inherent noise within the microphone, because microphones make noise of their own. Yeah. I'm glad we don't have the camera rolling so you can see the stain on Emma's face.
There has got to be more interesting podcasts out there. I can tell you at least one.
Yes, the Crosscast.
That wasn't the one I was thinking of.
The Crosscast is the cyclocross podcast, and it's got some amazing hosts.
Does it have good microphones?
It does have some good microphones, not everybody. Some amazing hosts. It's got Neil from the Crosscast. He's got Gravel Champions, Sancre's in there. We've got Neil Mansfield, and they have some other bloke called Matt Payne there as well.
I thought Zam was also the British cyclocross national champion.
She is as well. Although you might have been, give it a listen. You can get it where you get all the good podcasts from.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Van Veligen
Cyclocross is coming.
Mix. Well, we're currently doing esports.
Indeed, we are.
Yes, let's focus. Fournier, Arago, Batty, Kansara, all in the mix here. Schledeck is here as well. And I tell you, it's spicy on the front at the moment in Category 3, constantly pushing here, pushing towards the first set of bridges. That's what they're doing. Brignall and Andrada, the two riders here off the front, pushing strongly.
So the gap is opening up. The stretch is coming off the front. It is indeed spicy here today. It's spicy in the studios as well. I'm not sure what we were dealing with at lunchtime. It was some kind of spicy mayonnaise. Fortunately, if it was me catering, it would have been bees on toast in the studios. But one man who is always known to hot things up, Juan Velada Guarin, on your screens at the moment. Guarin, in fourth position, he dropped a place. He could get that back, but that's only because of the phenomenal ride done by Lewis Ridley. He's nicely inside the top 5 as well. Got to say, Guarin has really impressed me because he has been basically inside the top 3 pretty much from the start of this championship, he's never been outside of the top 3
No,
in the overall.
it's been really, really consistent, and consistency pays off, and consistency could well pay off for him today. Christian Montoya paying close attention. The yellow jersey, the team are going to want to make sure he is towards the front of the pack today. Safety in the top part of the pack, being able to cover the moves, and they'll cover the moves for him. It will be a very defensive ride from the What's Up squad. Down in the pen, well, category 2 are about to start.
Category 2, oh my goodness, was there a race yesterday in Category 2? And it was incredible. Peter Milostic really showed what a pro he is. He went to the front. The winning time, 56 minutes 48 seconds. He came through 4 seconds clear of a Nikolai Damsgaard. Nikolai put in a cracking ride and really doing the business in Category 2. Super close. It took Damsgaard up to 11th place that ride, just knocking on the door of the top 10 after being a bit further down for most of the race. Meanwhile, Marcin Trojanowski, another amazing ride by him. He goes on the attack. He's an offensive rider. He doesn't play it safe. He goes out and attacks.
Yeah, he does.
Great racing in there. But there was some other great rides in the standings as well. And partly because of that reason, we have seen gaps change. Now, the GOAT squad still holding the top of the team standing from the UAE clan team, with Smarties in third, the Hitman in fourth, What Bombs in fifth, Abus Esports in sixth, Maple Baguette Express in seventh, the Raiders of the Storm in eighth, Cycling District 2 in ninth, BMC Elite Racing in 10th, and DMH in 11th place. The leading team time, 27 hours and 30 minutes of racing. A brilliant race. All the gaps relatively secure, but the UAE clan team and Smarties, well, they're only separated by 9 seconds, so that could change. They are the closest of teams.
9 seconds is enough time to eat one Smartie.
You're kidding, I need to tube of Smarties in 9 seconds.
Well,
no problems.
We're on the final countdown for Category 2 to come out of the start pen, and this is one close race as we go into Stage 7. We've done 6 stages already, and it is still a handful of seconds separating the top 4 riders. 42 seconds separating the top 4 riders in this category. In fact, it's only 2 minutes that separate the top 10. It is really, really close. And, well, I would expect to see 120% commitment from these top riders today, because this is about GC today. We've got 9 sprint checkpoints along the way. I'm not sure this is about the sprint checkpoints. This is for the yellow jersey in Category 2. It has been so close.
It has. Now, we saw phenomenal riding in the climbs on that final run up from Peter Milostic and Mr. X100. Mr. X100 came through. He didn't win the stage, but his ascent through the standings, because he started in 3rd place starting the day yesterday, meant he moved up to top spot overall. He's 20 seconds clear from Peter Milostic, who's 13 seconds clear from Arvin Godardzi, who's 11 seconds clear from Godardzi between him and Miller, 31 seconds from Miller to Mendakowicz, 11 seconds from Mendakowicz to Morel, 9 seconds from Morel to Bengston, 12 seconds from Bengston to Carncayan, just 5 seconds separates Bengston from Carncayan, 4 seconds separates Carncayan and SS, and Matthias Fanny's right in there as well. This is going to come down to the sprint. It's going to take all these riders' skill and some aggressive racing, I think, to decide the overall, because if there's one thing we know, they can really, really rip this up today for the overall. But you said, Emma, it's not for the sprint. The sprint has been wide open. You can tell that,
the sprint
because no
is
one
wide
is dominating
open.
this.
Yeah, Olivier Simmons, 1 point from SS, who's 4 points from Maciej Skierski. And I can tell you, in that Category 2 sprint competition, there are other riders lining up behind. X100, Machando, Trojanowski, Sanchez, all in the mix. And with 45 points on offer today, that is all open. Now, one of the other things I'm loving is in the top 6 in this category, there are 3 Masters riders. So for riders like me over the age of 45, crack on, you're never too late.
Well, we are in with the living legend. It is Ivan Yuki. Hello down there. down in the Adnoc Arena, the home of the 2024 World Championships. Ivan Yuki, the legend, the inspirational rider who's riding on the UAE clan team, who've moved up to second place, and his pacing very instrumental in helping Mr. X100 to the top. He's inspiring riders down there. I hope he's inspired today because he's got his work cut out. If it's going to be this aggressive, it's his teammate Phil Graves leading this out for SS. Over the top comes Olivier Bigley Simmons. Ollie is on his way to the line. Skierski comes on the side. He can't quite match him, I think. It came down to the throw on the line. It's about that last piece of momentum and power. Simmons, Skierski, SS, Morel and Grace have gone through. What order did they come through there, Emma? Have you got them on your screen?
There it
They're
is.
on our screen here.
Simmons picks up 5 points, Skierski picks up 4, SS picks up 3, Graves picks up 2, and Morel picks up 1. I think that tells us that the UAE clan team are out for the sprint competition. Simmons is up for the sprint competition. Maciek Skierski is up for the sprint competition. And Ika Morel just told me earlier on this morning he's 120% in today because he's going to need it. He's currently lying in the top 10 and he's not far back, 1 minute 34 on GC in 6th place. Great to see him in the mix at the front of the race as well. The BL13 Watt Bombs, well, he is their leading rider.
Well, the Watt Bombs are going to be battling out for the GC at the moment as they go past the waterfalls here. The points in that sprint, let me just tell you what that's done to the overall. Olivier Simmons has 40 points overall in the sprint competition now. SS has 37. Maciej Skierski has 34. Mr. X100 has 22. Michel Machado has 13. Trojanoski 11. We're in with Maciej Mindakowicz. Great to see Maciej Mindakowicz in here, continuing to ride on. Now, Maciej Mindakowicz, we don't get to see his bike on our camera shot, which I think is a little bit of a shame. He does have some of the best vegetation of anybody's pain cave, and if there was a prize for that, he has plants, but he also has incredible skills. He's inside the top 5. His ride yesterday propelled him back up from 8th to 5th. Bearing in mind, this is a rider who has been in and around the top 10 all the way through. He took himself up to the top of the standings by that sort of fantastic breakaway that he did on that rolling stage coming into the finish.
And the GOAT squad, I mean, you've got Milostic, you've got Mendakowicz, and you've got Konkain on that GOAT squad. So they've got 3 riders in the top 10 on GC. And they really do like to attack. They drive from the front. And I do wonder whether we're going to see the GOATs team with those riders pushing on today to really cement GC.
And I think that's going to be, I think today there's 2 ways this is either going to go. It's either going to go flat out or it's going to go very, very conservative. And I imagine it's going to be flat out. This is category 2 after all. They don't know the meaning of taking it easy on the last day. There's definitely no sipping the champagne and rolling on to the final bit of the circuit. They are going to just give it full gas, I'm sure, all the way through. Lucas Halen right in there, one of our viewers. He's regularly been watching the women's race that comes before the men's race. He was doing so today. Good to see Lucas back on the bike. Tomoki Takasugi up near the front. Yuki, Bjorklund, Wozniak, Morel, Bloom, Bennett in here. Al Case is in here. Stu Miller has done a great job. I've got to say, really impressed by Stuart Miller's ride. He held on to, he was the only rider inside the top 10 who didn't move position in that time overall, based on their time trial times, well defended. We're in with Martin Wozniak at the moment. Wozniak, one of our regular riders we've had a view in of. That pain cave hardly changes. I've been looking for differences all the way through, but basically the focus of attention there very clearly. Getting on the bike, putting the power down, putting the performance, very functional.
Bit of strength work in the background.
Yes, always handy when you're coming up over a bridge.
Well, yes, Hayland, Morel, Trujillo, all at the front of this race. And the stretch actually on the Category 2 pack at the moment. Now, these bridges do stretch the group slightly, and what you really have to watch is that you don't get dropped off the back. And one of the things I didn't say, I did count up the bridges on this men's course.
Go on.
27 bridges today on this course. That is a lot of effort in the legs, and for some very tired legs, it may be too much.
Can I ask for clarification on that point? Is that 27 bridges including the wooden elevated roadway that you call it through the cavern?
Yes.
And
yes.
there's 3 of those.
There are. But it's still an elevation.
Okay.
Over a
indeed.
boardwalk style structure.
Before our bridge and boardwalk talk gets too boring for some, let's move on to another wooden bridge stroke boardwalk stroke elevated roadway. We're in with Patrick Bloom, and you can see here the bike there well wrapped up to protect it. He's keeping focus. He's been really good, Bloom, all the way through this race. I've been very impressed by his riding again. We do check out the results of all of our rides. We don't just focus on the front. There's a lot of time spent behind the scenes staring at spreadsheets and websites to see how everybody has got on in all of our race categories. So thank you, everybody, wherever you are on the standings, for keeping us entertained.
Yeah.
Yesterday in Category 1, a very entertaining battle between Michael Vick and Jason Osborne up at the front of the race, behind one of the rides of the day being done by Hayden Pucker, the What Monster himself from the Farm What squad, really putting in a great ride. For all of its intensity of that stage 6 time trial, everybody was clearly on their limit. And the reason I say that, not one rider in the top 10,
moved
in fact,
up
top
or
11,
down.
went up or down. Neither was there a change in the team competition positions. So Boss Moves Only squad, 10 minutes clear of Aber Synergy. Synergy, 11 minutes clear of Alpha Jaw. They're also about 12 minutes, who are 12 minutes clear of the Farm What squad. Then 5 minutes back to the Venga Boys, between the Venga Boys and Natural Born Gorillas, 29 minutes. And then later Domestics, the team coming in at the lucky 7th place, because they're going to finish stage 7. In 7, the team will be making the way in. The fastest team time overall is actually that of the Boss Move squad in Category 1, as you'd expect. 25 hours, 54 minutes, 59.846 seconds of riding done for the team of the Boss Moves Only squad. They have 1 and 2 on the overall standings. And whilst the standings haven't changed position, the gaps certainly have. And there's 1 or 2 really close competitions in that a little further on. It's time to go racing. It's the very last category to leave the very last race pen of the 2025 MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. This is it. This is the final race, the final wave of riders. Category 1 are off, and they are already being stretched as they come out from those pens. This is it.
It is indeed. And if you are out there watching, you now need to get behind all 6 of these race fields, because this is the final stage on the MyWhoosh Championships. We're all in for the win today, and Andreasen leading out the Category 1 pack. Christoph Kroll, Thomas Thrall, Michael Knudsen, Dan Jurek, all at the front of the group. And Matt talks about the top 10 staying the same yesterday overall on GC. Vink to Osborne, 53 seconds. Wu, Jones, Safrazadi, Van Elst, Pucker, Knudsen, Skierski and Jurek. Now let me tell you about those close time gaps. 5th and 6th, so between Said Safrazadi and Stefan Van Elst, there is a 2-second gap. Between Stefan Van Elst and Hayden Pucker, there is a 6-second gap. So yes, that makes 8 seconds between 5th and 7th place. That could all change, even in a big sprint. But the question is it going to be a big sprint today, or are we going to see breakaways and the action already underway?
And just outside that top 10, it has to be mentioned, 4 seconds off the top 10 is Leonard Chugels, just behind Dan Churek in the Alpha Jaw squad of Churek and the Aber Synergy squad of Chugels, battling it out week in, week out on the Sunday race club. Very much a rivalry there between them, and we'll see that unfold as well. Lots of gaps inside of a minute in the classification. The closest one, the battle between Safrazadi and Van Elst, but Van Elst to Pucker, I think exactly, very much a case of what's going to happen there. Will it unfold? Kel Power already having to lose exactly the jersey here, because this group are up the road, aren't they?
Well, they are indeed, and this is a concerted effort in the sprint competition here, because Michael Vink has 60 points, Jasper Paradians has 48, so there's 12 points in it at the moment, and Power part and parcel of the Aber Synergy crew, which is where Jasper Paradians' home is. So these riders here working for Jasper Paradians.
looking to bring Paradians into the sprint in contention. They come around this left-hand turn. It's just coming up in front of them. It's just outside, round the right-hand side behind the house, hidden there. It does mean that you need to know where it is. You've got to be able to be a good judge of the speed and distance and have a quick snap. Here goes the snap. Here goes the explosive effort. Massive kick comes from Paradines at 11 watts per kilo. Now 12. He goes over the top. He's right onto the front, but here comes Michael Vink at 12.5 watts per kilo. Paradines answers at 13.5. Vink goes over the top. Paradines can't answer him. Oh my goodness. That's just sprint number one. Vink versus Paradines goes right down to the wire. Well, if anybody thought Michael Vink was tired after taking the lead in the mountains and having to defend it right the way through, oh no. It's back to business as usual on the sprints. I'm going to play you at your own game, Jasper Paradines. 5 points to Vink, 4 to Paradines, 3 to Ollie Jones, 2 to Niall Pedersen, and 1 to Pelskirski.
Well, and it's interesting, isn't it? Because the gap at the start between Vink and Paradines was 12 points. It's now 13 points. It's not insurmountable. But what the team have got to do from Paradines is they've got to get in between them. It's no point having a 1 point gap. What they're going to need to do if they want to beat Michael Vink in this sprint competition is put Jasper Paradines at the front and then pack riders in between so that the differential is more. Michael Vink has looked metronomic day after day after day. And is there anything or anyone or any team that can stop this man today?
His internet connection is not known as being the most reliable. I hope not. I'm sure he's got it hardwired in with copper wiring and super soldered together. But I think we will have to see. I think Michael Vink, at the moment, to be honest, he could have a power blackout in New Zealand and it would not make the slightest of difference.
I think you'll find.
Because the offline mode would kick in with Whoosh. He could get back in the game and then race to the front because he's just so good. I agree. I mean, joking aside, Emma, Michael Vink has shown just why he's such a consummate professional. He's got the whole package of skills. He's got he is the real deal. He is just I think unbeatable. And I just don't see how anybody breaks him. At the moment, you've got to give it to Riccardo Panizza. We've seen him on the move before. He's on the attack with Christoph Kroll. They're looking to go down the road. I think this is what they've got to do. They've got to look for every chance they can. The problem is that the group comes back on their heels, whether or not they're lapping riders who are already onto their second lap. And the group is so strong. The riders are so strong. You're going to have to just put in repeated attack and attack and attack over all of those 20, however many bridges, 24 bridges and 3 elevated roadways.
Well, it's funny, isn't it? Because I'm wondering whether we've seen some allegiances between teams here. Because Pedersen, Fryatt, Panizza, Milostic, Kroll, all the riders here in this group. And look at the gap they're getting. It's 8 seconds at the moment. Fryatt. Well, let's just take a look, shall we?
He's on our screens.
There he is. He's on our screens at the moment.
Good to see you, Neil.
I am loving to see this is a real shake-up and a breakaway going on. So in this group, we have Panizza. Who else do we have?
We have Panizza. We have Linda Milostic. We've got Neil Fryatt. We've got Niall Pedersen, Christoph Kroll, and... that should be your 5 riders.
So the Wenger boys,
Milostic, Panizza.
So we have the Wenger boys, Milostic, Panizza, Kroll, and Pedersen. 4 Wenger boys out playing.
Wenger.
With one of the natural-born gorillas, Neil Fryatt. These 4 riders are not up in the top 10 on GC. The teams are not up in the 1-2 in the team competition. But, well, I'll tell you something. If they go down the road and they sweep up the points in the sprint competition, it could all change. There's 5 riders there. There's 5 point slots available in every competition. This could shake it up a little.
Well, it's handing it to Michael Vink to some degree because his lead can't be touched if they hoover up the points. Quick trivial quiz for you, or not so quick trivial quiz for you, Emma. Do you know what Wenger means?
Faster.
Almost close. I'll give you 9 out of 10. Do you know what language it comes from? Spanish. It's Spanish for come on.
Well, yeah. Wenger. Faster.
Yes.
Ale.
Yes.
Go, go.
Yes. Yeah. Venga Venga is the what you get shouted if you ever go racing in Spain. Everybody shouts it at you. Well, they do it at me because I'm never going quick enough. Right. In with category 2, in with Masit Mendakowicz at the moment. This race of going fast enough to dispatch riders off the back of the group. At the moment, at the front of the group, we've got a yellow jersey in there, Mr. X100, the leader on the road. He took that lead in that time trial on the way up the climb. He put in a phenomenal climb up the Mount Fuji climb, but this now is going to be all about holding position, using his teammates wisely here. The team of the UAE clan team looking to make sure that they hold on to that lead in the overall. Tomoki Takasugi in this group, as well as Nicholas Tagillo, David Dunn, Masik Skierski in there. Looks like Bloom still nicely in here. And we're going to go in with one of the real characters of the racing. Hello, Tomoki! Tomoki Takasugi is here and racing once again. He's been here every day. The trademark tongue is out. What a man. I tell you something. Our riders keep us entertained.
Strong.
Thank you so much to everybody who has kept us enthralled with what's going on in your world and showing us just how hard they race. Tomoki Takasugi has given this everything. There is not one muscle that man is not employed to make his way up here. 33rd position at the moment. He's still, and this shows you, he's still within 25 minutes of the race lead, which after 7 days of racing against some amazing riders, up against the teams, he's done a brilliant job. So Takasugi of the Cycling District 2 team in action. Lost time on stage 1, then playing with the time gas after that, trying to play catch up. I think a lot of the time. Great riding by him. Another rider who's really kept us entertained by always being on the attack. Really strong rider, Mitchell Machado in here. You can see back in his pain cave once again. The Portuguese rider riding for Cycling District squad out of the saddle, hands on top of the hoods there, just kicking along. It's taking him right to the front of the group. He's keeping the pace high at 14.7k at the moment. So on the run forward. Meanwhile, Michael Knudsen said,
been sent down the road.
He has, and I think this is just a little bit of a safeguard from the Boss Moves Only squad. Put Michael Knudsen into this group and let him go in there and disrupt it. He can report back from the front as and when he's needed, and then rely on everybody else who is at threat from Knudsen in the overall, aka Hayden Pucker, who is the rider just in front of Knudsen in the overall, now being left to chase. And it's a move by Boss Moves Only.
Strategic move, and really, really smart. So Knudsen goes down the road from the Boss Moves Only squad to join the group, and all of a sudden, Pucker has to defend his position, and in defending his position, he has to bring the group back, and that is to the benefit of Vink and Osborne, smart moving.
It is. Now, another rider being just pinged off the front here. Bjorn Andreasen is good. Now, this will get the alarm bells ringing even more so as Andreasen goes down to join that group. I think the death knell was sounded for that leading breakaway with the move across by Knudsen, because Andreasen has now decided, I'm not having that. I'm going after him. I'm not going to let this stage disappear because everybody lets 5 riders go up the road, and that's not leaving without me. Meanwhile, you can see Pucker now back onto the front of the bunch here. Van Elst, he can see positions being at risk here. Van Elst moving up. He can't afford to let, say, Safrazadi go anywhere. 2 seconds between Safrazadi and Van Elst, and wherever Van Elst goes today, he's going to have a shadow. And that shadow will be Said Safrazadi, because Safrazadi cannot let Van Elst go in front of him when they come to the line by any kind of distance. A couple of bike lengths could be all that separates them at the end of this race.
Well, this could be a good stage for Hayden Pucker. You know, he has phenomenal watts, and the watts are going to be of a real benefit here today on this type of stage in Colombia. Just 293 metres of climbing over 83.4 kilometres. And we saw that watts, well, the prowess that it brought in that individual time trial yesterday to Hayden Pucker. And he's riding and racing so strongly at the moment. It would be good to see him go well today.
It really would, and I think he'll be buoyed by that performance in the time trial. It wasn't just on the flat; it was about that climb as well. taking the momentum that you built and any kind of gap that you put in on that time trial onto the climb. Now, category 1 at the moment, you can see that it's that kind of time, isn't it? Let's have a little regroup, a little bit of a think. Let's see who's going to go next. We've tried a couple of solids. We know now who's going to answer. We can see where those moves are coming from. You can see the polka dot skin suit there of Jason Osborne, who's signed, sealed, and delivered that mountain climbers jersey to the Boss Moves Only squad by winning the climbs competition. He now will be looking to make sure that Vink goes all the way to the finish. We're at 10K into what is an 83-kilometer race for the men on the final stage, and another attack goes down the road.
Yeah.
Another move, this time Ruben Dont going for a long one, and he's gone to go snaffle some points down here. It's Fryett's teammate behind Dont. Vink is moving, and so is Paradines. Paradines has gone over the top of Vink this time. Now Vink starts to wind it up. It may be too little too late. They're going to get separated here, and that is exactly what you said, Emma, previously. Put riders between Paradines and Vink, and that is what just happened. 2-point gap.
Well, Ruben Dont pushing on there, Vink and Paradines, and Paradines, he's had some easier days, in terms of the last few days to recover and keep those sprint legs going. Michael Vink's got a phenomenal kick though, and he really is a full package. Paradines picking up 5 points, Dont picking up 4, Vink picking up 3, Skierski picking up 2, and Jones picking up 1. The young rider, Paul Skierski, still doing a brilliant job as well.
Well, Michael Vink, it's not going to have an easy day today.
No, he's not.
If you think, oh, I'm yellow jersey, I'm going to just roll into the finish and take this away because I'll roll with a bunch. No, not happening. Michael Vink now leads. He's got 68 points. He's only 11 points clear of Jasper Paradines. There's 35 points still on offer left if you take the win in all the sprints that are left. This is not over by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, if something's worth winning, it's worth working hard for.
I'm not sure I entirely agree with that, but we probably haven't got time to explain why.
Well, good. Let's move on. And in category 6 at the moment, they're at the 41.8 kilometre marker. They are moving towards the end of lap 2. Breck McMurtry pushing on the front at the moment. Junior Silva, Maxime Fabre, Julio Arrego on the front of the pack behind.
And this race in category 6 really is one of those races that we've seen unfold that's seen some real changes on the way through. We did talk earlier on about our early leader, Marius Fossier, not being able to continue right the way through the stage.
Oh, he's watching
race.
though.
He is indeed watching. I'm going to read this out because I think he probably sums up everybody who's watching and who's not riding. This is from Marius Fossier. Good luck all. I am jealous. Hopefully the next championship is just weeks away. I love the live stream. Thank you very much. And this championship has been awesome. See you guys in the Sunday Race Love from Marius Fossier. That for me is why not just we do, the whole team does it, the whole of MyWhoosh does it, because we're providing the opportunity to race for everybody from category 6 to category 1. Don't ever let anybody tell you that the next championship is just weeks away. I wish it was, but there are the public qualifiers. Whatever category you are in, go race the public qualifiers, see how you stack up, and don't forget Sunday Race Club, 52 weeks of the year.
Yeah, it is indeed. And Matthias Van Heet, well, Van Heet is back. He's back at the front of the pack, and he's back here driving for the line. They are indeed pushing on here. Kalman in 2, Hansen in 3, Ospina in 4, Becker, Halen, Wozniak. This is just one big drive from Van Heet here, trying to stretch the group a little. 1 or 2 riders dropping out the back, doing good work.
And Matthias Van Heet, let's not forget that he was a leader in category 2 previously, dropped down outside the top 10 before the time trial on that big mountain stage of Fuji, then moving back up into the top 10 yesterday in the time trial, so pushing himself back in to the prize money. Quick reminder, you can see the breakdown of the prize money on the MyWhoosh.com website. Go to the events page, go to MyWhoosh Championship, the rule book and all the road book and the guidelines, everything's in there. Loads of reading material, but you're a bit late this time. You have to wait for the next one.
Well, really interestingly, Van Heet, he's only 4 seconds back on 9th. He's only 9 seconds back on 8th. He's only, 17 seconds back on 7th,
Yep.
and 26 seconds back on 6th place. He can see progression ahead. A small group breakaway could well do this, and he is being instrumental in those attacks, part and parcel of that ABUS esports squad. Hansen here too, right up the front. Ross Fawcett here as well, right up the front. Category 2 is just going to keep going and going and going.
And the gaps in the racing really, really tough. Hansen representing the Fast Guy squad, and right behind Adrian Alvarado, who was riding so strongly in the climbs competition as well. Meanwhile, Nathan Guerra on the front at 7 watts per kilo. Guerra not content to let this roll to the finish. He's on the attack. You can see him in person. Left-hand side of your screen, you can see the avatar. Right-hand side of your screen, Nathan Guerra been on the podium positions. He's been right up there. He's been battling. I really, really hope Nathan has enjoyed his racing here once again, and a regular competitor on MyWhoosh on the Sunday race club, regularly racing in category 2 now, and riding right the way through this championship, doing a great job of getting and letting his legs do the talking in the racing. Not his day when we hit the big mountains.
No, he's currently lying 18th overall in category 2, and strong racing. He is behind Bert Cahen, and he's ahead of Ross Fawcett, so he's got great company. Carlos Ospina is in the mix as well around them. He's not far off, and some days much stronger than others. He finished 6th on day 1, 3rd on day 2, 14th on day 3, then 8th, then he's had a 20th and a 30th. So the last 2 stages have really not gone his way, but some great racing, and this is the type of stage that does suit him.
Oh, yeah, a fast, hard race. I'll tell you who else. It's Jakob Björklund, another rider who you could say would like this. I think he'd like a few more little punchy climbs in there. 27th overall at Björklund for the Maple Baguette Express. The Maple Baguette Express sitting in 7th place at the moment. They're only 5 minutes down on ABUS Esports in terms of that team competition. He's now moving right up to the front. We're at 22.6 kilometres, just having come out from the far side of the tunnels going into town.
Interesting, actually, isn't it? Because the push on the front now, Björklund and Guerra from that Maple Baguette Express squad. Godzari, Gombert and Havo are the other riders in that crew. But Becker is there, Miller is there, Kiddle is there, Mundell is there, and they're all now regrouping. But continually, Category 2, attack. And this is what we said early on, Matt, because the time gaps are so close in Category 2. Things could still change, whereas in some of the other categories, GC is a bit more firm.
Firm. That's a good word. Nothing is set in stone yet, is it?
It's like firm.
Yeah, it's like concrete going off, or which is particularly applicable given that there's a new floor going in at the Full Speed Event Studios down the road. Firm. It's like going off. It's not yet set. It's not yet unchangeable, but it's getting there.
Yes.
Okay, let's take a little bit of a dive back in with Category 1. A little bit quiet at the moment. How long's that going to last, you reckon? Not very long is the answer, says everybody, because this is Category 1 here on the MyWhoosh Championships. We're in with Mikkel Kaminski. He's out of the saddle here in that Polish jersey. And we have talked about strong nations, Emma, and Brazil, Poland, etc. There's lots of nations, though, with some really strong riders and strength in depth. And some of the nations start now building the global nature of the MyWhoosh racing, given that it is a global platform and not centered on one nation, means that we've got riders from around the globe. It's not just looking at one thing in particular or one place or aiming to please one set of people. We see that when we've been looking at, the time of this championship. They looked at where the entries came from before making the decision.
And how hard was that?
Of what that time was. Because if there was a majority of people who decided, 99% are going to ride from New Zealand, more oddly enough, we'd have gone for the perfect time for New Zealand. But It wasn't. It's a global and it's a real spread of riders, and hence we've got a time zone that's
and we've got
for
North
as many
America,
people as
we've got
possible.
South America, we've got Northern Europe, we've got Southern Europe, we've got riders in the UAE region, we've got riders from Australasia, we've got riders from around the world. And, if you've been unlucky by it being like 4 a.m. in the morning or like 1 p.m. or 1 a.m. in the morning, should I say, at the other end of the spectrum, and you're literally a day away, I am sorry, but Lionel Vujasin here is in Europe, where the Full Speed Event Studios are based. And Vujasin and Andreasen now, yet another attack in Category 1.
They are, and just to go back to that point of wherever you are in the world, it could always be worse. You could be like Emma, having to talk about all of this, and every single day coming out of the studio saying, I wish I could ride this.
It's so true.
Because no matter what time it was, no matter what time this came out, Emma was never going to get to ride this. Let's face this.
I love putting words to the action. I really, really do. But occasionally I am sat in the studio looking at the racing with serious FOMO. And I have had that this week.
Well, I haven't at the moment because I'm seeing some incredibly hard racing. Michael Vink in pursuit has gone clear of the bunch. He had a little bit of a warning. Vujasin went down the road. Vink is now looking to bridge across. He doesn't need to do this in terms of the overall. He will be looking for a stage victory because this is Michael Vink. But that is, as you just said, the key thing here. What he's doing, though, he's leading out Jasper Paradines in style. So look at this. Vink with Paradines on his wheel. He's bringing Paradines back into the battle. They could have just fought out for third and fourth place, but they're not. Vink goes.
Paradines needs to go over the top and put these two riders between them at the moment, and Vink needs to make sure these two riders aren't there. Vujasin and Andreasen, well, it's been one massive lead out, and Paradines and Vink are going side by side. Paradines just sneaks it. 1 point in Paradines' favour. It's seriously close.
It does say a lot, doesn't it? When a bad day for Michael Vink is basically
coming second in the sprint.
Whilst wearing the yellow jersey and being the leader in the sprints competition.
It's not really a bad day.
If that man's got more cycling talent in his little toe than I've ever had in my life.
Well, Jasper Paradines picking up 5 points, Michael Vink picking up 4, Vujasin picking up 3, Andreasen picking up 2, and Knudsen picking up 1. And the push coming back, Andreasen and Vujasin, well, they have decided it wasn't really a push for that particular sprint. It's a push to go clear.
Well, go on, keep going, guys. We'll come back to you in a moment. Let's dive in with Aaron Torres here in Category 6. Our Category 6 riders, remember, the first riders out from our pens at the moment, just making the way in through town. Good to be in with Aaron. Aaron, congratulations on getting to the end of Stage 6 and riding into Stage 7. The good news is you're well on your way. There's only 40k to go.
Well, actually, there's less than 40k to go, but only just.
By meters.
Well, yeah, I know, but it's all psychologically important. Sub 40k left. Absolutely, that's
you're over halfway on the last stage.
Exactly. Halfway on Stage 7 and underneath the wheels and continuing to drive towards the line. Well, Category 5 are driving at the 44.2 kilometre marker. Not in a car, they're driving the pedals, and they're driving the pedals hard because Hagland and Reinheimer don't joke, because there has been known, in like huge, big multi-day stage races or long distance races, people known to jump on buses and get in cars and cheat. Well, no one's doing that today, but Hagland, Reinheimer, Holm and Mukhtari are indeed pushing on, and we're in with Nicholas Hagland at the moment. They're at the 44.4 kilometre marker, and this is a big drive.
It is. Nicholas Hagland, he had to steal some notes for the time trial on pacing because he'd seen how good they were in action in the women's race. Brilliant to see him putting in that time trial. He defended his podium position, third place overall, and still battling it out. And it's only 6 seconds between him and Reinheimer. They can't afford to let that go. So that gap not opening out. We're in with Fabian Tapia. Tapia with the polka dot jersey of our climb winner, and with the white jersey as our young rider leading that competition. He's ahead of Joel Warren. ahead of Joe Warren, in that competition. Joe Warren in the green jersey, a sprint leader. They're just at 41 kilometres at the moment. At 45 kilometres at the moment, just going up and over around this right-hand turn. 45k in to an 85k race, you need to get some fuel down quick. You're well into this. I mean, we look at the times on the boards. We're over that hour marker. Most people will have taken at least 2 or 3 refuels on the way to that point, because most people fuel in every 15 to 20 minutes or so on a ride and a race of this intensity. There are a number of riders that have been in touch, Emma, and they have been saying one of the tough things for them on the stage racing has been the volume of food that they've had to consume because of the amount of energy they've been expending.
Do you know, it's really hard, a lot of people have it all planned out and it all laid out in front of them, and they know exactly what they're taking and eating and drinking. Hydration and fueling, really, really key, and not just for that particular day, but you're also hydrating and fueling for the entire stage race. Now, if you're someone like me, I have my challenge is I always like something savoury. I don't mind the sweet. I know I get that drinks and tabs and gels and things are sweet. At some point, it's got to be savoury. Some of the, and I'm also a little bit of a old-fashioned gal. I like real food.
Yes, whereas I've probably got the sweetest tooth on the planet, and I actually like lots of sweet stuff. So for me, lots of gels, lots of very sweet, sugary foods. For me, not a problem at all. Just carry on doing that all day long. But it's not just about the taste; it's about how your body absorbs it and training yourself to do that. And it's very difficult unless you race day after day after day to train your body to have this many carbs. And this much fuel on board.
And you can't do it by just racing. You have got to practice.
Yes.
You can't put into play something new in a big race.
Never try something new on a proper race. Do it in training. One of the key things that was drilled into me when I was young, and should be drilled into all riders, wherever you are, whether you're in one of the outdoor display areas, if you're down in Adnarka watching this, if you are in Abu Dhabi, if you're in New Zealand, if you're in America, if you're in Europe, wherever you are in the world, one of the key lessons: don't try something new when you're racing in earnest. You should try it in training first.
Definitely.
Not everybody has lots of time, so it might be that you try it in a training race rather than a race that's a target race, but it should still be not put into play when it really matters.
Can I just say, I once did a mountain bike race, and somebody handed me up somebody else's gel at one of the pit stops halfway into the race, and it was a caffeine gel. I really respond badly to caffeine, and it's the only mountain bike race I've never finished.
Well, it just shows you how important it is. So Emma, not a fan of caffeine. Me, that is my that's my ideal food. That would be my last meal. Would be a caffeine gel, because it's got almost everything in: caffeine and loads of sugar, which is brilliant. What a mix. Maybe an ice cream caffeine gel.
My goodness. Right, let's move on quickly.
Yes.
Before there are real challenges in the commentary box.
Okay, so we have David Kowalski on our seat. Now, David Kowalski really, really has been riding well. Kowalski, one of those riders who's been battling it out for points all over the place. He's been riding all the way through. Great to have him up on our screens once again. Kowalski, 15th place at the in Category 3. And I think for me, we talk about riders who've been in and around the points, the climbs, they've been in the top 10. But for me, this race is, David Kowalski, he was inside that top 10. He was in 10th place, just coming into the middle of this race. He dropped down a little bit. He's still smiling as we get in towards the end. And that says a lot. We've got a few more kilometers to go in this race. This is stage 7 of the MyWhoosh Championships. If you are just joining us for the last stage, where have you been for the last 6 days? We've been in the commentary box. We would have loved you to be here, but the good news is that when you go onto mywhoosh.com, you can download the app on iOS, Android, and on Windows. You can go out and ride all of these routes that you have missed out on watching. And just as importantly, you can subscribe to the YouTube channel. And whilst you're on YouTube, watch all of the racing back. Share it with your friends. Let everybody know. And even better, come and join us on a Sunday. Now, We talk about preparation being key, as Emma's drink has finally cooled down to a temperature that won't take the roof off her mouth because it was too hot to start off with the day. That's got to be a record. We're in with category 4 here. We're at 43.4k, and at the moment, I think this is a little bit of a sneaky bush off the front here by Mosgard and Holtz.
I do indeed. And category 4, there is a push. And take a look on the top right-hand corner of your screen. It's a good gap at the moment, around 6 seconds. They've got a couple of category 5 riders in the middle. So making use of the other earlier starting packs to go round and go clear. Kevin Horsley closing this down. But, Ryan Giuliano is now starting to pick up the pace on the pack behind. Is he going to bring everybody with him? Robinson is there. White is there. Pinot is there. Okay, this is a concerted effort now to bring this breakaway back. Interestingly, small attacks continually happening. Someone always has to close them down. And at the moment, Holtz and Mosgard are the 2 riders clear. But the gap is coming back.
And this is, for me, what makes it difficult for these riders as they, if you're up inside in the top 10, if you're battling for somebody in 44th and 45th place, you need to know who's around you. You need to know who is where. Who do you need to watch out for? Who can't you give any sliding room to? Who dare you let go a little bit further? Torsten Holtz here on the move with Giuliano, with Mosgard, with Horsley. They've got a little bit of a gap just opened on the bunch on the right of your screen. Left-hand side of your screen, it's a lonely road for Luke Kendall, who once again is on the move in category 5. 3 seconds on Andrew Neville Ross. You can see that gap is not there, but they are critically at the 50-kilometre marker.
Well,
and Kendall this is one of those big gaps between sprints.
Kendall is also 8 seconds shy of the top 5 on GC.
Yes.
If he can get away, Andrew Neville Ross, Neville Ross is currently 8th on GC. He may well be going with Kendall because these 2 riders could do some damage, you know. It's Neville Ross's gap on GC to James Mountier in 7th, a little bit more than Kendall's top 5 desires. But, could Neville Ross and Luke Kendall, the 2 teammates on the Level Warriors squad, be going down the road to move their team up and to ensure their finishing positions on GC are strong? Well, category 5, the chase group behind is there. Polacca on the front, Reinheimer on the front. They're not so bothered about the chase and, should I say about chasing, because Neville Ross and Kendall are not going to give any competition to the yellow jersey. Felipe Reinheimer currently in 2nd place. He is minutes ahead of Kendall. And so they will feel a lot more settled in their chase. Daniel Dotto on your screens at the moment. He's part and parcel of the group. A little bit of a point coming to the group now. And you can see when the group is wide across the road, the chase is not on. When the group starts to get longer, the chase is on fire. And at the moment, it's sort of wide and long, which tells me there's some intention to bring the group back, but not a lot. Well, Pettersson right at the front of the pack at the moment. And now the yellow jersey goes to the 4. The yellow jersey coming to the 4 of the race and sitting back and sitting up. He's not interested. The Cycling District 5.1 rider, Jussi Polacca, who's in yellow at the moment in category 5, not interested in chasing. Happy to let Neville Ross and Kendall 7 seconds out down the road. They're at the 51.4 kilometre marker. Still a long way to the finish. And Alex Lark on our screen. He's part and parcel of that category 5 chasing group. Great jersey, I have to say. I've been absolutely inspired by some of the jerseys and kit we've seen whilst we have been looking into our riders and racers pain caves. Lark, Brambati, front of the pack, 8 seconds back on the 2 leaders. So category 5 continue to chase and continue to look to bring Neville Ross and Kendall back into the fold. Category 1 at the 27.3 kilometre marker. They're coming up to the start of lap number 2. And at this end of lap number 1, Bjorn Andreasen has decided it is time to go. Well, Andreasen, part and parcel of that Farm Watts squad, has gone down the road, the Danish rider, now at seconds. And for Yasin, Vink, Ramirez, Kroll, Pucker, all on the group behind. Pucker, teammate of Andreasen, ensuring that the pace is really slow in the group behind. Vujasin seems to be the only rider really intent on the front of that pack in giving chase. And at the moment, Andreasen continues to push as he goes out on to lap 2. Well, Category 2 are well and truly on lap 2. They're at the 35.8 kilometre mark. And take a look at the distance there. That is, around 8 kilometres different between Category 1 and Category 2. That tells me Category 2 have got a fast race going on here today. And they are pushing and pushing strongly. The pack moving at 56 kilometres now. They've just come down off one of the bridges and really rolling strong.
They are indeed, and they've got this group, still a big group, still moving fast, still plenty of people eager to go. I might be a bit of a Duracell bunny in the commentary box with able to keep on going day after day after day after day, but I've got to take my hats off to the riders to be able to push day after day after day after day. For us, it's preparation in the weeks before, making sure we cover everybody, making sure we know what we're doing. We've got all the stage details. We know the courses inside out. We've got all of the tech sorted, everything tested in the background. But we have nothing as to the riders who've got to train and race before this. Each and every day we're here 3 to 4 hours before and probably about another hour afterwards to make it happen. And yet for us, we don't have to refuel in the same way the riders do.
Well, we
don't
do
have
refuel.
to rest. Well, we do, but not,
not in the same way.
Ours is usually ice cream and
coffee
and some kind of reasonable food rather than just energy snacks in the studio. But we have nothing as to the riders. I've got to say, my hats go off to the riders. The way that they can keep animating the racing, the way that you get these attacks, the people that are prepared to have a go day after day, and those people who have been suffering day after day after day. We get to watch so many great races across 6 race categories. A lot of these riders have been on their own, who are out and racing or racing very much in their own pain cave day after day after day, and yet they keep on going, finishing stage after stage. It's brilliant to see, and I've got to say a great honour to be here. And Jamie, much as I agree with all of your comments on the live feed, and thank you very much for the comments. We have enjoyed it. We love Category 1, though, I have to say. The elite races, Michael Vink showing just why he is so phenomenal onto the wheels of the former world champion.
Metres, 500 metres away from the sprint checkpoint. He's going long and he's going hard. Andreasen behind, Betty Vujasin, Osborne, Turek and Knudsen. I can't see Paradians going for this one too. Michael Vink is right at the front here, and I can't see him move from the pack at all. It's not going to be long until they get into that 250 marker and they see the sprint checkpoint. Where's Paradians? He's hung his hat up. Don't tell me he's hung his hat up already.
No, come on, Jasper. What are you doing?
Well, the gap is big. The gap is
go.
long.
Come on.
Winding it up now. Here goes Paradians at just shy of 14 watts per kilo. He's chasing and chasing. He's got Ruben Dont out front, but Andreasen and Vink are already through. Paradians is going to pick up 3 points. To be Michael Vink's skin suit.
It has, and I'm just wondering, Ruben Dont keeps going for these. He's one of the natural born grillers.
Yes.
He's trying to take points away from Paradians. Who's immediately behind Paradians in the overall points? Palskirski, but it's surely a bridge too far on a day full of bridges, because when these points are added in, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 for Vink, Andreasen, Paradians, Dont, and Fryatt, respectively, Vink is now on 77 points. Paradians on 65, Skierski on 38, and it's Skierski, I think, that Dont is working for here, unless there's some kind of alliance between the natural-born gorillas and yes, but Paradians or the boss moves on. Or maybe it's just, do you know what? I've really loved the racing. I've got the chance to really race at the front. I'm going to take the opportunity. And Ruben Dont is one of those riders that, given the chance to race, he will.
Well, I can tell you it's not done yet. Vink's on 77 points. Paradians on 65. The 12-point gap is still the same 12-point gap they had at the start of the day. There's still 25 maximum points available. But at the moment, Vink is showing us his heels every single time we get to those sprint checkpoints. So I'm not sure Jasper Paradians can close that gap.
No, now I've got to say hello to Pal Skiski and congratulations on another great race. He is one of our younger riders. He's been racing and riding up against the youngsters, against Milostic, against Pucker. And day in, day out, he's given it absolutely everything. We've seen a couple of different shots of the Pain Cave of his trophies of the medals that he's won to date in cycling, but a really talented
Young
rider,
rider.
and we've got to remember some of these youngsters, they're just starting out in life. They don't have the thick hides and skins like we do. They are amazing riders, phenomenal athletes, and putting down the power day in, day out. And a week stage race is hard when you're young.
Naturally getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, I mean, just think of what this training is going to do to them when they then go on forwards, because the body's going, right, you've just given me a great training block this week. And it's a real lesson as well about how you respond. When do you need to refuel? Where do you push? Are you good on day 2, 3, 4, 5? Where does that come in? Brilliant riding. Josiah Betty, one of the riders in this group. Now, Josiah Betty is a rider who we know is always going to be on the attack. Good to see you, Josiah. He's been in category 1. He does yo-yo on the Sunday Race Club between category 1 and 2. He's got the thumbs up. I love his enthusiasm. We're on day 7, mate. You've made it all the way through this category 1 pack. You are absolutely at the front of the race. On day 7 here, absolutely nailing it, still looking smooth, cool as a cucumber in there. I tell you something, really, really great riding by Giselle.
Yesterday was his best finish out of all of the stages. He finished 23rd on the stage in that time trial. Fabulous, fabulous racing.
And he's up against the best in the world. He's in category 1. It doesn't get any higher. These are the elite riders. These are the riders who, the world champions in here, the current world champion, the former world champions are in
here.
They're
both in here.
And in fact, both past world champions are in. The current world champion, though, on the move, he hits the bridge. He goes, oh, yes, it goes uphill. Oh, I go quick. Oh, yeah, I've gone off the front now.
No. He's
here we
continuing to push and continue to drive. The question for me, it was always, at what point would Vink and Osborne stop being teammates and start attacking each other? Because there's 53 seconds separating the two riders, Michael Vink and Jason Osborne, 1 and 2 on GC. And I can tell you, Jason Osborne is not going to let that lie. Not until they are over the line at the end of stage 7. And at one point now, this is the point they've decided at 33.3 kilometres into the race, Jason Osborne has gone, sorry, we might be part and parcel of the Boss Moves Only squad, but today it is man on man. It is Vink versus Osborne for the win here on the MyWhoosh Championships.
And I'm sure that was Wu who went off after them. He was glued to the wheels. We've been watching him in this pack, glued to the wheels in the same kind of position. And as they've gone up the road, Wu goes after them because they're the 1, 2, 3 in the overall. A fantastic racing. Jones will want to respond. It's going to bring everybody back. Noren, great climbing from Noren. We seem to put some great work in for the team. But at the moment, as the action continues to kick here, it is a Wu, Vink and Osborne, with Pedersen now trying to bridge across the gap. He's on his way here. So Niall Pedersen is going to make this behind Saeed Safrizadi, Michael Nutten and Stefan van Elst are there as well. Safrizadi, for me, needed to kick then. If he'd have gone then, he could have put Van Elst in trouble. He now has to watch Van Elst because Van Elst is coming up on the wheels here. The attack by Osborne went. The move instantly came from Vink to come over the top. He saw Osborne get itchy on the climb. He went, oh, it's just Jason doing what Jason does. But no, Osborne then continued onwards.
Yeah, and this is interesting because I think if Vink and Osborne went down the road and it was just a battle between the two of them, the rest of the group would not worry so much. Wu, 4 minutes back on GC, but then Jones, Safrizadi, Van Elst, Pucker, Knudsen, Skierski, Turek, well, they're watching each other to hold their places on GC. And that's the issue. It's the makeup of the group and who goes with them.
So the riders now reforming, regrouping. Who's going to put the next attack in? Who's going to put the next move in here? Who is going to put the move maybe on this next riser? Jason Osborne loving it when it goes uphill, but don't forget he's got some fantastic power as well. Right, let's dive back in. We're going across to category 5. Hal Lightwood in. We've seen Hal on a regular basis, the Canadian rider in here, and the Category 5 rider in some great company here. Gavaria Scala, Tisano
the
in here as
Canadian
well.
flag is flying.
Indeed, it is. It's great to see that red maple leaf being flown there by Hal Lightwood all the way through this race. And I tell you something, if there was a nation that was suited to running esports, my mum had the pleasure of living in Canada for a number of years. And she says it was an amazing place to be, but her abiding memory is there was plenty of the times where you either skied or stayed indoors.
It's cold.
When it's cold, it's really cold. So, not surprised to see some great cycling esport athletes racing. Lightwood and Bruce Pearce, another great example.
Let me tell you again, Hal Lightwood, again, one of those riders really excelling in the individual time trial. He's 44th in an on GC at the moment. And actually, he was 37th in that individual time trial. So obviously one of Lightwood's strengths.
Well, he was down there on the aero bars. He's always looked quite low on the bike.
Yeah, I think he's got tri-bars on it.
Yeah, it's a surefire sign riders are used to riding. And riding in that aero position is really, really key. And that is key when you time trial outdoors rather than on the turbo trainer. Time trialing is a skill, whether you're riding a 200-meter time trial or a 12-hour time trial.
And for some people, once they get into that position, they produce more power than when they don't sit in that position, which is why we see time trial specialists. Other riders, when they go into the time trial position, lose power.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And it does depend on your body type. You can always improve it, and you can spend a lot of time on the bike practicing that. Chris Boardman used to do special stretches, a special stretching regime, so that he could get low on the bike into that what was the Superman position at the time, the very low flat back with the long arms out in front. And he did stretches specifically designed for that racing position that he didn't do for anything else at the time.
Insights.
Yes.
Well, I tell you, this is an insight into Category 5 and the front end of it, because Mountier, Hagland, Warren and Pulaka, well, interesting group here in Category 5. They've got a good gap, actually, at the moment, and it's a 4-rider breakaway, 7 seconds clear. The fact that Pulaka is in it, which means he and his team won't chase it down. Warren is in here because he wants to pick up those last few opportunities in the sprint checkpoint competition. Hagland and Holm, those two riders, well, the mix is a great mix.
It is, and I am wondering whether we saw a move from Hagland being answered there by Pulaka. So, if Hagland had gone on the attack, and I wouldn't put it past him, Pulaka is going to respond to that, because although the gap at the moment between the two is only, 53 seconds between Pulaka and Hagland, you can't let Pulaka go down the road. Reinheimer sat in between the two.
Yeah, Reinheimer is the one for me who's missing out there. It is only 6 seconds between Hagland and Reinheimer. Reinheimer in second, Hagland in third. So Hagland moving up potentially, Pulaka in the mix, so his team aren't going to chase. But the ZTBR E-Cycling 5 squad may want to get a move on.
Yeah, I was about to say they need to get up there and give him some support, really. I think having a team member up there. Now, meanwhile, Category 1, left-hand side of your screen, and more moves, more little attacks going again. Another speculative attack. And this is a run for a sprint line again. There are riders going up the road here trying to take this away. And guess who's right on the front of them? A certain Michael Vink. Yellow cap, yellow shorts, yellow bike, yellow gloves, yellow socks, yellow insoles, yellow cleats, maybe.
Well, that's because he's wearing yellow. He's leading the Category 1 race on stage 7 of this competition. And Vink driving towards the line. He goes under in 1. Pedersen in 2. Andreasen in 3. Betty and then Dont. I think Pyreneans may well have decided save it for the finale.
Well, I think I have to say, as time is running out and we're getting closer and closer to the finishing line, and the points that are left are diminishing, I think Jasper Paradis now, as shown by that graphics, has capitulated in the battle, in that fight for the sprint competition. Michael Vink taking 5 from Pedersen's 4, Andreasen's 3, Dont's 2, and Betty's 1. Vink now on 82 points, Paradis on 65 points. They're currently at the 38.6 kilometre marker, which by my reckoning means there's 20 points left. And that means it's doable, but unlikely.
Well, the push coming to bring back those riders who went through the checkpoint. The last thing Osborne needs is Vink to then go down the road and extend his lead even further. Look at that side, Safrazadi right up there, Neil Fryer up there as well. Josh Harris, Jason Osborne, Hayden Pucker are all trying to bring back Pedersen, Vink and Andreasen, and they are doing so at the moment. Well, not wanting to let Vink go clear and extend his lead over Jason Osborne. They're coming up towards the 40-kilometre marker. They're not quite halfway yet. Matt, what do you think is going to happen? We've seen lots of attacks from Category 1 in these early stages. What about in the second half of the race? Do you think we'll see more intention in those attacks?
More intention? That's an awkward phrase. More intention. No, because you don't. I can't imagine anybody's attacking with a view that what they're going to do is, oh, we're just going to attack half-heartedly, because why bother? Why do that? Why would you there's no point doing that. I think I've just seen Hayden Pucker go down the road on Category 1 with an attack. He's not going to have gone off the front and gone, oh, I'm not sure. The intention is always there to break the group and to go clear with more do or die commitment, maybe.
Maybe I should have instigated the phraseology correctly.
Yes.
I'm not quite sure I just did.
Are there lots of syllables there for no good reason?
Yeah, there was. But I suppose what I really mean is, are we going to see attacks that are attacks to win the race, as opposed to attacks to enliven the racing and to get that sprint checkpoint competition complete?
Yes. Yeah, I think so. I think, well, you're more likely to make it stick the closer to the finishing line you are.
Well,
you're more likely to make it stick. It's more likely to stay. Now we're in with James Mountier, the canoe in the background. You can see the bikes in the background in the pain cave. Another great ride by Mountier here. He's currently up in with this group of leaders in the Category 5 race. It has split apart. Mountier, a rider who could benefit from this. 7th overall. He's only 55 seconds behind Kendall. Kendall is not in this group. So at the moment, Mountier really needs to push, and he needs Hagland and Polaka to want to strengthen their position as they go up here, because Reinheimer is missing from this group. He's 4 seconds down, and if this leading group actually put themselves into gear, this is a break worth making happen. Polaka's reinforcing his lead. Hagland could go over the top of Reinheimer. You've got Mountier could move up and go above Kendall, but you've got to work together and you've got to push, and that cohesive push is not happening. No. Come on, guys, you've had 6 days of practice. Let's make it happen here on stage 7.
Well, I think the group behind are just doing enough, aren't they? And it's a big pack, and the pack is rolling. They may well be quite happy to just leave that group of 4 out hanging for a little while. It's not a big gap. It's not a big group, and the pack behind now starting to move, and the intention now very, very clear that they're bringing them back in. Lenador is the rider pushing here. Big style on the group. They want the pack back. That's enough. We've got just shy of 20 kilometres to go now in the race, and we want one big group.
They do. It's going to come. I think it will come back together, as you say. Warren just on his way, joining the meeting. See Natari, the rider, just in front of Lenador at the moment, just working hard here to come across. It's a real who's who. Martin Wang, winner of the last stage, on his way up here. Luis Castro in here. Neville Ross is in here. Tapia is in. Ala Lucia is in here. Loxley is in here. Smithson in this group as well. Got to say a big well done to everybody at MyWhoosh who has made this happen. Now is an opportune time, I think, given that we are in Category 5 as we go forward. The riders making their way onwards. the team at MyWhoosh behind the scenes, the course designers, the people who are responsible for the aerodynamics, for the drafting, for the customer service, for race control, for all of the entries, the admin, the verification process, all of the graphic designers, the people who dream up the worlds, the people who dream up the courses, the people who put it onto the magical world of the internet, and the broadcast team who are based at MyWhoosh, all doing an amazing job.
Yes.
From myself and Emma, thank you very much to the team, because without them, none of this happens. We don't have anything. You would basically be looking at a blank screen, and whilst you might hear our words, there's not going to be nothing else happening, because nobody would know what was going on. There wouldn't be a race. Thank you so much. It's an amazing platform that is free to download. It's no subscription fees. And I've got to say that the team and the head honchos as well at MyWhoosh doing a brilliant job of spreading the word about riding your bike, getting fit, getting out, getting active, and being able to do that wherever you are in the world. But particularly a massive thank you for the championships. They have been brilliant.
And if you have been inspired by watching these championships, you can indeed download MyWhoosh. You can jump on board and you can join us on the Sunday Race Club. You can join us doing team time trials, individual time trials, you name it, it is there for you. Whether you want to free ride, do some workouts, do some training, join a live coach, or join us racing. We would love to have you, and it would be absolutely brilliant to be talking about you one day.
Not much I can say to it. Certainly can't add anything to that. I think.
Should we do a roundup of where the categories are?
No, let's dive in with one of the legends of cycle sport. We talk about inspirational people doing inspirational things. We're in with Ivan Nuki, the head coach at the Abu Dhabi Cycling Club, based down on Hadari Island. That infrastructure down there, absolutely amazing. Ivan in here, part of the UAE clan team. One of the really nice guys, brilliant riders, great on the climbs. I know he's been working for that UAE clan team all week, really hard. He's wearing the Abu Dhabi jersey. He's doing this live in front of everybody. And whilst he's a very technical rider, a greatly skilled rider, it's nice to have him on camera and the camera right, because maybe these camera skills are probably the one chink in his armory of a human being. He's on the screen. We can see him in person. We get to see him smiling. And I have to say, one of my highlights of the trip to the World Championships last year, we had the pleasure of meeting Ivan Nuki and all of the riders at Hadari Island.
Yeah, we did indeed. And also taking part in some of that coaching activity, and great to see Ivan Nuki working with the next generation of bicycle riders and racers out there in Abu Dhabi. Brilliant to see those young riders, and Nuki racing the stage race this week, but also still doing his day job and working with young riders.
And he's doing that live in front of people in the arena, with people able to spectate around him. So he's not just doing this in a pain cave. He's got an audience of people watching him. A fantastic way to do it, and a fantastic way to get that support. So well done to Ivan. An absolute inspiration to many. I'm sure when you get to the end of this, you'll be as proud as all the rest of the riders are of wearing their finishers kit. It is a amazing prize for the riders on there. So fantastic stuff. Make sure that you get yourself to the end of the race. Make sure that you get yourself over that finishing line. This is a fantastic, amazing race. Make sure that you get yourself to that finishing line and get over the line, get yourself through the caves, out the other side. That's where you need to be, not just once, twice, but 3 times this race. And then you're going to get yourself to the line and get yourself through and finish the monumental achievement that is the MyWhoosh Championships.
Well, category 2, they are an hour and 10 minutes into racing, 53.3 kilometers now complete. They are about to go out onto lap number 3. So 3 laps here in Colombia. They're heading into what will be the run into the finish line next time around. And at the moment, there's a push on the front.
There is a squeeze on the front, but it's a squeeze. I'm going to give it a squeeze, not a push. There is a difference. squeeze on the front, push on the front are two different things. On the front, though, Mr. X100 from the UAE clan team, a man who's been riding on here as long as anybody on MyWhoosh. They are on the way in through the case. Bo Ali Ali is going to be the rider who sees them next. The multi-lap nature of this course, it does mean that if you are out there and pushing on and getting yourself in through to that finish, you are see these riders coming through, and you're going to get that view of the riders. You get them coming through and past you. You also get the advantage of having that draft coming past you. And sometimes that can be something that you can use just to race quick, but sometimes it's that bit of motivation and company that you need. We can just see the bunch coming around that corner behind. Jakob Björklund on the front here, chasing down Bo at the moment. Bo Ali Ali, the next rider that he's going to come up to as they go up here. Hoffman Bennett along with Cloyson and moving. This is now a push rather than just a squeeze because there's some real force being applied to those pedals. You can see the watts per kilo going up. Van here, 8.5 watts per kilo. We're seeing 8.5, 9s going from these riders as they're on the front here. This really is a break to try and split this apart. When they get over the top here and out the other side, they will have completed their second lap. It will leave them one more lap to go. This is going to be really, really key.
Well, I'll tell you what is key and what's going on behind the Category 2 race is a light, but the Category 1 race is also Vinken Wu went through the Santa Fe Sprint 5 seconds clear of the chase group. So Paradians and Daunt chasing hard, but 5 seconds back, 6 seconds back the main group. Could that be an intention just for the sprint or for the overall? But at the moment, this is Category 2, and we're in with Matthias Vanhe. This is an interesting leading group of 5 riders. If they could go clear, it'd be amazing. But the pace coming off of the front here, Wozniak dropping to 1 watt per kilo. But the pace now coming back on Hoffman, Bennett, Morel, Vanhe, Wozniak, Kaplinski now joining with Bennett. The push is over.
Meanwhile, back at the front of Category 1 on the left-hand side, our fastest riders on the road.
Closing it down.
Well, Osborne and Vinker there. Pucker is on his way up there as well, I think. And this really is a day when you're not going to let Michael Vinker and Jason Osborne time trial away. This is the last stage. You don't need to save anything for the day after the last stage. You're not protecting that energy, conserving energy. Husbandry, well, that was the early stages of the race. This is now about all in. All in. Everything.
Give it everything you've got.
Yep. Put it all in there. No point in saving anything. Now, this is the good stuff. This is what you've been saving it for.
If you could race your 85th kilometre today, you've not worked hard enough.
Oh, no, if you can race your 85th kilometre, but you can't race a metre further, I would. If you can race to the line, but you couldn't have pedalled a pedal stroke further, you've got it right. That's, I am a great believer that when you're racing, you should be able to move off the bike at the end. Well, yeah, but I know I'm old school, but like, if you can do a warm down, you've kind of not gone hard enough. You need to. You should feel so.
That's a bit extreme.
This is racing. We're not out on a Sunday club run, you know.
Well, I do know that. We've been watching this for the last 8 days. It's not a Sunday club run at all. It's the MyWhoosh Championships, and this is Category 6. And Vladimir Toro is dialing it against Junior Silva here at the 73.8 kilometre marker. This is the final sprint of the day here in Colombia. This is Category 6. John Wakefield is on the front of the group behind, but it's Silva versus Toro here. Silva's gone over the top in the Santa Fe sprint for the last time. Oh, we're going to do some quick adding up at the moment to see who comes through into green. But what a push from Silva versus Toro there. Silva takes the 5 points. Toro takes the 4. Montoya takes 3. Milano takes 2. Cadabona takes 1. But who's in green?
Well, we've seen Sponsor challenging Escobar at the top. Escobar has got the green jersey. Sebastian Escobar takes the sprint competition. That last sprint coming just before 74 kilometres. Escobar, 55 points in first. Julian Sponsor, 49 points in second. Junior Silva on our screen, 48 points in third. Congratulations to Junior Silver, top 3 in the sprint competition, and very proudly wearing, as quite rightly he should, that Brazilian jersey. Had pleasure of putting the words to the action to the XCE from Sao Paulo in Brazil. Amazing racing there, and lots of Brazilian riders doing the business there. Brazilian riders doing the business here on MyWhoosh once again, because once again, Junior Silva has shown us that he will give everything he can in this race to achieve his goals, to get himself right up in contention in that battle. Silva taking third, Sponsel taking second, Escobar confirmed at the top of the standings. They're the point scorers who earned their points in that last sprint. But overall, Escobar, the rider who takes away the win at the end of the day. Great riding. Junior, just think, not many more K to go.
No, from that sprint to the finish line, 9.5 kilometres, and they've already
one more sprint, buddy, to go.
already travelled a number of those. So, the leading group in category 6, well, it's a big group. 29 riders are going to be coming in for that sprint, unless we see a breakaway.
29? Well, there's no more big hills.
No, but you just don't know what's going to happen.
Well, they're going to enter the cave. It's going to go uphill. It's going to go down. And they'll go over the line, I guess, at some point. What will happen between them? I don't know. We will see. Right, let's go from our categories. It's category 5. Steinholm on the move here in category 5. Stein is just outside the top 10. I'm sure he really loved to break into the top 10 here today. Stein currently 6 minutes and 8 seconds down on our race leader, but he only needs 27 seconds on Justin Roy to get himself into the top 10. Half a minute or so.
So I'm just trying to do a little quick check on the screens here in the studio to see where our riders are. But at the moment, category 5, where they are at the 73.4 kilometre marker, they've just dropped off of the last descent here. They're going to be heading very shortly into that sprint checkpoint. You can see it on the top right-hand corner of the screen. It is coming, and it is coming quickly. It's around 350 metres away. And at the moment, Holm, Brambati, Lenador, they're lining up, but no one's sprinting.
Yep. Just lining up and just waiting for the sprint. Here we go. This is the run for the line. This is Warren on his way. Joel Warren doing the business once again here on the MyWhoosh Championships. What a great kick by him. I tell you something.
No one contending it.
No one, well, quite rightly, 92 points he's got.
I know, what a phenomenal win in that sprint competition by Joel Warren in category 5. All he's got to do now is get over the finish line at the 83.4 kilometre marker, and he will carry that sprint jersey with him. Great racing from the young rider to win that sprint competition, and he'll carry that jersey all the way. Well, there are the final checkpoint scores in that sprint competition. Joel Warren from the Level Avengers taking 5 points. Cosimo Mangino taking 4. Yussi Polacca taking 3. Rob Salina taking 2. And Justin Roy from Level Up taking 1 point. The pack back together and rolling steadily.
So let's add those points to the overall point scores. Joel Warren, 97 points in that sprint competition for the Level Avengers, taking top spot. Michael Painter, 38 points, second spot. Nicholas Hagland, 37 points, just 1 point behind, taking third place. Philip Reinheimer, 34 points, taking fourth. Ola Warren taking fifth with 27 points. But interestingly, I did notice that on the way in through the line there, Cosimo, with his ducks, scored points in the sprint. That is the power of the duck. They were giving him wings.
Ducks don't fly.
Ducks do fly.
Well, they do, I know, but they swim more.
You think?
Yeah, they're always on water every time I see them.
Do they swim or float?
Oh, they're little webbed feet paddle. They wouldn't have webbed feet if they weren't swimming, would they? Because then they'd just float.
we shall leave the anthropological. Yeah, I know the word I want. I just can't use
You
it.
can't use it.
No, I've run out. I've run out of letters. I can't get them in the right order.
Well, at the moment,
We'll leave the animal talk for a little bit later on as to what animals our riders are harnessing
and
on
not
their
being
road to the
funny,
finish.
not being funny, but the ducks we saw on screen were plastic, so they would indeed float and not swim.
Yeah, there you go.
But well, it
Did I not
depends if
say
your
that?
ducks are plastic or real. Category 5 at the moment at the 75.5 kilometre marker. Category 6 at 77.9. Those are the two packs we're going to see come to the finish line first. They're going to be followed by Category 4, who are at the 70.6 kilometre marker, and Category 3 at the 64.6k marker themselves.
So that final sprint coming at what is 73.9k, the penultimate sprint at 66k. Our race finished today, though, 83.4 kilometres. 3 laps of the circuit here in Colombia that you can ride. Download the app on iOS, on Android, and on Windows. Get on board, come and ride, come and join us out racing. Make sure you come and get out on these roads on the Sunday Race Club each and every Sunday. Join us on these roads. It's a regular for our coaches, our live coaches. At some point in the autumn, you may well see, well, you will see Emma Martin, my co-host here in the studios, returning to coaching duties. You'll see her in person on the bike. You can communicate, chat with her there. She got herself, you had a real community there, Emma. I was really, really pleased to see that in the coaching community and some of the big stars going on to that coaching. We're going to dive back in with the racing, though, just in Jason Osborne on the attack in Category 1. Meanwhile, we're in with one of the real legends of the MyWhoosh community, and that is Jeff Rooney. Rooney, in this group, still in Category 6. I'll tell you something, he's really ridden his socks off all the way through. Really, really great to see Jeff in action. And look at this. On the front, pushing his way up here. Doesn't want to let Montoya go. He's gone over the top of him, and now he's on the attack. He's on the push here as he goes through town. He's coming round these turns, and this is a great move by Rooney, you know. He's gone at 79 kilometres. If they hesitate, they're in trouble. And Brian Allen Jose is not going to let that go. He's looking for the opportunity to go clear himself.
Yeah.
And this could be a move for the overall as well as the stage, because remember, we are on time gaps of seconds. Most of these race categories, you can move up no end of places if you could get a breakaway to go in the last few K.
I think it's going to be so hard. It really, really is going to be hard to try and get a breakaway to go. There's one small bump in the road before we get to the finish line, but really, I think that's just going to stretch the group out in the sprint. I think trying to get away here, we're always going to have somebody in the pack who wants to chase it down and is protecting somebody, whether that is a yellow jersey, whether that is a green skin suit, whatever it is, there will be protection going on.
There will, and that is where those teams come into their own. Now we're in with Leonard Cadabona here. He's been riding strong all of the way through the championships. He held on to that third place, defending it in style in that time trial. It's Rademacher, Milostic, and Cadabona in Category 6, your top 3. He's also, of course, the rider who holds the polka dot skin suit as our mountains winner. He's got the MyWhoosh jersey on there, proudly displayed, and got to say, a great job done by Leonard Cadabona all week long.
Yep.
Just taking a look through the multiple pages of notes that I have now as the days have gone by.
Have you collated a book?
I've got almost a mini pamphlet. I wouldn't quite call it a book. Day 1, top 3. Top 4, day 2. Day 3, top 3. Meanwhile, kept on going all the way through. Top, he was taking yellow jersey. He was holding that on the way through. He's not been really out of the top 4. He's only been out of the top 3 once. And at the moment, he's number 1.
Well, he's pushing on down the road at the moment, and the young rider Riley Milostic is needing to respond here. Milostic 41 seconds back on GC in second place at the moment, and he's riding defensively. And riding defensively, he needs to. He can't let the gaps go. He and his team, the BMC Spinergy, have got to keep working. There he is. Take a look. Riley Milostic in the pain cave. Look at that. Side by side with his brother, Lyndon Milostic in the Category 1 race, Father Peter in the Category 2 race. So 3 Milostics from the Milostic family, 3 different race categories. What a week in that household.
I tell you something, the aircon's going to be working hard where they are. If it gets warm in there with those riders, the amount of wattage that they're able to put down, the youngster really doing a great job, I've got to say. And it's great to see whole families jumping on board MyWhoosh and racing.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Because, well, Peter Milostic in the Masters competition in Category 2. Lyndon Milostic took second place in the Australian National Championships earlier on this year and has qualified for the World Championship semi-finals. He's 18. His younger brother, Riley Milostic, at 16 years old, potentially one of the youngest riders in the competition. The family are talented.
Certainly are, and they're here on the run in to the finish. Category 6, the first riders to reach that finishing marker at 83.4 kilometers. But to get there, they've got to make their way through the tunnels and come out of the other side. The finishing line will come up very, very quickly indeed. And a quick reminder for you, Rademacher leading by 41 seconds overall from Riley Milostic, the rider who we just saw. Second place overall, the youngest rider. The young rider leader has taken that to the finish. He's only 3 seconds further back. Sorry, he's 44 seconds clear of Cadabona behind. So it's a matter of 40 or so seconds. They're not going to break that now. I think the positions of Rademacher, Milostic and Cadabona are secure. It's going to be a little bit different if riders drop to the back of the group or get distance. Here we go onto the climb. This is the run, the push that will take us in towards our finish. This big group of riders out of the saddle now, trying to get any kind of leeway to try and break riders off the back of the group. It rises up here, and then it's a long run through the caverns. You can see the mist and the murk, the steam off the water, the flames at the side, and the riders in the centre being headed here by Cadabona. He's on the front of this group. The man with the polka dot skin suit as our best climber on the MyWhoosh Championship. He's looking to add a stage win here today, because this isn't just a push over the top. This is a drive for the stage win. Cadabona has gone, but behind him, Padsel is coming at nearly 7 watts per kilo. Jose's winding it. Llewellyn's at, he nearly hit 8 there. Riley Milostic is not out of this. He's got a great kick. So has Milano. Corver is on his way as well, and they are going to bring Cadabona back. First shot fired and answered. They are going to have to keep pushing, though, because you haven't got time to regroup here. This is the run over the top. They're going to come into the descent, and this finish line will come quick. What? 2 leaders at the front. The daylight showing.
The daylight is showing, and at the moment there's still, well, 600 metres to go. It is a seriously long run, and it's looking like Padsel is the rider pushing on here. He's going to run into the final 500 metres in the lead, but they're coming behind.
They certainly are. Padsel with the lead here. Junior Silva comes over the top. He's on the bottom of your screen. Cadabona working hard. He's on the centre of the screen. He takes a look up over his shoulder. Dangerous thing to do when Maxime Fabre comes at 6 watts per kilo. We're looking to see who's got a sprint. Llewellyn's coming at 8, nearly 9 watts per kilo. We've got to come out from the dark and into the light. There is the banner. There is the gantry. Simon Padsel went early. Can he hold off Fabre? Fabre is chasing. He's in second place. Cadabona's coming like an express train. But Simon Padsel will take away the final stage of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025 in Category 6. They come over the line. You can see anguish, ecstasy, and elation all on one screen there.
Well, Le Petit Cannibal, Simon Padsel comes over the line in 1. He's lying 7th on GC. He's going to retain that position, but he gets the title of the stage winner of Stage 7 of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. And as we drop in with the Category 5 race, Luke Kendall, this time dialing it off of the front as we're in the caverns. We've still got a 2K run to the finish line here, but they're running into the climb at the moment. Luke Kendall utilising this position at the moment to push and to try and push clear. Hagland, Mukhtari, Polaka all chasing. We know it's a contentious attack because Jussi Polaka, the green jersey and the yellow jersey wearer, is absolutely dialing it here.
So here we go. This is the run in to the climb. This is the key moment. Luke Kendall has gone early. He's been right upside up in the inside of the top 10 as this push continues onwards here. Kendall keeping them at bay, but behind Junior Penzi starting to move. So is Brambati, Polaka, Reinheimer. Reinheimer's got a great sprint on him. He could go well here. Neville Ross has shown he can sprint. Steinholm in the mix here. Mountier in the mix as well. I think this is going to be together as they come up over the top of the climb. The riders going up and over the riders making the way in. We are going to see Polaka comes up on the shoulders of Mac Lenador as they come up here. Mac Lenador is going to lead them around that left-hand turn. This is going to be really critical. Let's see, what can you do? Polaka in the group, Mountier in the group, Pens in the group, Reinheimer in here, Tapia in here. This is going to be key. Hagland working hard. Is Hagland going to put the sprint in here today? We are now at 82.4 kilometres.
We are indeed, and we're running into the final 1,000 metres, and the group is big, the group is strong, the group is wide across the road. Warren is there, Brambati is there, Pulaka, Alalusa, Reinheimer is there as well, Roy, Mountier. The riders not wanting to lose seconds on GC are all lining up here, as well as the riders who want to take the win today. That line is coming here. We're down to around, well, we're coming up to 500 metres to go, and it's Reinheimer from Alalusa, from Polaka, Smithson's in the mix, Lark is in the mix, Tapia's in the mix. Tapia's leading the young riders competition in this category, as well as the King of the Mountains. They're going to sweep around the corner onto the descent. You can pick up momentum here on the run to the line.
So Cirillo goes, the youngster. Now he had the top of the standings. He's had the yellow jersey already. He's now looking to make this a win. He loved the sprint stages early on. Can he make this his? He's got the run for the line. The gantry is inside. It's the square shape at the end of the tunnels here. You can just see that run for the dark gantry goes, but over the top comes Giacomo Notari. Notari has gone. He's gone over the top. Warren is trying to chase him down. He's going to run out of road. Giacomo Notari takes away the win in the final stage, stage 7 of the MyWhoosh Championships in Category 5.
Wow, what a finish. What a finish to Category 5. It's sprint after sprint after sprint on the road here. And we drop back in with Category 4. Look how many riders are in that Category 4 group. They are all about to roll into the finish together. When I say they're about to roll into the finish together, there's a couple of riders down the road,
Well, this is going to be an interesting finish, I think, from these riders. There's a big gap. It's all broken up at the moment. I just want to get a double check that we're not coming up onto the back of Lat's riders who've been distanced off the back on the way through as they make the way in. The riders coming around the left-hand turn. They're going to make the move on the way up and into this finish. We're just taking a little look. Iger Bristoling is here, and you're quite right, Emma. The riders are leading here. This is a trio of riders, Bristoling, Kirchner in there, along with Bogram. That is a very strong group of riders, I have to say. We've seen them before, Bristoling, Brown, and Bristoling, Kirchner, and Bogram behind Mason Rocker leading the charge. So here we go. Bristoling on the push. Bogren there. Kirchner is there. Rocker at 12 seconds. Trying to push on. Trying to break this apart. And they've got the gap. Can they take this in? They're coming up for 80 kilometers. 80 kilometers at the moment. And this is a very, very good move. Mason Rocket doing the work here. John Grohl starting to push here. Paul Garin starting to look to close this down. There's a stage win at stake, and 3 riders have been brave. They have been bold, and they have gone off the front. Are they going to give us the first breakaway win of the day on the very last day of competition?
Seriously interesting, this, isn't it? This is indeed the first race where we've seen a breakaway and a breakaway stick at the moment. They are over 100 metres clear of the chase group behind as they continue to push. Bogrin, Bristolin, Kirchner, 10 seconds now. Gordon and Groon, Quiros to the front of the pack behind. But these 3 riders are riding strongly. They've still got 3 kilometers to go.
Still got 3K to go. Can they do it? Emma, you did say this could be a day of breakaways.
Yeah.
That if somebody had the strength, the ability, and the opportunity to move up, that they had the chance of a breakaway. I was really sceptical about that, but I think I'm going to be proved potentially wrong here as that group continue to push. That's in category 4. Category 5, they're continuing to make their way into the finish. We've already seen some of these sprint winners come in category 6 and category 5. For me, this run to the line, it's very tricky to get correct, especially if you're starting to catch riders who have already finished category 5 because of, and 6. They're the early finishers. They set off first. They're the earliest finishers here. They come through. They have a relatively clean run. You don't have that same run necessarily if you're behind. You can see our category 4 riders have got a big group of category 5 riders in front, and category 1 are catching every single race category now.
Well, they are indeed. And category 1 just popping up on the left-hand side of the screen at the moment. They're at the 65.5 kilometre marker. Osborne and Vink now looking like they're going clear. They are, well, around 8 seconds down the road. Turek now coming to the fore. Mayer as well on the front of that pack. The question for me is, have these two got it right? The rest of the group do not really need to chase these two. They are 4 minutes clear in first and second of third place. They could well battle it out between them because it is just 50, yes, 3 seconds separating Vink and Osborne. With nearly 20 kilometres to go, we could be witnessing the Vink and Osborne battle for the GC win. Osborne's got to make up nearly a minute on Michael Vink. Can it be done? Well, if anybody can do it, it is the world champion, Jason Osborne. But he's got Michael Vink to contend with. They race each other week in, week out. They know each other's strengths and weaknesses. But as we drop back in with category 4, it's Daniel Cadiz who's riding and racing off the front at the moment. Bristolin and Kirchner are still clear. They're clear and in front of the category 5 pack that they caught. So the category 4 riders have got to go through that pack as well to catch these two. There's 1.4k to go now to the finish line, and Bristolin and Kirchner are up the road.
Well, this is a fantastic move on the front here, opening up the gap. Bristolin and Kirchner with that time gap. Can they hold it to the line? This is all about making sure that you get to the front when it matters at the line. They've been bold. They've gone early. Bogren leading with Kirchner at the moment. You've got to push, you've got to squeeze, you've got to try and make that position. They're using the move here of catching riders as we see Lin go on the move here. He's tried to break across the young rider leading the young riders competition. The Espoirs, the under 23, has broken clear of the chase impact behind, but they are all going to come together here. The gap is down to 2 seconds on the way up. This is all about making sure that you push for the line. You've got to run for the line as they go in. The run down commences. The gradient starts to get steeper on the descent. Juan Quiros here being supported at home as he looks to take away a victory. Van der Sant goes to the front. Quiros goes over the top. Hernandez lining himself up at the sprint. A leader and winner, Nicholas Spratt, has decided enough is enough. It's time for me to launch. Is this him going for a long one? So here is a push for the finish. This is a run for the line. Spratt on the move in 4th place. Young Lin is going. Young Lin has got to push for the line. Coming up on his shoulder comes Pino. Pino has gone over the top. Can he hold off the sprint leader? He can. He goes in through the finish. He holds them all at bay here. Matteo Pino comes in over the line. What a run. What a sprint for the line there. That was phenomenal. So Benjamin Brignall now in category 3, the head of the next group of riders that we're going to see coming in towards the line. We are going to make our way in to that finish. Johan Moreno coming in third place in the sprints competition overall. Not contesting that finish on that run into the line. Stage number 7, the final stage of the MyWhoosh Championships. Matteo Pino taking the win from Hughes Johannes, Yun Yu Lin ahead of Quiros, then Yannicki, followed by Sanchez, Gomez, and Hernandez. So here we go. They're making the way in and down, making the way in and through to the finish here. Thank you, everybody who has been commenting on the live chat. Everybody, of course, entitled to their opinion. Very interesting to see. We've loved all of the positive comments on there, and so glad to have so many people putting in and getting in touch with us throughout all the week. It's been an absolute pleasure putting words to the action all the way through. 6 hours plus a day of commentary for the 7 stages, plus of course all of that prep work all being done. Myself, Matt Payne, and Emma Martin from Full Speed Events are here, but I have to say job at times because there's been a lot of things going on simultaneously, but you know what, I'm just glad that we behind the scenes as well in terms of MyWhoosh, making sure that we cover all of the great action. Here we go, heading towards the line. This is category 1 at the moment. Jason Osborne and Michael Vink have finally managed to snap the elastic because Osborne and Vink are clear by 7 seconds. 7 seconds.
Well, they are clear by 7 seconds at the moment, and it's the Osborne and Vink show today. Can anybody close this down and come over the top of these two riders to get the stage win? Well, they're trying, but Niall Pedersen is the rider pushing on down the road. Neil Fry is there as well as Lyndon Milostic. What I'm really loving here is we're seeing riders who have been in the pack and been steady in the group really come to the fore today. So Linda Milostic, Niall Pedersen, Bjorn Andreasen, all on the front of the chase group, and they're now starting to close down Vink and Osborne. The gap had gone out to 10 seconds, currently sat at 7 seconds. Well, it's a big ask for Jason Osborne to overturn the 53 seconds that Michael Vink has on him on GC at the moment. As the pack continue to roll and roll strongly, the pace coming off the front at the moment, and you can tell that because they're wide across the road. Vink is on the front down there. Osborne now coming up onto his side. Those two are going to have to work together if they actually want to go clear. And I'm not sure at this point in the race, 13 kilometres out, Vink is going to let any attack from Osborne go.
You just wouldn't let him go. You just wouldn't let him push. You just wouldn't let him make that move and start to accelerate and start to make your move and go clear. Now, Lyndon Milostic, let's have a little look in at Lyndon. This is a great little shot, actually. We're just looking across the side of the Pain Cave here into one of the young riders. Now, I know you've been following the progress of Lyndon Milostic for a number of years now, as we've seen him progress up, making his way up through from being what was a youngster with just a very talented youngster doing great things at home on the road, to being able to compete with the very best here. He's competing in a young riders category with Paul Skierski, with Hayden Pucker, who are maybe more established riders. But I tell you something, he's done a great job today, and he's done a great job all stage race.
This year has been absolutely fantastic watching this young rider progress. I mean, he was in category 2 on the Sunday Race Club for some time, and he got stronger and stronger and stronger as he really grew into his racing. He's also been racing out on the road, but he is really becoming a specialist esports racer. When I spoke to him earlier on this year, he was really Well, he was upset he wasn't old enough to make the Australian team last year for the World Championships because he was just 17 then. He's 18 now. He's old enough to make that squad. He finished second in the national championships to Josh Harris, and he will indeed head towards those semi-finals in that World Championships wearing those Australian national colours. But Lyndon Milostic, he is really, really riding into a strong rider. And when we think he's just 18, the future is so bright for the young riders in cycling esports. It's going to be an absolute pleasure to follow them into the future and to see our sport evolve.
Indeed, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the feedback from our riders who've been racing this amazing championship, and from everybody when they get in touch. It's been great to hear from all those riders who've been saying just what a great ride it is. And I think, as a youngster, being able to take part in what is a fantastic event like this is the opportunity to race in a stage race. It's much harder to do that in any other discipline, but here in cycling esports, these youngsters get the opportunity to do that without having to travel maybe to the heart of road racing in Europe, maybe without having to travel to ride something like the Cape Epic in terms of a mountain bike stage race in South Africa. It's doable from home, and that's one of the key things in cycling esports.
And you've got that support around you. You really do. Cycling esports allows you to be racing in that home environment with that support around you as a young rider, not disappearing off to another continent around the world where you don't have that backup and support. And if you want to listen to riders' stories, so on the Virtual Velo podcast, Kate McCarthy, brilliant story about her history and transition from road racing into cycling esports. Michael Vink again, Jason Osborne again, great stories that all tell that tale.
So you can join Emma on the Virtual Velo podcast with Chris Schwenker. They delve deep into virtual cycling. I think if I've got it correct, putting the detail in phase 2 avatars and getting a deeper in-depth dive. I like to think of it as the broadsheet of podcasts rather than the red top, because it is one of my favorite podcasts to have a listen to, because it doesn't just skim the surface, it goes that little bit deeper. I'm sure there's going to be a deep dive into the riders who have really excelled themselves here as well. So what this means going forward for cycling esports. So this monumental stage race coming to its conclusion. 3 race category winners to bring home, and the leaders of the general classification overall as they come in to our finish, and we'll be seeing the provisional totals at the end of the race. 3 riders clear here: Brignall, Brune and Kansara in category 3. But as we've seen in the other categories, it can all come back together very, very quickly indeed. 5 seconds the gap at the moment, but we're nearly at the line. Here we go. They've done it. This is going to be your breakaway. It's not going to come from category 4. It's going to come from category 3. Or is it the bunch are coming behind? Time is running out. The Nickel Kansara on the front. Brune goes. He's currently in second place. He goes on the right-hand side. Franklin Almeida is coming at him. John Brune holds it to the line from Brignall. Almeida, Kansara and Clays, your top 5 as they go in and over the line. A big punch in the air there from Christian Montoya. What a finish as they came in and over the line there in category 3 on stage 7. Emma, have we got the stage result confirmed? Well, as confirmed as we get at this stage, because it is still provisional.
We do. John Brune from Guardians of the Peloton, guarding top spot today on stage number 7, taking the win from Benjamin Brignall, and Franklin Almeida. Nickel Kansara coming in 4th, and Walter Clays coming fast from behind into 5th place today. Schledek, Ellos, Karlstrom, Gonda and Barrett running out the top 10.
Now, we will wait for the calculations to just double check that our yellow jersey holders, the winners of the actual championship itself, are the same riders. 1 or 2 of the categories, the yellow jersey has obviously been very obvious coming through in with that leading group. Sometimes it's going to be the case that they're a little bit further out of camera shot and we don't see them come over the line, but we are going to get a provisional GC at the end of the show for the men's competition. Ivan Nuki now battling to stay with this group as it comes over the top of that slight raise into the flat plateau. He's got onto the back of the group. He's worked so hard all week. He's now coming in for that race finish. He'll have an audience there as he tries to get the power down, get the pace, get the pressure right, not go too early, not go too late, try and be in that battle. They are across the road. They are waiting now, I think, for somebody to blink, somebody to lead this out. Go too early and you are in trouble. It's when you see the daylight, that is when you need to go to make your way in through the finish. The daylight shows. This is going to be key. Who blinks first? The yellow jersey of Mr. X100 is in there, the Masters winner. He's in there. So is Kane, the Mountains leader. But as they come in towards the line, the front of this group is starting to go from the back. Tattoo Coiston is looking to take a run at this to get the slipstream done, to get this down. Meanwhile, on the front of the group, I think this is going to be Jonas Bjarhed, who we've seen go clear. Becker coming onto his wheel. Bjarhed in one. Becker in two. Now comes the charge from behind. Tattoo Coiston has brought that momentum with him. He's also got Van Hee and Fawcett coming up to the line. Becker holding the centre line all the way down here. As over the top comes Coiston, and Björklund comes at the last minute. Kaplinski, though, I think pips him on the line. That came down. If that was the track, that would be a photo finish and a throw.
Well, it was indeed a photo finish, and I can tell you it's taken a little bit of time for it to all come through. Kaplinski, well, Raiders of the Storm, Jan Kaplinski takes the win on the final stage in Category 2 from Jakob Björklund, Ivan Bennett, Bert Kayen and Lucas Hoffman, Ross Fawcett, Matthias Van Hee, Tattoo Coiston and Marcin Wozniak and Nicholas Becker rounding out the top 10.
And look, to be very clear that Mr. X100 was in with that group. He won't have lost anything like the 20 seconds that he had coming into that race finish. So he should be walking home or running home with the yellow jersey firmly wrapped around his shoulders and with that yellow skin suit on. Now, just in with Category 1, Jason Osborne, Michael Vink, our breakaway duo up the road by 24 seconds. Meanwhile, Knudsen and Noren are currently 1 second ahead of Ollie Jones on that bunch behind. Noren on a bit of a push here. Jones behind has got to keep squeezing. Osborne and Fink, the leading two riders in the overall, clear, extending their lead at the top. Osborne had 3 minutes and 8 seconds at the start of the day to woo. Vink had what was 4 minutes and 5 seconds. Osborne and Vink don't need to fight for the overall. In terms of anybody else, they're just looking at each other on the left-hand side of the screen and deciding they're on the same team. They've battled each other for win after win. We both know that they're in double figures on the way up to the top. James Krasnick, he's got his money. He reckons it's going to be Jason for the win. That's Jason Osborne. But these two riders have a very different sprint profile.
They do. And do you know what's interesting? I'm just having a little look. So Michael Vink, currently in the yellow jersey, has a 3rd place on stage 1, a 2nd place on stage 2, a 4th place on stage 3, a 2nd place on stage 4. And then in Japan, he took the win. And in the time trial, he took the win. So 2 current stage wins for the yellow jersey. For Jason Osborne in the polka dot skin suit, he's 2nd on GC. He was 5th on day 1. 8th on day 2, 15th on day 3, 1st on day 4 in Zurich, where he took the win, 2nd in Japan on stage 5, and 2nd in the time trial yesterday. So both of them have won at least 1 stage already. Can Jason Osborne equal it up to 2 all, or will Michael Vink make it 3-1?
Sounded like a football score there almost.
Did a bit, didn't it?
It did indeed. Well, it's going to be interesting to see what these scores are and who can do something behind. I think whilst the 2 leaders are now up the road, the rest of the group, the rest of the bunch here are starting to squeeze and push on the way up here. And that is going to be really interesting. We're starting to see moves. We're starting to see attacks. We're starting to see riders maybe think, well, the big guns are down the road. That's kind of sealed it. So let's see what we can do behind. We're running in. It's 79k. It's not going to necessarily be the fastest ride of the day as they make their way in over the line in Category 1. Because I'll tell you something, they have not necessarily been the fastest racers all the way through. It's all about, for me now, they're looking at each other. This is a race inside each of our categories, and that is really, really key. Seeing where they're going to go in here. Now, interestingly, we're getting differing opinions as to who's going to take this, as you would always expect online. Let's face it, it's the home of more opinions than there are probably people on the planet. As these riders come in, there's a split between Jason Vink and Jason Osborne. No surprises there on the front there. If anybody thinks anybody else is going to win, do feel free to put your opinion up. You're entitled to them, just like everybody is. However, I think you're unlikely to be right today.
Well, Power, Jones and Noren on our screen at the moment. The pack continuing to move, and they are really driving at the moment. Great big pack of riders in this Category 1 race here on the run into the finish, but they're missing two vital components. Michael Vink and Jason Osborne, they are now 28 seconds clear of the group. It's not going to make any difference to the overall GC today, but, well, there's bragging rights for a stage win.
There certainly is, and Johan Noren has decided yet again, time to go on the attack. We've seen him go into big climbs and attack. We see him in cycling esports come to the fore when it goes uphill. But Johan Noren, consummate mountain biker, rider, and climber, now going on the attack, going on to try and break clear on the flat in the run in towards the tunnels. And I think it's a big ask. You've got to have the firepower of somebody like Vink and Osborne. And with great respect to Johan Noren, Vink and Osborne at the moment are clearly the best two riders in the men's competition in the world.
Yes. I'm not sure there's anything else I can say in response to that.
But sometimes yes is enough.
Well, Osborne and Vink at the 81.2 kilometre marker. The finish line today at 83.4. They come through this cavern section here in Colombia across the boardwalk. They race until they come out of the other side, and there the finish line awaits them. One small rise ahead of them, a flat plateau, then a descent, and they run towards that finish line. We've seen Vink and Osborne go head to head many, many times. We've seen Osborne beat Vink. We've seen Vink beat Osborne. Are Osborne's legs a little fresher today because he didn't race the Sunday Race Club on Sunday? Michael Vink did. Does Vink go well on hard riding? Well, we will very, very shortly find out, because the riders here lock together. Jason Osborne, the world champion. He's had 2 world titles when it comes to cycling esports. Michael Vink, he is the rider on some serious form at the moment, and it's showing that because he is wearing that yellow skin suit of the leader of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. He also won the MyWhoosh Championships in 2023. He has business to complete here today, and Jason Osborne launches at 8 watts per kilo at the moment. He's driving hard for the finish line. We know, well, Vink can sprint, Osborne can sprint. They both can ride, they both can drive, they both can push towards the line. Behind them, the pack now starting to wake up, because, third place is up for grabs, and Van Elst, Yasin, Turek, Safra, Zadi and Paradians all starting to race. But it's 25 seconds onto the wheel of Vink and Osborne. It is, coming up to the 1,000 metre to go.
So 1,000 meters, 1 kilometer, the key last stages, the very last of our ride leaders to come into the finish. The last yellow jersey on his way in towards the line on the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. Michael Vink on the wheel of Jason Osborne on the left-hand side of your screen. The gap 24 seconds back to Stefan Van Elst. Now, this is dangerous for Said Safrazadi. Van Elst 2 seconds behind Safrazadi on the way in. Safrazadi now starts to respond with Kaminski. They've got to keep going. He goes up onto the wheel of Kaminski. He's going to be in the same time of Van Elst. Van Elst throwing a last roll of the dice to try and move himself from 6th into the top 5. It doesn't play off as the leaders see the finishing line. The gantry is in front. Vink starts to move. Osborne kicks first at 7 7.9 watts per kilo. Answered by Vink. Vink first to hit 9 watts per kilo. He's got the momentum. Osborne hits it later. And I'll tell you something, Vink knows he's not going to make it, Jason. Osborne takes the win on the stage. Osborne takes away the polka dot skin suit. Michael Vink takes away the race win overall as behind one of the big revelations of this season's cycling esports on the World Championships and at the MyWhoosh Championships. Palskirski comes to the line. Palskirski's going to take third on the stage. He caught them napping. He's got a little gap to Thrall, Fryatt, Andreasen and Co. Skirski needed 35 seconds on Knudsen to pull that back. He won't have got that time gap, but my goodness me, what a run to the line. What a result on the stage. Now, let's dive into our overalls across all of the standings here at the moment. You can see after 13 hours, 2 minutes and 16 seconds of racing, Michael Rademacher ahead of youngster Riley Milostic.
39 seconds ahead. The gap between those two. Cadabona takes third, Fabra takes fourth, Milano takes fifth, Jose takes sixth, Putzel, who put in that phenomenal sprint to take the stage, takes seventh, Montoya taking eighth, Diaz in ninth, and Maillard in 10th.
And the young riders jersey going to Riley Milostic, who's second overall. Cadabona in third place. Remember, these are provisional. And they are as live and as provisional as you can get. Nothing is at this stage verified. We wanted to give you a good indication of where we stood overall after the 7 days of racing. Jussi Palaka taking the win. Congratulations to him after his strong defence yesterday. Philip Reinheimer taking second from Hagland in third, with Lenador in fourth and Mokhtari in fifth. You can see the top 10 on your screens in category 5. And remember, all of the results on mywhoosh.com. Don't forget, of course, that they're also on MyWhoosh Info, which is spearheaded by Jakub Wojciech, who takes away the overall win in Category 4. He takes that win from Gomez and Pedicini.
Yeah, 44 seconds back to Gomez, 48 seconds back on GC to Pedicini. So some fantastic racing in Category 4. Nicholas Spat takes the green jersey and finishes fourth on GC. Lynn takes the white jersey of the under-23 rider in the category and fifth place. Van der Zandt, Flores, Yannicki, Hernandez and Pino round out the top 10.
So those are your Category 4 results. Moving up to Category 3, you can see that Christopher Morgan in that sprint jersey unable to take away victory overall, despite being one of our fastest riders when it came to flat-out speed. Christian Montoya of the What's Up squad taking that race win. The Colombian rider finishing his race in 11 hours, 37 minutes, 17 seconds. Stan Veligum so close behind.
Yeah, 14 seconds at the time gap here in Category 3 between Montoya and Van Veligum. Fabulous, fabulous racing.
Now, when we go up to Category 2, it was the team tactics of the UAE clan team that saw Mr. X100 move in to a position where he could contend for the overall win. A fantastic ride on the slopes of Mount Fuji, following that up with the time trial, and that meant at that time trial, Mr. X100 of the UAE clan team taking away the overall win in the MyWhoosh Championships. The only rider in Category 2 to race inside of 11 hours. 10 hours, 59 minutes, 51.487 seconds. Peter Milostic, well, the Milostic family are well represented, and he takes away the Masters jersey as well as second place.
Yeah, 20 seconds back on GC, 33 seconds back on GC was Godzazi. Miller, 42 seconds. Now, Khan Kayan takes the polka dot skin suit, finishing in 8th overall as well.
Great riding by all of our riders across all of our race categories. We're going to move on to Category 1. Amazing riding in this competition. Michael Vink taking the sprint competition, Hayden Pucker taking the young riders competition, Jason Osborne taking away the climbs competition, Vink taking the win overall, the fastest time out on those race routes. 10 hours, 24 minutes and 35 seconds of racing. Michael Vink, a fantastic race win by him overall. You saw him sprinting, unable to match Osborne in that final sprint, but Vink's racing throughout has been smart, calm and considered. Great riding by him. Behind, lots of youngsters as well as established riders.
Yes, indeed. So Hayden Pucker taking that white jersey in the under-23 competition in Category 1. Paul Skierski in 9th, second in that competition as well. And the top 10, well, we've seen some fantastic riding and racing here across all 6 of the categories in the men's race. And of course, those 6 categories in the women's race. That stage race did not disappoint either.
Okay, so that is the provisional overall. We're just going to say once again that they are provisional. They are live. They're as live as we are here in the studio. I'm just about alive. The throat is just about here after what has been 8 days straight, if you include the Sunday Race Club on the MyWhoosh Championship rest day. I don't know about Emma. My voice is starting to get I'm getting a bit croaky. It has to be said. A big thank you to everybody who supplied me with lemon, and honey. The words are running out now. Lemon and honey all the way through the championships, and ice cream and coffee and everything else. Before we go any further, I would like to say a big thank you to our riders, Emma. They've done an amazing job racing here today. It's been an incredible event. I know you and I have watched races for more years than for a decade, basically, in cycling esports. Personally, I think that is and has been the best event we've ever had on cyclingesports.com. Without anything close. It may not be the World Championships, but for me, the World Championships is just about the elite. This has been about everybody. This has been about the community being positive and supportive of the riders. It's been about riders in category 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. It's been about the men's and the women's riders out there. We've seen humour, we've seen fun, we've seen tears, we've seen tantrums, we've seen people punching the bars in absolute frustration because they didn't perform as they wanted. Every gamut of emotion has been there. And yet, it's a bike race.
I know.
And sport has this power to be such a positive place.
Well, and the other thing I think is that sport has this positive power to spread around the world. And we've seen that with all of our riders on the MyWhoosh Championships. You talk about 12 different categories across the men's and women's race, Matt. But amongst those 12 different categories, those teams combined from riders all over the globe, new friendships formed, new teammates found. And that for me is also such a positive message when it comes to cycling esports.
It certainly is. And I think we've got to say a big thank you to everybody who's been in touch. I know there have been quite literally hundreds, if not thousands of people messaging Emma on Instagram, and a fair few, 1 or 2, messaging me as well. Thank you, everybody who's been in touch with Emma and myself. The community is amazing out there, and we really, really love being part of that. And of course, bringing you this, we have the pleasure of putting words to the action. Emma and myself, commentators for the UCI across multiple disciplines and multiple types of bike riding. And I have to say, cycling esports never fails to this point, and it has such unique characteristics. I think it brings the best out in our riders, the best out in the racing, and the best out in terms of community.
Well, I don't know about you, but all I can say is I hope we don't have to wait 2 years for the next MyWhoosh Championships because this has been absolutely phenomenal. I do regularly say that I absolutely love a stage race, and a stage race across cycling esports is just one of the brilliant things that we do. And we have seen riders have been in contact with me saying, I haven't raced a stage race in the last 15 years, but boy, have I just enjoyed myself over the last 8 days here on MyWhoosh. And for those of you who have enjoyed watching and want to come along and join us next time, well, you know what you need to do. You need to download MyWhoosh. You need to get on board. You need to ride. You need to get on board the Sunday Race Club. You need to get ready to roll because I can guarantee you racing on MyWhoosh will be back, and we'll be back on Sunday.
You can join me, Matt Payne, on the Sunday Race Club at Matt Fixpain. If you want to follow or get in touch on Instagram, get in touch with Emma at biking_Emma. Emma with me on the Sunday Race Club, although she does have some duties for the UCI as a commentator across the Parasport World Championships coming up. So we are going to miss you for at least one of the Sundays coming up. We've also going to be heading to the Mountain Bike World Championships. If you're going to any of those, come and say hi. We will talk MyWhoosh, and we will talk this stage race endlessly for hours with you if we have the chance and we're not on the mic, because we have absolutely loved this. Before we go, I want to say some big thank yous and do some important housekeeping. A massive thank you to our riders for keeping us entertained. A massive, massive thank you to everybody who's contributed on the live chat. Each and every one of you, I hope you have a great time. I hope your life is filled with happiness and joy, and you go forward enjoying your racing and your riding and your cycling, and you're going to be on MyWhoosh, and we're going to see you there. A massive thank you to all at MyWhoosh who make the game, the racing, and all of the sport happen there as well. It's a team who do the business week in, week out on the Sunday Race Club, day in, day out with events. A big, big thank you to them. They just are incredible, and without them, this just doesn't happen. A special mention to the team behind the broadcast. Emma and I get to put words to the action. And there is an equally compact and bijou team in the background, the other side of that camera. They are very, very special to us, and they're very, very special to the community because they work each and every week bringing you the action on the Sunday Race Club. They help and are instrumental, in fact, in things like the World Championships. They are experts. We get to deal with experts all the time across lots of different cycling disciplines. They are some of the best. I have to say, also, a big thank you to my co-host here, Emma, for joining me, for covering for me when my voice was running out of action and or when I needed to answer something very, very quickly on the chat or similar. Emma, it's been an absolute pleasure to be here, putting words to the action. Any final words before we sign off till Sunday?
Oh, that's a seriously good question. Any final words? I just want to say thank you to the riders. They animated the racing. They made the last 8 days absolutely engaging. And it's been an emotional roller coaster for a lot of them. And we've witnessed that in the pain caves with them. And it has been so fantastic for you to share your stories as well as your riding and racing. Thank you very much. The MyWhoosh Championships for 2025 have not disappointed. And guess what? I still love a stage race.
Well, and with that, it just leaves me to say, make sure you download the app on iOS, on Android, on Windows. Jump on board, join on MyWhoosh for training, for racing, for live coaching, for videos on demand coaching, for those free rides and in-person events all out and around the globe. And make sure that you subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit that button on there and be notified whenever MyWhoosh goes live, whether that is with updates or with, of course, any of the live race broadcasts. Make sure that you follow at MyWhoosh on Instagram and on Facebook. It is at MyWhoosh. Really easy. Even I can remember that at the end of the stage race. So make sure that you hit those buttons. Thank you very much for watching. If you have got through all 7 days watching us from end to end, if you've got to the end of your stage race, congratulations. We will be back on Sunday after ice cream, after a little bit of recovery, ready for the next Sunday race club. I hope you will join us there from Emma and myself and all of the team at MyWhoosh. Stay safe. We'll see you on Sunday.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.